Okay. Whew. This is a really hard topic.
Oof. Is it really that hard?
Okay. Whew. This is a really hard topic. The concept of identity is like really rough. Like, who are you, or who do you exist as?
Who are
Here's,
you?
I just thought of like a couple.
Who are you? Is it really that rough? Do you not know who we are?
Like random thought experiments, because and it kind of goes back to the idea of like, maybe one way you could frame this discussion is like, is it actually immoral or wrong to kill somebody who's sleeping? Okay, so like here are just some questions, I guess. Let's say
Yes.
so let's say that you enter like a lab. Let's say that somebody puts you in a room.
Wait, I feel like we're going to something different already. Don't kill people who are sleeping. Don't kill anything. Why would it be okay to kill people that are sleeping? Who thought that would be alright? People who are sleeping are very much there. All you gotta do is, I don't know, call their name or something, slap them, maybe, shout, shake. They are there, they're aware, they're waiting. Don't kill them.
And they are able to clone you perfectly, 1-to-1. Say that the room is dark, so neither person can see their position, right? So you go in and you come out and there are two of you, right? How the fuck could you ever determine which one is you? Like, would there be? Like, it seems like identity
You are you, they are they. There's no, you don't need to determine who is who. I think there's a assumption that there's some sort of fact of the matter of who you are. Some sort of external fact of the matter, I'll put it that way. Some sort of external verification or validity process for determining. There's nothing outside.
has to do with some identity of the self, like physically, and then some identification with like prior memories, right? That seems to be the case, right? Like, oh, like I know I'm me because I remember being me, and I know that I'm me because there's some consistent like timeline of events that I can identify with. Like, how do I know that I'm me? Well, physically, I possess a body, and that's what I identify as physically. And then me as a concept I can identify because I remember things I've done. And
Has this guy? Oh well, I know Destiny dreams. He's been in dreams before. He had dreams before. Everyone dreams. Everyone has dreams, and you are in your dreams. Yet there's no physical body to be heard of. Well, sometimes I guess there's a body, but there's no consistent history there. Obviously, it doesn't accord to the standard history that you have currently, and it doesn't. That body doesn't accord to your current body that you have now. But you're still there. It's still you. So this seems like a very easy way to show that you don't need your body or history. You don't need knowledge of your history. You don't need whatever you consider your body currently, because that stuff goes away in your dreams, yet you still consider yourself to be you, generally.
I think even so, like, I think that a lot of the identities that we have are really just like strings of memory. So for instance, if I say like, oh, well, who am I? Well, like I play StarCraft. I'm not playing it right now. I did at one point in the past. It's like, oh, sure. I mean, like I talk to my friends. Well, I'm not right now, but I did in the past, right? Like, I think it feels like identity is like this kind of like stream of memories that you have, right? So if one person walks into a lab, gets cloned, and then two people come out, and neither of them know their position prior, right? So you can't tell, like, oh, well, I saw him appear over there, so of course he's the clone, right?
Sure.
It feels like you'd have no way of knowing which one is which, right? Okay. So this is like one. I think this is relatively non-controversial up to this point, although I'm sure some people find controversy this, right? Okay. Okay. But now my next question. So here's my next question, okay? If you go to sleep, and then you wake up in the morning, my question is that, like, is stopping that stream of memory, is halting your conscious experience, is that like essentially dying?
Oh, okay. So wait. Well, he understands this apparently. So we just talked about that a second ago. How your memories don't persist through your dreams, yet you are still there and your body doesn't persist. You're there though. So he recognizes that apparently. But then he's saying that now you die every time you go to sleep. You certainly don't die. Why would he think this? Why would he think that he dies when he goes to sleep? I mean, I guess you can die if you go to sleep. You could determine who you are, but that doesn't seem like how he seems to be thinking of it. He's contradicting his own identification process of himself. You identify yourself. You are you. You can be whoever you want to be or whatever you want to be and identify with whatever you like to identify with. But it's not necessary to identify with your body or your mind or your memories, as we could show, because generally we don't when we dream. But I guess we can go to this weird hypothetical. If you are your body, if you are your mind, if you are your thoughts and your memories, then it would be fine to say that you die when you sleep, I think, or when you go through, deep sleep. No, even when you're dreaming. And also it'd be fair to say that you die whenever you are distracted with some activity. You're like in an activity and you're not referencing the past. You're not like thinking about your history. There's no connection to it. Then you'd be dead. I mean, it's a fine way to put it. It's just a little weird.
When you wake up, right? Have you essentially been dead for some? Have you essentially been dead for some point of time, right? And then the next question is, because if you stop that stream of thought and then you wake up, my question would be like, what's the difference between you waking up versus you waking up as a clone, right? So let's say for instance, let's say that you go to sleep, and while you're sleeping, let's say that 2 clones are made of you, and 3 people awaken the next day.
Why do we need 2?
For the 3 people that awaken, like you and your 2 clones, none of you really knows, which one was the original, because you have no way of knowing. Physically, you're identical, and you contain the same like string of memories. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's a weird thing.
Well, what's so weird about that? Or he might get into it, but there's nothing. You don't need to be the original to be yourself, right? You are not the original. There's no original. You don't need to be connected in some sort of fact of the matter. Again, there's this sort of external reality, some sort of like somebody's going to pull up some science and logic you out of your own identity. That's silly. Don't fall into that. You are you. You are whoever you want to be. If you think that you are you, if you, let's say, think that you are your body and your mind and the current history that you think is attached to this body and the mind or whatever, then that's you. It doesn't matter what anybody else says or what the science says or what the cloning laboratory says. You happen to be whoever you want to be.
Because like then the second kind of question, then let's say that like one person goes to sleep. Let's say that you clone this person.
Okay.
Then let's say that you kill the original
Why are we
person.
cloning so
and
much?
the clone wakes up.
Okay.
Is this like just outside the boundary of like? Since I don't really have like a strong meta-ethical position,
Well, the clone is the person. The clone will think that the clone is the person, so the clone is the person. It's the same person. Though the person who's killing somebody is killing somebody. Don't kill people. That's unethical. Maybe don't put people through emotional distress by cloning them and putting them into some weird identity crisis situations if they aren't ready to go through these things. Such strange hypotheticals here, but not necessary.
Just not get to answer questions like this because I feel like it just seems like a really weird. Okay, hold on.
What's
Let me
the
use better
relevance
words
or
than
importance?
weird. You can do this literally moment of conscious to moment of consciousness. Yeah, well, that was going to be my next thing. Is almost like derivation or whatever. Where I wonder if you could go to arbitrarily like finite moments of time and say that you exist as a different person from event to event to event.
You do.
It seems like there might be substantially different though.
You could.
In terms of like actually halting your conscious experience and then starting it up again the next morning. Because this kind of ties into my idea before is like, is it actually immoral to kill somebody in their sleep?
Yes.
Because if you go to sleep and you wake up and it's essentially indistinguishable from some temporary death and resurrection.
No, it's
you kill
not.
somebody while they're sleeping and they're not having a conscious experience. Is
Yes,
it
they
actually
are.
like wrong at all?
People have conscious experiences when they're sleeping. Why do we miss this so often? Obviously, dreams, we all know this, but if you clap or make a noise or shake somebody or, turn on a light. I don't know. Whatever you want to do. If you put some strong smells in the room, I don't know. If you tickle the senses in any sense while the person is in deep sleep, they're going to wake up, which means that they're aware. They're aware. They're conscious. Having conscious experience. Everyone's there.
I don't-
Also, you can tell time generally. Generally, if you're attuned to it, I guess if you're sleeping well, you can generally tell how long you've been sleeping. You can tell if your sleep has been interrupted. You can notice when time has passed. It's a very, very different feeling when you go to sleep and you wake up immediately, or if you go to sleep and you sleep for the whole however many hours you like to sleep. You can tell time generally ish without needing a sort of external reference, right? You have a personal chronometer that works. You're conscious.
No. Dude, there are so many crazy, horrible things about the Trump administration.
Oh, that was it. Wow. Was that it? Larry King. Oh. There's more. Let's jump.
I wonder what would happen if a neurotypical person or like a non-depressed person took antidepressants. Would they get like extra happy?
I think suicidal, right?
I don't even know
have no idea.
I don't even know if that would, if we necessarily would even think that that would make somebody happy. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Because like if someone took like a serotonin reuptake inhibitor, right, and they already had a lot of serotonin.
Yeah, but
Then
the
it would
problem is
just-
it's not like a one-to-one, like you just need more serotonin and it makes you happy. Like serotonin is responsible for so many things in the body beyond just like your mood. And it, like the way that it is right now, I think like the exactness is like, we think that there are some people that possibly have an experience with depression that might be tied to an imbalance of neurotransmitters in the brain, which might be helped by taking a certain medication that increases the amount of serotonin available, like that neurotransmitter.
Maybe.
But there's like so many different like contingent parts of that. There are so many like other things that serotonin impacts in the body that like, I don't think that it's as simple as like, oh, if you take serotonin, it'll just boost your mood. Like, I don't know for like a normal person. If like, it could be that having too much serotonin is bad for you, or it could be that too much serotonin will cause other negative bodily functions or something as well. Like there's like so many other that like I don't know what would happen. I'm just saying like it probably there's
Yeah, I wonder
more
if there
to it,
are
I would
Any
imagine.
studies or anything about that?
Yeah, I'm curious what would happen.
I mean, I'm
I'm
sure you
assuming
can
that there
Google it.
is-
Like,
Yeah.
what happens? Healthy person takes SSRI. Oh, actually, you're not going to find much information on this because they would never study this, probably. I don't think you
Unethical,
could make an
yeah.
actual study of this. But let's see. So this is all going to have to do with like biochemical interactions that are we like guess at best.
Interesting.
Oh, it's an Australian school. It doesn't count.
Yeah. It's criminal how little research is done on this shit compared to like what should have happened over the past like 50 years. It's insane the amount of restrictions around all these chemicals and shit. Huh. Ethics are everything for a reason. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know.
Ethics.
I had a friend whose mom took clinical trials for antidepressants when she was pregnant with my friend. That's a big no-no, but now my friend's brain acts as if she is on antidepressants all the time and it results in her seemingly really joyful all the time, regardless of how she feels. I don't think it's
What?
that simple though.
What?
Like, for a normal person, like, so people in chat were bringing up serotonin syndrome. Like, if you overdose on shit like that, I'm pretty sure you can literally like have like fucking seizures and like go into shock and just die.
Don't
if you
do that.
overload on that, because serotonin is really important in the day-to-day functions, I think, of your entire like central nervous system. I'm pretty sure. Like I don't think it's as simple as just like if you take it, it'll make you happier, and the more you take, the more happier you get. But the problem is that everything related to neuro anything is like so poorly understood at the moment, because it's like the softest of all the biological sciences, because there's like a trillion different variables involved, and who the fuck knows what anything is doing at any particular point in time. Like, it's really, really, really complicated. Do you think you'll be?
It's only a soft science when you try to compare it back to other sciences and see how much they are concrete into some sort of physical facts of the matter, some sort of what do you call it? physics essentially grounding everything down to chemistry and then to physics. Don't do that. Don't translate. Much easier. Not necessarily soft. Okay. Well, destiny, everybody, destiny. Okay. I am ready for a little bit of we are a T-stream. Wait, do you want tea immediately? Wait a second. Okay, no. It is a T-stream, but we're not going right into it. This, we want Anna Brown, okay? We haven't seen Anna Brown in so long. Anna Brown. Anna. Hey.
Hello, sweet friend.
Hey. Why is she always so quiet? Okay, we're getting Anna Brown, but we're boosting her up a little bit. Hey.
Hello, sweet friend.
Hello.
What is it that you're looking for? What is it you think you'll find outside of yourself?
There's no external.
Aren't you looking for that which is looking at you in the reflection in the mirror? Intuitively, you know that. Intuitively, you know this. You see, but humanity has had such a battle with this, with the body. For a long time, whether you were raised religious or not, the belief in sin, unworthiness, insecurity, feeling less than, and separate is a hand-me-down.
Hand-me-down.
And it's deeply something that's within the human consciousness, which is an illusion. Self-consciousness is an illusion. Separation is an illusion. And so you're not separate from the body. You're not separate from the personality. You're not separate from anything. And knowing that is one thing, but that's just a concept.
Concept. True. You are not separate from the body. You are not separate from the mind. You're not separate from the world. You're not separate from anything. You.
Concepts don't mean anything. Nothing means anything.
Nothing means anything. Concepts don't mean anything. You are everything. You are all of it.
Truly. But the point in here is that renunciation or denial of this, denial of form, is a denial of totality. It is a denial of that which we want to call God, the universe, absolute perfection. That is you now. That is this now. That is whatever the hell is arising right now. Woo-hoo-hoo. That is what you're looking for. It's you. It's this. You see, but this is an unknowable perfection. You. And that's why you can't find it externally.
Unknowable. The way that you know everything that you know through some sort of external process, some sort of interaction with other things, looking outside of yourself, whatever you think that is, and trying to figure it out with the intellectual mind. That's not going to work here. It's not going to work at all. Unknowable.
You see, that's why you can't heal that open cut. It's like you seem to scab it over, right? And then it opens up again. You seem to scab it over, and then there's a new one somewhere else. It's just it keeps popping up. You see? Because life is not about getting rid of something or trying to fix something you think is broken. Life is a very natural and organic process. which means the body will seem to appear in certain ways. The mind may seem to appear in certain ways. But it's not a big deal. It's not a problem. Meaning no emotion is the issue. No thought form is the issue. It's only an issue when we believe we're the doer, when we believe we are the sole creator of what is appearing. But what we're pointing to here is this is a mystery. It's a mystery of what is looking through your eyes, what is pumping your heart and breathing this breath. It is an unknowable mystery. That's why it's called a mystery. But this is perfection, and it's perfect because it's unknowable by the finite mind. The finite mind, the seeker, the sense of doer, cannot know this. But you know this intuitively. That's what resonance is. That's what lights up when you hear this message or any other message that really just jives, that really just, you know.
We gotta get more attuned to, she's calling it a resonance here. Some people call it intuition. We don't need to use such fancy language because that kind of muddies the waters a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Maybe we can get more clarity. Who knows? We have emotions and we have emotional understanding, which is different from our intellectual understanding. We have art and aesthetic understanding, which is different from our intellectual understanding. And then we have this, whatever this is. Good morning. Hey, what's up? Different types of understandings. Now, this doesn't mean that it's all a mystery, of course. This is the language she likes to use. This doesn't mean that it's all some sort of resonant, intuitive, some sort of inaccessible thing. Not necessarily. It's just a different process. And we can recognize that difference.
Yeah. Because this thing, which is not a thing we want to call God or the Absolute, it's here right now. It's everything right now. There is only wholeness that seems to appear as an illusion of separation. That's why it cannot be ended, because it's an illusion.
Wholeness.
It's just an effect. You see, but I've always said, life always wants to be you, and it only wants to be you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be appearing. This would not be appearing. Oh, but the mind will come in, oh, but I did this. There's this guilt. There's this shame. I did this yesterday. This happened 5 years ago. No, it didn't. It just seems like it did. There is no time. Time is an illusion. It seems very real, though. When we believe we are concrete, when we just end at the skin, we die with the skin.
Oh no.
You see, everything here is totally a paradox. We're speaking about form is formlessness simultaneously, that this body is vibrating ether, but also appears as solidity simultaneously. That's not logical. That's not logical.
It's not logical.
Practical.
It's not practical. Huh. We have to get beyond the boundaries of what we think of ourselves as. We see ourselves in one domain, in one resolution of viewing the world. We see ourselves and we define it, and we make these clear barriers. But we don't always see the world in the same exact resolution. Sometimes it gets higher resolution, sometimes it gets lower resolution, and all those boundaries don't mean anything anymore because everything has changed, different resolution. And we see at different resolutions, they contradict what we thought we were at this one other resolution. And we try to have this stickiness of wanting to go back, and I want to just solidify myself at the barrier of my skin. Don't do that. If you look closer, you can see that it's all vibratory and your skin particles are moving and all this stuff is changing. Nothing is static. Not even your perspective, not even the resolution that you're looking at is static. So don't be stuck at any one point. Otherwise, you get into lots of, as she calls them, paradoxes, and these can be paradoxes which may actually be mental afflictions. They may be troublesome. They may feel bad. Don't get stuck.
It's intuitive. And my loves, it is just a belief system that you need to renunciate or deny or do something with this. There's nothing wrong with this. This is life. This is absolute perfection, appearing as a you and a me for no reason at all.
No reason at all.
Innocence playing, you could say. Excuse me.
A little drink of water. Okay. Good idea. Gotta stir up my tea.
Heaven is where mortality and eternity meet. It's this. You're just never going to know this conceptually. The mind may try to come in and get this, box it, put it in a filing cabinet. Yeah. So what? It can try. It can't. You cannot be bound. This cannot be understood. This is not intellectual. This is infinite intelligence, not finite intelligence. And infinite intelligence will speak through the body vehicle as resonance. As a hell yeah. You see, awakening is not about controlling life or having a certain state or a feeling or a quality. It's the end of the one trying to control all of that. So life still appears, however it wants to appear as, but there's no one there who feels like a victim to it anymore. There's just natural responses, natural movements. It's pure spontaneity. That's the effortlessness. Because there's no one inside who's going through their, their spiritual backpack of, is this right? Is this wrong? Did I do good enough? Should I have done something else? That inner dialogue drops. And so if that doubtful, neurotic inner dialogue drops, what are you left with? Just this, but without added commentary. I like to see what we call beliefs. They're really just beliefs. It's like a parrot. The mind is just a parrot of beliefs. It's just regurgitating and spitting things out. It's like those commentators on ESPN who are sitting in the booth and they're like, this is what's going on in the field today. They're not actually playing the game. They're in their little window box with their microphones and they're talking.
No offense to the commentators. Huh?
That's really just the voice of what we call person or me.
True. You don't want to get stuck in thinking and believing that you are the commentary, the additional spice on top of all of the things that are actually happening in your life. You're the things that are actually happening in your life. Get more in tune with that.
It has no power. Sit in its little illusory box with its microphone just commentating on everything. It's not actually playing. It's not actually doing anything. It's doing nothing. And it has no power. No power. It's just chatter, chatter, chatter. Yeah. And so when the one who's interested in that commentary dissolves, the commentary does not show up as intensely. And if it does show up, it's just not a big deal because no one cares.
Who cares?
Oh my gosh. You are this mystery. You are this beauty. You are this simpleness. You are this innocence. You are this radicalness. You are this rebellion. Now.
Wow. Anybody feel that? Anybody feel like they are this radicalness of now? And uh-oh. Beautiful. You are this, you are now, you are here. Nothing more need be done. What a nice, wholesome message. All right, it's time. We're tea. We're doing tea. It's a tea stream. We got to do tea. It's very important. Tea is the most important. Tea. Tea is why we're here, okay? We're here for tea. Let's learn about tea. Kettles in particular.
Hello, tea friends.
Hey!
We wanted to make a video all about kettles. Kettles
Awesome.
are perhaps the most important piece of teaware, or the second most important. They're kind of the second thing you need to make tea after a bowl. If you're starting out, really all you need to make tea is a bowl and a kettle. But then,
Infinite, beautiful, lovely simplicity. All you need is a bowl and a kettle. Simple enough.
like all things tea, it gets deep, and you can start getting more
Of course.
kettles to do more types of jobs. Just like with anything that you get interested in, like if you get into cooking, for example, you start out, you just need a pot and a wooden spoon, and then you start realizing there's many different types of spoons. There's spatulas, there's spoons, and then you start wanting knives, and then you see that, wow, there's a whole world of knives. There's different shapes of knives and for cutting different things, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and it expands. And the more you get into cooking, the more you realize that those tools become useful for you, and they allow you to either have some convenience in your cooking, or they do jobs that other tools can't do. And the same is true of any piece of teaware. It's best to start out simple and choose something that can work and do as many jobs as possible, and keep your brewing really, really simple and fun. And then as time goes on, if you get interested and you start brewing using other methods or other approaches, then you could expand your collection and get other types of teaware that can perform other duties or do them better. So they either do it better, they offer some convenience, or they do a job that another piece of ware can't do at all. And of course, what kettle you need depends on your brewing method. There are many brewing methods out there. Maybe you have a tea teacher and they've taught you a method of tea brewing, and so the type of kettle that you need for that type of brewing will be specific, and you should follow the instructions then of your teacher and what they have to say about kettles and about the shape, the size, all of that stuff. So they're really
So important. If you're in a lineage, follow the lineage. Don't deviate. Don't be creative. You don't need to be creative. All right? Follow what they're telling you. Well, listen to your teacher. That's all you need.
really are a lot of options, and we just wanted to make a video and go over the options and dive in a little bit into the different types of kettle, what they offer, the different shapes, the different designs, the different materials, and all things kettle. So let's get started. Our kettles, we have made an effort, because one of the things that we want to do with the products that we create to raise money for our center, Light Meets Life, is to create things that are simple and affordable, and that you don't need very much teaware to get started. So in our introductory courses, the brewing method that we often teach is just leaves in a bowl. You just put some leaves into a bowl and add water, and it's really that simple. Of course, we have
Beautiful
a
method.
ceremonial approach to that brewing method, where we follow a specific method called a tamai, which is a way of bringing the bowls out, washing them, et cetera, that's there to promote mindfulness and connection to the present moment, and to facilitate a ceremonial space of respect. So there's a lot of that in that. But you don't need to follow that ceremonial procedure to brew leaves in a bowl tea. You can just put leaves in a bowl and add water. It's really that simple. So when we designed kettles, we wanted to make a kettle that could brew.
Thoughts on posture? Posture? What the heck is this? Okay. Okay. A slight deviation apparently. Here, let's learn about posture.
takia. Että vaikka se on vähän niin kuin semmoinen rustiikkinen tuoksultaan ja muuta, niin sitten ajatellaan, että se on tämän jivunteen juomisen kokonaisvaikutus on niin kuin hieno. Että se on, vaikka se on semmoinen arkinen, niin jotenkin se maku on semmoinen aika massiivinen ja semmoinen pehmeä, ja sitten se kestää pitkään ja näin, että jivu on sillä tavalla, niin kuin, sillä on semmoinen vähän niin kuin omanlainen maineensa sen takia, että vaikka ei se ole semmoinen niin kuin, sanotaan semmoinen, että siinä ei niin kuin neonvalot vilku, mutta siinä on semmoinen oma rustiikkinen kauneutensa. Joo, ja niin tässä, mitä mä tästä oikein sanoisin, että tämä on niin mulle hirveän tuttu tuoksu, mä oon näitä jivualueen teelautuja juonut tosi paljon, ja niin tämä on siltä, mikä on melko tunnistettava. Että tässä maljas, niin se on niinku hiukan semmoista paahteista puuta. Sitten siinä on semmoinen niinku, vähän semmoinen niinku suolaheinäinen sävy, semmoinen tietty heinäisyys.
Hey.
Ja myös semmoista maatuvaa lehteä hiukan.
Don't often get like
Se on
sweet hay.
kaikista huolimatta, niin se on kuitenkin tuoreen puinen, että semmoinen tosi niin kuin jäntevä puun sävy, niin se on semmoinen yksi ihan niin kuin päällimmäisiä tässä.
Okay. Hey! He's not so much into this stuff. I am. What? No. It's from a local store. I mean, he's got some nice pu'er. He's got a nice little teapot here. This looks pretty good. Okay, posture. Posture. Oh, arms on the table, and a little bit of a little flappy on the hands, a little limp wrist in here. You know, nothing. That's nothing terrible, but yeah, that's fine. It's okay. Nothing wrong with drinking tea in a comfortable position at all. Nothing at all wrong with that. However, it is also helpful to be in an upright position to facilitate your mindfulness, right? All that stuff. Okay. All right. More learning about kettles here. All right. Upright posture, very important for good mindfulness, alertness. You like the way he pours. Huh? It's also a lot more comfortable to be in an upright position. I guess it takes a little bit of time to get to this nice strength. Are we debunking stuff? Good debunking. Oh. Okay. We'll throw it on the list. Okay. What floats my boat? Okay. We'll jump onto that very short spiritual thing. However, we're starting with kettles. This is a tea stream. Let's all remember.
All of the types of tea that we use in our tradition here at the center, we brew 3 types of bowl tea, and then we brew gongfu tea.
3 bowl tea.
And one of those types of bowl tea is boiled tea. And we have a whole course on our course website all about boiled tea. And in boiled tea, usually we use a cauldron or a side handle, so kettles aren't really useful in that brewing method. So there's really 4 brewing methods: leaves in a bowl, side handle, gongfu, and occasionally whisk tea. But in whisk tea, also, it's a little unique because you can use a kettle, but we can also sometimes use a kama with a hishaku, a ladle. So there's other ways of whisking tea. So we can maybe drop that from the conversation and get down to just 3: leaves in a bowl, side handle, and gongfu.
Everything from Wuda is expensive. Well, no, you haven't seen real teaware before. Everything from Global Tea is actually very, very affordable. But you have to compare it to like really high quality stuff to understand it really. Yeah, it's really affordable compared to the high quality things that you might get that are equivalent from different places. I'll put it that way. But it is very high quality stuff, so you definitely are going to be paying for some high quality stuff.
And those are the brewing methods I'm going to talk about here.
Worth it.
Now, each one of those can be done in many different ways. You can do them in a more casual way, as I said, just putting some leaves.
Affordable, okay, maybe affordable is not the right word, all right? It is competitive pricing. How about that? Competitive
In
pricing.
a bowl, for example, just put some leaves into a side handle and steep. You can follow a more ceremonial procedure. If you watch our Intro to Cha Dao course, which is also on our tea course page, the link will be below. In that course, we teach leaves in a bowl and side handle ceremonies. if you do want to brew them in a more ceremonial way and follow a method.
We
That
like
method is
ceremonies
just kind
here.
of like an anchor, because if you're following a method, you it helps you to stay mindful and focused and anchored and keeps you in your body and centered in something. But the idea obviously is, of course, to transcend the method also. So to follow it and then know when to break it, know when to break the rules based on the tea and the experience that we're having in this current moment, and then transcending, where you don't need the method at all anymore.
Transcend
It's
the
just a part of
method.
you, and you can just brew tea naturally. So that's the progress in almost anything that you learn, right?
Perfect yourself, brew naturally. So simple.
You follow a form, and then you learn that the form isn't, that there's all kinds of extenuating circumstances that require an adaptation to the form. The form, you can't be stuck in it. You have to adapt it, and you start learning when to adapt it and where to adapt it. And then eventually you transcend it and don't need any form anymore. So whether you brew tea casually or you brew tea along the ceremonial lines, or maybe you have what you would call Kung Fu, or what you would call leaves in a bowl, or what you would call Saihano, but it's a completely different tradition, a different method. That's okay too. When we set out to design our kettles, we wanted a kettle that could do all three of these things. Now, of course, that's easier said than done. And the problem with that is, as they say, jack of all trades, master of none. The kettle that we've created does do each of those things, but you have to lean one way or the other. You have to lean more towards bowl tea or more towards Kung Fu tea. And when you do that, you lose a little bit of function in whichever way that you lean.
Yeah.
And that's a challenge. We actually found that it's been a very challenging and humbling process to create these kettles. This is they come in several colors. This is the black.
Look at that.
The main design for this
That
it
sheen.
was a Tetsubin that we have here at the center.
Look at that glossy, well, it's like a matte sheen that comes off of it. It looks really nice. I really like it.
We thought it'd be cool to also
So simple.
connect those who desire to be connected to the center and to the energy of the center. Is one of our oldest Tetsubins that we use to make tea quite often. And so our tea can be your tea and your tea our tea, and we're all together in this tea journey. The back, there's characters right here. They just say light means life. That's our future center. But it actually, the Chinese is very beautiful. You don't have to even think of this in terms of a brand. You can if you like, but it's Guangzhou Wuliang, which actually means when light and life meet, they're both infinite and without boundaries. So it's through the meeting of light and life that both light and life find infinity.
Wow. Both light and life find infinity. I'm not joking. It is for Zen, right? They have a Zen center or a tea center. It's like a retreat, like a Zen retreat, but for tea. And it's free, like most Zen retreats are. There you go. Funded by T cells. Very, very good cause, I think, personally. I like it. I support.
So it's an old Buddhist saying, so it's a nice thing to have. When we designed it, we did our best, but it's been really humbling. It's really hard. The first thing that was really challenging was material, because when you're on a budget, because we wanted to make it as affordable as possible without going below the line of what we ourselves wouldn't be very happy to use. So we wanted to use material that we would use every day in our own tea, that made good water, and yet as cheap as possible without crossing a line and actually affecting the water in a detrimental way. And that was really hard. We had to try lots and lots and lots of clays. And then once we got a clay that was the most affordable one we could find that was still good enough, because most of the clays, we were like, wow, this one's really good, but then, oh, look at the price. It'll be very expensive, and so on and so on. So then we had to start the engineering process, and that's also been a long and very humbling process. Some design features that haven't changed since the beginning is we put the carb in the back, which is good because that affects the pour actually in a really good way, especially in bowl tea. This kettle leans towards bowl tea. As I said earlier, we have to choose to lean towards bowl tea or lean towards gongfu tea. We wanted a kettle that can do all three, leaves in a bowl, side handle, and gongfu. But we've leaned towards bowl tea. Why? Because we teach or offer courses for people that are mostly starting out with tea. And when you're starting out, we have found a lot better to start with bowl tea. And so leaning in that direction is just leaning towards those who are getting this kettle as their first kettle or who are starting out in bowl tea.
What do you mean by that? How silly they are, how particular they are with these things, like the position of where the vent is for pouring the water, or for, yeah, just they're being too hyper specific. You think too much mindfulness, too much attention to detail going on here? Is it very silly?
You can certainly use it for gongfu tea. Just like you could get one knife and use it to chop all your vegetables and to chop dough and to chop potatoes and to chop everything you need to chop in the kitchen.
One knife.
But eventually, later on, if you really get into cooking, you're going to want like a smaller knife that's used for chopping small things and a bigger knife used for chopping bigger things and different shapes of knives, etc.
Yeah.
This is more of a Swiss Army knife, but it leans towards bowl tea. So that carb being in the back actually does affect the pour in a positive way when brewing bowl tea. We designed this cast bronze handle ourselves because in our tradition, we use the index finger riding down the kettle. The further down the kettle you can go, the more control you have over the kettle. That's even more important in gongfu tea. So we created a
Totally not silly. Okay, totally not silly. All right. When you pour, you got to use your index finger. You got to have it at a particular position. Not silly at all. Just really good attention to detail. That's what we call that.
tip here on the top for the finger that's really comfortable and allows for the hold on it. The thing that has changed a lot is the spout. The spout has been really, really, really hard. The first spout that we made was kind of an exact replica of the Tetsubin that this design is based upon. And
Too much attention to detail kills the spirit of tea drinking. One should be drinking the tea, not thinking the tea. Well, we've got some interesting, very, very interesting criticisms from outside of the tradition. Definitely Benevolent Elephant. I think his criticism is much more understanding within the tradition and having more experience here. But being very particular doesn't kill the tea. I mean, it maybe takes a bit to learn all the things, but you don't initially start with every single detail. You slowly integrate them all. And then, of course, we started with this. He says, we transcend the method. You learn the method, you get very, very good with the method, but then you learn how to get loose with the method, and then you transcend and drop the method completely. Very small details done in particular ways are hyped as if they make a huge difference, but they really don't. Interesting. You don't think so? All the extra silliness makes the tea better. I think they make it much better. Oh, that's interesting. You don't think it makes it better? Huh. Wow. Interesting. I don't know what it is about, doing these things, but I think it makes the tea a billion gazillion times better. Okay.
we designed it so it would have a
And but maybe you mean something more specific because you are slightly more advanced. I think a lot more advanced than I am. So you know a lot more than I know about this stuff. You're not into being so particular with that kind of stuff. But tea, you're meaning the tea experience. The tea experience. You think the tea experience is killed by having a particular method brewing? Maybe Original Mind thinks that. I don't know.
Gongfu pour and a bowl pour. So it could shoot out for bowl tea and it could pour really fine and thin for gongfu tea. But the line between them wasn't smooth, so it meant you had to be really, really careful and really mindful when you used it. most of you probably feel like there have been 3 generations of spouts, but actually this is the 7th
You mean me? Oh,
generation of spouts right here. 7th generation.
the tea experience. I mean, is there anything more or less? Tea means everything. The attention to detail is like setting the mold for, say, concrete. Oh, but one needs to be drinking the tea from no mind. The highest technique is to have no technique. Yes, 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 definitely. You transcend the technique and tea drinks itself. Yes, 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 yes. Very true.
There have been 3 big iterations, and then there have been 4 refinements to the 3rd generation. So this is actually 7th generation. Between the 6th and 7th, for example, we've just filed the top in a way that makes the twist of the water smoother and better and brighter and more beautiful. So a lot of work. We have a dear friend, which I'll
So, but the thing is, you have to have a really strict technique to get to no technique, right? You can't start with no technique. I mean, yes, you could, but don't start with no technique, right? When the concrete sets, the mold can be removed. Exactly, precisely, right? You want to have a professional ballerina do an improv ballerina thing, and they're going to be very good, and it's going to be like so graceful and beautiful, and they have this amazing attention to detail, and they're not even following a particular routine. That's great because they're professional ballerinas, and they've learned all the techniques, and they've learned all the movements, and they've refined every little detail. And I guess you can get a baby to do an improv ballerina technique too, and they'll be equally just as free. Both of them will be equally just as free. However, one of them will be much more. Well, there's something different. There's something different there with the professional ballerina that isn't there with the baby ballerina who doesn't know anything. Though equally joyful, equally loving, I'm sure. So both are great. Unfortunately, once we've been corrupted a little bit to have a technique that we don't have a lot of detail with, and we're being driven by it. So we need to get rid of that by replacing it with a better technique. And then we get rid of that by transcending all of them, I guess. When one reaches this no technique, one just sits. One is just one's self drinking tea. Yes. Well, these guys say it as the tea drinks itself, generally. Certain things make a difference. The mindfulness makes a big difference, yeah. The difference in having a particular rock in your water, which you can buy for some cash monies, and the particular spout, again, for some monies. Special charcoal, special burner, all that stuff. No big deal. Interesting. Oh, wow. I've liked having charcoal in my water. I think it makes a big difference. I like different special waters too. And then having clay that's just me though. Interesting. But yeah, I don't know about the charcoal. I don't know about special charcoal for burning. So you're saying charcoal. I'm saying charcoal for like water filter, activated charcoal in a filter. I think that's really good. Charcoal for the perfect fire to heat up your kettle. I don't know about that. There's no technique. It's not a negation. It is a transcendence. Oh yeah, beautiful.
mention again in a little bit, named Deng Ding So, and he's one of the most important potters, ceramicists here in Taiwan, and a beautiful man and tea lover and a dear friend. And you can read about him in articles in Global Tea Hut.
Awesome.
He's been making teapots for 30, 40 years, and he once told me that the spout is everything, that it took him 20 years almost to make a single spout that he himself approved of. 20 years of teapot making before he made a single spout.
Okay. All right. Not silly. All right. Not silly that a person has to take 20 years to make a single spout that he's proud of or happy with. Okay. Not silly. Just really good attention to details. All right. Really good.
He approved of. It's really hard. And it's been really humbling to make these generations. You know, it's humbling because it's like, man, what about the kettles that have the previous generation? And what do you do? I suppose a lot of companies deal with that when they come up with improvements to their design. But I feel like it's honed in really well now. And though it leans towards bolty because it's big, we'll talk about that in a little bit. It can do all three, and it's a really good first kettle. And then this year, something really cool happened. The process of playing with clays and clay blends never ended when we got the one that was above the line of good, decent for water.
Yeah, he's anti-Gaiwan, right? They have a very particular, well, they don't have a very particular, but they've got a style. They've got a technique. He's got the four brewing methods that he referred to earlier. And notice how none of them involve a Gaiwan, as I use. That's a little strange, though. A little strange. Yeah. Cultivating their own particular method. Does the teaware position on the table matter? Yes. If you're asking me, no. If you're asking other people, maybe not. It matters a lot, though. So it makes no difference if a man with a cup of tea and a man throwing a punch or kick. The way is in the essence. Ooh, very true. It's all kung fu, right? Kung fu tea. That's what we're doing. Elaborate. Then, demanding me to elaborate. So the position of the table matters a lot, sort of, kind of. You can sort of get a feel of however you feel with your tea stuff. So I try to have the Gaiwan sort of central. That way I can pick it up, right? I'm not really breaking any sort of, I'm using my right hand to deal with these things over here on the right, and I can use my left hand to deal with these things over here. And that's very nice. And there's something about having, for example, if this is over here, there's something about like breaking the symmetry. And this is kind of only halfway doing it, so it's not really that bad, but you get the picture. If something's on the opposite side of the room and I gotta reach all the way over, it kind of feels really weird, and it kind of breaks the seated position, the seated position. I have to kind of shift a little bit too much. It's too much there. Anyway. I have the most beautiful Gaiwan you've ever seen. Wow, but it sits behind glass, never used. Whoa, wow. They have beautiful Gaiwans, but they don't use them. Interesting. That's weird. Yes, you've noticed that, the posture change. Yeah, there's a big posture change when you have to break your symmetry. So you just gonna have things sort of like this, kind of ish. One way to do it. Yeah. Was that enough? I think I explained it well. Enough-ish. Maybe. So that's why the position of things sort of kind of matter. You also don't want things too far away. If you have to reach really far out to grab it, if it's too close, you're kind of cramped. You don't have enough room for your arm to move. If you're moving things, you want to make sure, like, you got to have wrist movement. Sure, yes. You got to have elbow movement. Yes. But shoulder movement is kind of super important. It's also important for like writing. If you're writing things down, you probably don't want to write with your wrist too much because you're going to hurt your wrist. You can't really strengthen that enough to get beyond. You're going to have to learn how to write with your shoulder. And then when you start to learn how to write your shoulder, you get a little bit more fine with, this actual movement. Then you can start writing with your elbow, and then you can write with your wrist, and you can get like really nice detail, really nice movements with your pen. Same thing here. If you learn how to if you have like a far enough position so that you can actually get your shoulder movement going, then you get your elbow movement going, and then you get your wrist movement, you have a lot more fine details. So it's very important. Just like in FPS shooting, wrist versus arm. I didn't know it's a thing, but yeah, see, it's a thing. But yeah, this is why position sort of matters. But again, you don't want to you don't have to get too hyper, you don't get stuck up on it, but it is important.
Not having any detrimental effect, but being in the price range that we needed the clay to be to make the best kettle that we could at the most affordable price.
So you could smoke your blunt with a mouth of swag, and the essence is there more than someone caught up in the details about tea. Well, very interesting. Very interesting.
So that process of blending and discovering and exploring clay types never really ended. And this year we discovered a clay blend that I've called Cloudstone
What is that?
that is based on the work of Deng Ding So. If you read his article, you'll know that he has for a long time been grinding minerals and metals and mixing them with the clay of his teapots. And also the work of several other Taiwanese tea companies that are creating kind of volcanic ore clays that have a real nice softening effect on the water. And early on, those were where we went right away when we were designing the first generation of our kettle, but all of those types of clays were too expensive and went way beyond budget. But recently we figured out a way
Swag,
to,
stylish.
for not much
Yeah.
more money,
Sort of.
create a blend that we're calling Cloudstone that is
Cloud
right
stone.
here. And
Look at
you
that.
can, if you want to see better pictures, go onto the website and look at it. It's the exact same shape as the Generation 7 of the regular kettles, but it has, it's completely different clay.
Different
So
clay.
it has as its base a clay from right here in Miaoli, a Japanese clay, and then it has a bunch of igneous minerals and rocks, volcanic ore, and it also has iron that are these little iron bits called koli, which just means like a stone, natural iron sand, and that's all through it. That all together creates a really nice smoothness, sweetness, thickness to the water, and improves the water quite a bit over the original kettle, and also isn't that much more expensive. So we were able to eventually dial that in, and after firing shards and creating just lots and lots of samples and trying lots and lots of samples, eventually we would like to switch all of our teaware to this Cloudstone. So our goal is eventually to maybe create side handle pots and cauldrons as well, and braziers also. Our brazier is also quite humbling way about to enter its third generation. We've been playing with airflow, and not just airflow, but airflow at different altitudes, because some of you live very high up in Colorado or wherever, and this is a totally different experience using a brazier there than it is down by the coast. So we've been, as people have used these, we've been listening to the experience of people. We're also using them ourselves. There's just some aspects of the teaware that you can't figure out until you use it for a while. There's no way to pre-engineer it.
Definitely.
You got to come up against some things that you can improve. So we are improving the brazier as well. It's going to have higher ridges on the top for cauldrons and more holes. It's got now 4 holes instead of just one big one. So it's gonna be better, but it'll be the same size basically and price. And eventually, hopefully, we can move all that stuff to this Cloudstone. The Cloudstone actually comes in 2 colors. They're not. It's the exact same clay. It's just fired at a slightly different temperature. And as far as I can tell, with my limited sense, is there's no difference at all between the waters. They both are the same. It's just a different aesthetic. If you like it a little lighter, a little darker. But these Cloudstones are pretty good. And these kettles are all kind of really great kettles for hosting events, for sharing tea with people out, for getting started. They can brew gongfu, they can brew bowl tea.
You thought Zen and blunts were mutually exclusive? Who told you that? Who told you that nonsense? Yeah. Well, it's breaking the fifth precept, of course. But you transcend the precepts, remember? Transcend all the rules. Transcend.
Yeah, though they lean more towards bowl tea.
But you have to follow them first. Don't just immediately transcend. You've been following too many rules. Okay.
So they're really great kettles, and we're proud.
Oh, you thought they weren't mutually exclusive? Oh. Well, they aren't. All right. How can I look like a total boss drinking tea? I really don't think that this is the style that these guys are putting out here, trying to look like a boss drinking tea, but possibly.
of them, and really proud of all the advancements that we've made. Though those advancements are also very humbling, because as you find the improvements, you also have to acknowledge the faults and take responsibility for that. That you can do better and better and better, and I hope we can continue to improve them. I think at this stage, any improvements in the spout or anything are going to be very, very small. As I said, most of you probably haven't even noticed the difference between generation 3 and 7, because it's all just been ever so slight little things.
Why go through
Then
it?
very soon, in the next couple months, we are going to be releasing this beautiful guy for Gongfu tea.
Oh, look at that. Look at that
It is
handle.
made of the same clay as our first generation, but with a slightly different design on the outside. And this
Most
clay,
haven't
this kettle,
noticed
actually,
anything.
the whole design was created and engineered by Deng Ding So, who I just mentioned. So he designed it, he engineered it, he created the original model, and then these are molded after that. And they have a lot of cool features too, because he is a tea lover. He drinks a lot of tea, and he's not just making teaware to sell or doing it as a side project amongst other pottery projects that he has going on. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that when somebody's a tea lover and they drink a lot of tea every day, of course, they're going to understand all the functional elements, and they're going to include those. Just like, I feel like the best camera companies are run by photographers, probably the best skateboard companies are made by skateboarders, and the best knife companies are people who love to do cooking, etc.
True.
So he's a real true blue tea lover, and notices all kinds of things, and has created a beautiful design. He is one of the best spout masters of any teapot maker I've ever met.
Best spout
he
masters.
Has put so much of his life and focus. I told you he's so critical. He said it took him 20 years to make a spout that he approved of. Now he's 30, 40 years in, and his spouts are so amazing. So
Where are the other Olympian tea drinkers out there? We've got the crowd at Global Tea Hut. Obviously not all of them, but we'll say the leadership team maybe. These guys are all hyper focused on their tea, and they do really good. Are there any other Western facing sort of crazy Olympian level tea drinkers who have such crazy attention to details? Where do we find those guys? Or where do we find them? Western
this
folks.
kettle has the best spout of any kettle I have ever used. Full stop.
Full
It is not the best kettle I've ever used, but it has the best spout of any kettle I have ever used. The pour on this kettle is so silky smooth and so perfect for Gongfu tea. First of all, for Gongfu tea, we want a smaller kettle. It allows us to control the pour a lot more, because we want to be more precise, much more precise. My teacher always said, place the water in the pot, don't pour it.
Don't pour,
So in
place.
Gongfu,
True.
we want that precision that's difficult to achieve with these really big kettles. This just has a really beautiful pour. He's handled that, as we talked about the carb and when it's facing up like it is on some kettles, it can potentially burn your hand. So we put it in the back on ours, which is also good for the pour in bowl tea. He has created a little lip so that the steam goes out sideways from here, so it won't burn you, which is nice. And he has this cloud-shaped handle, which is a little bit thinner, but it does have this spot right here that's good for your index finger if you do like using your index finger to pour. But you'll be really happy with the pour on these. And Deng Ding So has donated the form and to help support the center. Of course, we had to pay for the kettles, but the design he contributed. So these are really great kettles. They have a
Wow.
really, really, really magnificent pour. And so if you're getting more into Gongfu tea and you're looking for something specifically designed for Gongfu tea that can do that job a lot better, leans that way. Of course, this one also potentially could make bowl tea too. Is it a little small? But if you had small groups, it would work. But it leans towards Gongfu tea, just as those could make Gongfu tea, but they lean more towards bowl tea. So we're really excited. These will be out in the next couple months after Chinese New Year of 2021. And this would be really wonderful to have. If you had, like 2 of these and a brazier and 1 of these, you'd be really set for any group of any size and for any of the 3 brewing methods. Because you could because these 2, they could flap. One could be on the stove, one's on the burner, and you're just flapping them. Then you can make bowl tea all day long. But even with Gongfu tea, what you can do is have one of these, or even both of them going on the stove, and you refill into here. Just make sure you dump out all the water. It's not great to add hot water to add 2 waters of different temperatures. You can do that and experiment. Don't take my word for it. What do I know? Do your own experiment. Put some hot water into some cold water, or some cold water into some hot water. Try some different experiments. You'll find it might make your water rough in a way you don't like.
Interesting. I had no idea. I'll pay more attention to that. Adding cold water to hot water makes your water rough. Possibly. Maybe. What does he know? Don't listen to this guy. This guy's crazy. That might make your water a little rough in a way that you don't like. I guess these days I don't often refill my kettle. Not that I have a special kettle at all to the level of detail that we're talking about right here, but that's very interesting. I have to pay more attention to that if I ever refill my kettle. Generally, when I have big parties, I do refill my kettle a couple times. Okay. Keep that in mind.
So it certainly does that for us. So just make sure you empty it out, but you can empty it out and then you could refill it from these bigger kettles. So with that, you could really brew all 3 types of tea. Of course, an even better setup, if you want an ultimate kind of setup, would be 2 of these kettles and 2 of these. And then, these could flop just as those can flop. And you could
2 and 2.
Move these over just to bowl tea. So I would start out maybe with just 1 of these, and then I would get a second of these, and now you're really good for any size of group, for any type of bowl tea, and then 1 of these, and then you can now make Gongfu tea, and then 2 of these, and now you got 2 of these for Gongfu tea, and 2 of these for bowl tea, and you're totally set up across the board with a brazier or 2, and you're just ready to go. Beyond that, of course, you can get better kettles that are uniquely made, or even antiques, or different materials also provide different functions.
What are the double-blind experiments you did? Like, what things did you determine were not very helpful for you personally? I wonder. What were the double-blind experiments for?
This is a more traditional style for Gongfu tea, which is the side handle, the diao, on a charcoal stove. This is also a really wonderful way to brew Gongfu tea. This is how I brew Gongfu tea every day. And this stove is antique from Japan.
Wow. Every day?
This,
Wow.
side handle pot is made by our dear friend Petter, and wood-fired, and it fits this really nice. And so for maybe a larger group of Gongfu tea, when I'm making tea by myself, I just maybe smaller side handle. This is a really nice. The benefit of smaller size in Gongfu tea is actually traditionally they were very, very small. Traditionally, it was desirable to boil each steeping 1 by 1.
Huh.
Each steeping.
Wow.
So that the water's always fresh. Of course, that requires gongfu. Gongfu means skill, right? So that requires a lot of skill for the perfect timing. You steep the tea, and then you got the kettle, and you're refilling it. You're putting it back on the charcoal. You're fanning the coals. It requires more attention and work for the brewer, and but then the water's fresh every time.
expensive clays versus not as so expensive new clays. Clay kettle versus electric kettle. Basic stuff. Not making much of a difference. Interesting. Yeah, I've never had an antique clay before, I've never had any fancy clays. I guess this might be considered a fancy clay, but I don't think this is a very fancy clay. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Definitely any clay makes a big difference, I think. At least this clay makes a big difference. But clay kettle versus electric kettle, that's an interesting one. I'm surprised that doesn't make a big difference. Interesting. But of course you don't drink tea blind, of course. Clay is better. Visually nicer. Yeah, visually looks better too. Sure. That is important, right? We don't want to remove everything. Well, we do, I guess, at some points want to take things away from their context, but we don't want to think that removing it from the context makes it the best thing, right? Like you're not going to be blindfolded, and then like someone's going to force feed you any tea, and then try to determine if it's better tea or worse tea. No. Not a laboratory setting. You don't want to blend the frog up to look at the DNA and completely forget the structure of it. The kettle thing, that's very interesting to me. Clay versus electric, not a difference. Maybe just a minor difference, though. Yeah. Doesn't make it taste better. Something like a fraction of a percent, which you don't care about. I see. Got to keep these things in mind.
At home, I usually use a pot that is like 2 or 3 pots worth. So a little bit more lazy. So it's still keeping it pretty fresh and yet offering a little bit more convenience. Where you want to bring in and bring that, to what degree you want to bring in convenience versus like the best quality. Everybody has to find that line on their own. And I wouldn't create that line in a hard way. Let that line also be situational. That's just like food, right? The same thing. To make really high quality food requires a lot of prep time, and you got to prepare this and create this and make the sauce from scratch and maybe make it the day before. And then you maybe need to cook some things, you need to make a chili oil 3 days before and let it sit and so on to make the really best dish. But other times you want some more convenient food. Other times you want something in the middle. You want something that's has a little bit of convenience, but a little bit more quality too. There's always a line of that, right? So it's kind of like using charcoal. Charcoal will make a lot better water, but it has its own inconveniences. So some days you got to just use an electric stove, and that's part of modern life, and that brings in more convenience. And which event and which situation and who you're serving tea to and where and when will determine the line of like, do you need convenience? If you only have a certain amount of time, charcoal might not be ideal for that tea event, right? If you need to heat up water quick or something, you need things to go quickly. You need people aren't going to be sitting for a long time for tea. They're just drinking a few cups and going. So it really just all depends on the situation. So I wouldn't get stuck in any kind of line. I'd let the line shift, but be conscious of it. Be conscious of what is no compromise, absolute best from scratch. Then you'll know what you're losing when you add in conveniences. And you can then move that line to suit your needs. But ideally, we can talk about the ideal. Ideally, it really is beneficial to boil the water every steeping by steeping. This one we designed is for larger pots, larger groups. When Gongfu tea gets up near 5, 6, sometimes more people, we try to keep Gongfu tea below
6 people. Jesus.
But occasionally it happens that there's bigger groups.
It's a lot of people.
You need a bigger pot, and this is a slightly bigger kettle, and then it also allows you for like 2 or 3 steepings.
Personally, I'd rather put very, very limited funds in the leaf and not overpay for leaf either, okay? Pretty much every kind of tea except for aged Sheng, I've managed to find good quality for inexpensive. Even aged Sheng, though, managed to find some for relatively less sometimes, luckily. Interesting. I don't think I've had any very good aged. Have I? I've not had like a large amount of any very good aged pu'er. Yeah. Though I've had very, very small amounts that were pretty expensive. Relatively expensive. Okay, so it's also like important to say when we say expensive here in terms of tea, it's not super expensive, right? Like if I'm paying 15, like say like for super super high, most expensive like aged pu'er, okay, maybe not super super, but not the most. Let's say I pay $15. Let's say I pay $20 for 10 grams of tea. That's pretty. That's some really expensive tea, but you're gonna get really good tea, and but definitely not something you want to pay for often. I don't know. Just because the name of your God is Allah doesn't mean you won't be there if I need you, baby boy. What? I'm glad you're here for me. Thank you very much. New Mafia Order, always here, always got my back, even though his God's name is Allah. Wow, how nice. How nice.
You can always put less water and adjust. So that's a whole direction you can go.
Whole thing.
Let's get yourself a brazier and a diao and practice tea that way. Then you can get into other types of ceramics. Like this is a kettle made by our wonderful friend Petter. And what this brings, I think, is, as I mentioned, that one of the hardest parts of creating our kettle was
You were born black just like me, caught up in the cycle. I don't know what that means. Were you born black? I was conceived black. As you sit there, you're in multiple earth energy. Wow. We can have a discussion about things. We can be convinced of logical arguments. You're sitting there in openness. One of the coolest finds you've managed to pick out is a good 70s loose shang for about 50 cents per gram. Holy cow. Probably your most expensive tea, but way under what you'd find elsewhere. Yeah, that sounds really good. Like 50 cents per gram is pretty expensive tea, right? I was saying $2 per gram. That's really, really expensive tea. $1 per gram is like, whoa. 50 cents per gram, that's acceptable, but it's still very expensive. But to get like 70s loose, that's some high quality stuff. Well, if it's aged well, of course. If it's aged well. Interesting. Good find.
that we had a really strict budget. It wasn't really a number. It was more just that we wanted it to be as cheap as possible. And so we had to sort through lots and lots of clays. And it happened so many times that we found a clay that was really good. It had a really nice effect on water, but we couldn't use it because it was too expensive. That's why we're so excited to find the Cloudstone, which was a compromise because it's a blend, because we're making it. So it's a blend of clay and a lot of volcanic ores and some science of that has created through lots of trial and experimentation of Deng Din So over decades, and the different rocks that he puts in his teapots and teaware, and also some iron. But Petter, and other potters like him, they often just choose clay that makes really nice water, and they're not trying to make the most affordable thing possible. I do think Petter's wares are very, very fairly priced. But in other words, they can often choose the best clays right from the get-go, and choose really good clays that have a really good effect on water. And Petter has many different clays. This is just one. He has a red one. He has several others, and they all make really nice water. The other difference between those kettles and this is that this is handmade.
Oh, wow.
And that's a
Handmade.
big difference in the spirit of the piece, the energy.
Spirit, energy.
I don't know if those things matter to you, but they certainly matter to me. The life and spirit
Does the spirit matter to you guys?
in this beautiful, beautiful friend that is this kettle that was made by someone who loves tea and made by hand. There's really something to that. Handmade is another thing you can gain if you go up the ladder in quality in terms of ceramics. You get things that are handmade and unique and one of a kind. And then, of course, Petter wood fires. And wood firing is going to also have a wonderful effect on the water and on the spirit and on the design and every aspect of the kettle. Then, of course, we have glass kettles. We have this glass kettle on our website. Like all kettles, glass kettles have their strengths and weaknesses. The weaknesses of glass kettles is they don't really make that great of water. It's a little bit rough. And also, they're all cheap. They're just all cheap. This is the best one that we've been able to find. It at least has a good metal handle that's been wrapped with hemp, which prevents you from burning. The carb points outward so the steam doesn't come up onto your hand. And it has this bamboo button so you can grab without burning. The pour is decent, though it is still relatively cheap. I mean, this button could come off. It's attached only with epoxy, and they also obviously can be bumped and break very easily. The benefit of a glass kettle, though, is that you can see the water. And for that reason alone, I recommend that every
look
tea
at
lover
that.
have a glass kettle, especially for the first several years that you brew tea. And not necessarily that you use it every single time you make tea, but it's really nice to like rotate it in and use your eyes and be able to see the way the bubbles change as the water heats up and see what different temperatures look like with your eyes, which you can then later correlate to the sound and the vibrations in the handles and learn to gauge the temperature with your senses, which is really important in tea brewing. So glass kettles really are such a useful tool when learning how to make tea and learning about water and learning about the heating up of water as well. So it's a wonderful thing. And then after, if you don't really need it anymore, you could give it away to someone.
Donate
or
it.
you could use it to boil spent leaves or some other secondary purpose. But it's really great to have a glass kettle. If you don't, I would recommend getting one. They're cheap and affordable, whether it be this one or another. Then, of course, we have stainless steel kettles. I don't have one here, but those can be really great. Traditionally, many gongfu kettles were made of stainless steel, and today still a lot of kettles in mainland China especially are made of stainless steel. If it's really good quality stainless steel, the benefits are that the temperature is very even, which is why some chefs prefer stainless steel for saucepans or cooking pans, because they can heat up the water very evenly,
actually tea.
and that will result in less of breaking of the structure of the water and keeping the water very smooth, and which is really good for tea. The downside of stainless steel is that often they're made for the kitchen, they're made for other uses. They're not usually designed by tea lovers, so they can have a funny spout or not pour so well. And then the ones in China are often, though they do have a better spout and pour better, they can be lower grade stainless steel and not have as even of a temperature or provide the benefits of stainless steel, though there are exceptions to that. I would avoid any type of kettle that has any machinery in it, any electricity, any like clicks or buttons or doodads, and learn how to make water for tea using gas or charcoal or infrared, or even an iron plate if you have to use electric heat. We could talk about heat in another video, but I think a kettle that allows the versatility of all those uses is much better, and those are all much better heat sources than
Much better heat sources.
anything
Wow.
that's plugged in or electric. Sometimes you have to use those types of kettles, those induction kettles or electric kettles. If you do, the one
My kettle has a lot of doodads. Got temperature control. I don't have to listen to it. I don't have to hear any of it. This is the face of a man with an electric kettle, definitely. Yep. On the daily, 100% electric. Yep. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I have a nice kettle, but I almost never use it. I've used it a couple times. I almost never use it. It's a little bit more, a little bit more. Yeah, it's difficult to use. Okay, still, I don't know how to use it. Okay, it's just harder for me. Got an alcohol burner, and I don't know how to keep the temperature. It's so difficult. Got my nice electric kettle, a nice little temperature control. I can hear when it's at the right temperature, but just set it, and let it boil, and let it set by itself, and be done with it. Maybe one day I'll upgrade. Who knows? Maybe.
that we recommend is made by Philips, and at least it's made of really good stainless steel.
Philips.
Sometimes you do find yourself in situations where you can't bring other kettles or
Bona
heat sources,
Vita.
and you have to use that. So those are good to have if you do find yourself in those types of tea settings where
Yeah, I guess he hasn't mentioned he's been talking a lot about spout, but he hasn't mentioned like so this one it pours from the bottom, and I think that they talk about your Global Tea Hut talk a lot about the water being the best from the top. So my kettle's a bottom pour, and apparently that's worse water. The water at the bottom has settled, and it's not quite the lively, floaty, airy water at the top. Some more very, very particular details, which probably most people don't really care about. Like you don't want to have water from the bottom, which I do always. You want to have the water that pours from the top. And then when you get to the bottom of it, you pour it out and replace it with some more water. There you go. And anytime you draw water, you want to have your nice water cauldron and you pull it from the top. You don't pour it from the bottom. More. Yeah, he's more on the floaty airy water. Yep. Lots of floaty airy water for him. There's something about it, I guess, getting water from the top. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Master Muman. If for a moment you fall into relativity, you're a dead man. Oh, wow. Don't do that. My kettle.
Because I'm always
Whack.
stoned. Never touch the substance, but always stoned.
Always stoned. Yes, we all are. Oh, man. Yeah, but I'm not, unfortunately, in a particular lineage, so we're really loose here with our tea, with our cha da. We're very, very loose here. We're working on things, okay? We're working on things slowly.
where fire's
Hey!
restricted. But otherwise, I would avoid any kind of electric kettle.
No electric
Get a kettle
stuff.
It's much more versatile and allows you to be used in different with different heat sources.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to explore other materials, of course, there are antique tatsubans and antique
Antique?
ginbins. So iron and
Silver.
pure silver
Ooh.
from Japan. And these also are hand
Silver has to make a big difference in the kettle, right? It makes such a difference in the pot. It makes such a difference even in the pitcher. I love having a silver pitcher. I'm pointing to my pitcher as if it's silver. This is not a silver pitcher, but I like having a pitcher that's silver. It completely changes the water. But I mean, having a silver kettle, oh my goodness, imagine that. When we're actually in the center with everything beautiful and ceremonial, it makes a huge difference. Wow. It's just a vibe. It's definitely a vibe. Which master was it that created the tea practice? Master Joe? 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 Is this the one you're talking about? I like boobies. Me too, my friend. Me too. But this is a tea stream, not a booby stream. Master Joe, maybe Sinno Rikyu. Maybe that's the one you're thinking of. There's a couple inventors. Maybe Bodhidharma who likes tea. No. Show you boobies. Can't do that. Not appropriate for this stream, unfortunately.
handmade.
No
and so they
boobies.
have that spirit of handmade, and then they also have these unique and special materials. We have issues of Global Tea Hut about Tetsubans and an issue of Global Tea Hut about Ginbin. We also have some books on our website about Tetsubans and Ginbins, and I believe if you order the book, we're sending you a hard copy of the magazine that we've
Joe.
made as well, because the book is in Chinese, and you can go read more about that on the website. I think we have a video introducing some of those books as well, and we plan to make future issues of Global Tea Hut about these. The wonderful art and history of these beautiful, beautiful Tetsubans and Ginbins as well. So it's an ongoing discussion. Like a lot of tea topics, there's no way to exhaust it in just one issue of Global Tea Hut. It will come up again in a volume 2 of a series or volume.
You'll never exhaust the tea. Never, never exhaust it. Unfortunately. Or very fortunately. I learned this one finger zen from my teacher, Tenryu, and I have never exhausted it. Chano. I forgot that I have a book right here beside me. I was looking on the internet. I couldn't find who created the tea ceremony, but I've got a book here. Rikyu, Four Merits of Tea, Harmony, Respect, Purity, Tranquility. Oh wow, Rikyu. My guy, Rikyu. But that's not who we're looking for. What the heck are we looking for? Sinnorikyu. No, not Rikyu. Wabi? No. Wabi. The heck is Wabi? Wabi Sabi. Murata Juko. Murata Juko. This is the guy. This is the guy who made it. All right? Murata Juko? But there's another person. No, Murata Juko. I think he's the one. Juko is the person who created the tea ceremony. And then we've got Takeno Jo, another person. More tea ceremony things. And then it's further refined by Sinnorikyu. There you go. Am I sure in this particular kind of stream, it seems like something totally different. It's always different. We might get boobies one day, okay? One day. One should drink tea with a severed finger. You will never exhaust the tea.
Three. In fact, the articles that we translated for the Ginbin issue, there were already 2 or 3 too many that didn't fit. So there's even right now as we speak, without even translating any more, there's already 2 or 3 sitting, waiting to be published. So there will be future issues about these topics as well. And these bring their own dimension. The Tetsubans we have found, your experiences may vary, but we can only share our experience and strength and hope and our wisdom as we see it, knowing that it is flawed and just one perspective of many. But our experience is that the Tetsubans make a more earthly water, a hotter water, a downward moving water that is good for dark teas.
Hotter,
aged
downward
oolong,
moving.
Aged pu'er, shengpu'er, aged shoupu'er. They often have a flavor too. And so those complex teas benefit from more flavor. Because you have a show tea and it's very complex. It has a lot of flavors inside. Adding another one just enriches it. And the silver creates very clean, sweet, pure, uplifting water that's good for lighter teas. So Tetsuban would, the heat and the flavor would overpower a light tea, a green tea, a yellow tea, a white tea, a light oolong, a shengpu'er, young shengpu'er. These teas are enhanced with the silver. Though silver can also be nice for aged oolongs. It does something really good there because they're both metal element. So if you're getting into 5-element types of tea, that is relevant. So you can read more about that in the magazines. The problem with these, of course, is that they're antiques and they're very expensive. And the prices continue to rise and they're getting more and more astronomical and more absurd.
Oh no.
It's becoming more difficult to find them. Of course, as they increase in value, also that invites in all kinds of nonsense in terms of fake ones. And, of course, when antiques become very valuable, then you get fake ones and you get all kinds of problems in that whole field as well.
Sad world of fake teas out there.
But these are a really wonderful.
He's just talking about fake kettles, which is awful because they're very expensive. And then you get fake teas. Oh man, there's so many fakes all around. Why? Why can't we just be honest and open and true and love? Why?
Beautiful option. And they provide things that these other ones don't. And then as you have more tools, if you really get into tea and you start having more tools, you realize that there is no really best tool. There's just the best tool for the job. And that there's combinations of tools, right? I said that in my Gongfu tea, I use a tiao with a brazier, right? But I boil my water in a ginbin or a tetsuban, depending on the tea I'm brewing. And then there's a lot of settings in which I use our kettles. If depending on the gathering. And these guys use too. Everything really on this table I use. This is all part of what we use around here. And they all do things.
Well, that's not such a. If you're buying a fake 1962 brick for $10, I mean, hey, whatever, right? If it's a fake and you're paying $10 for it, okay, whatever. Who cares? I mean, it's not that big of a deal. You're getting a nice brick. You may be getting 500 grams, maybe 100 grams, maybe 500. I don't know how big a brick is, but show wasn't even invented. But whatever. It's nice. It's nice enough. it's only $10. But if you're paying like thousands of dollars, which most normal people would be paying thousands of dollars for the experimental teas that happened just before the 70s, right? The very, very experimental teas where they were trying to figure out the fermenting process, or other like fucha or other aged teas. Yeah. That'd be interesting stuff. That's hilarious. But $10, whatever. $10. Might be worth it for 100 grams or something, maybe.
So most of them do many things pretty well and one thing really well. So, you just get to know those, and you get to have more tools as you explore. And then there's also the value and joy of collecting and owning friends and having tea wares and enjoying them and having them around. If you're a tea lover, then you love tea ware. There's a joy in having more. But there's also a beauty in simplicity too, and just having one kettle or two of the same style having a couple Cloudstone kettles, and that's it, and call it a day. And brew all your tea leaves in a bowl. Keep things simple. Live in a hut. Minimalism is good too.
I want to live in a hut.
There's a lot.
Where's the hut?
Kettles, and this is just a really basic introduction to some of the different functions, right? And some of the things to look for is like the placement of the carb, the pour of the spout.
Tea Master sells a single gram. Why would you want to buy a single gram of tea? Well, I guess you wouldn't buy a single gram. You might buy 5 grams or 10 grams. $100 for 5 grams. Wow. $20 a gram. Imagine that. There's no way it's worth it, right? Maybe it's worth it. There's no way it's worth it. Maybe. There's no way any of us, I don't know, maybe I'm speaking for myself, I don't have the skill to let that $20 a gram shine. There's no possible way. That's the most difficult part about tea. When you get really expensive teas, you have to be good enough to brew it well. And I'm certainly not. That's loose. Cake is $70 per gram. Jesus. Good God. Good God. Is it a 300 gram, 357 gram cake? How much is this? Let's do a little bit of quick math. Cake is usually 375 grams. I think that's 300. That's not the right number. What's the number? 357, sorry. And you're saying $70. Wow. 25K. Jesus. Who would buy this tea? Who has the skill to bring out? Who has the skill? Who has the arrogance to think they have enough skill to do this? Let's say we're using 6 or 7 grams for a session. This is like a $500 session, $400 session. Who in the heck could do that? Nobody. Who has the audacity? Who thinks they have enough skill to brew well enough to justify $500 for a session of tea? All right. The tea session, it's going to last an hour, maybe 2 hours. Okay. If you got friends, let's say you got friends. So maybe if you got friends, you got to do double, right? You got to do like 12 grams. We're getting like a $1,000 per session here with a group of friends, 2 hours. Let's say 5 people, 2 hours. Can you do it for that? That's not worth it, man. There's no way. How is it possible? Jesus. Well, we're not at that level yet.
Is the flow good more for bowl tea or gongfu tea? What type of tea do you brew more of? Maybe you don't brew tea in any of these ways. You brew tea in some completely other way, which is totally fine too. Then you want to have a kettle that suits the way that you prepare tea the most. And if you prepare tea in multiple ways like we do, then you'll probably need multiple kettles. Though I wouldn't feel any pressure to move into that at any time. You can start out with a kettle that does everything, like this guy, and is affordable. And then slowly you add this guy, and now you got bowl tea and gongfu tea down. And then maybe you want to get into the differences in material, if you can afford to do it, or this, which becomes a whole other skill because of the way that it gets hot, the tending of the coals, the way that you pour is very different than the way you pour with a overhand kettle. So there's a lot to learn, and there's then getting to know the kettle in terms of how it reacts to water. You know, what sounds does it make when it's at different temperatures? What vibrations? What amount of steam? There's an appreciation for all of that as well. So there's a whole world of kettles to explore, and this is just really a very basic introduction, a little bit into our process as we have created some kettles for you guys. We have the regular, the Cloudstone, and now with these Kung Fu kettles coming out, and some other cool, exciting things too to put in a kettle, which we can make a separate video for.
What are you putting
very
into a
soon,
kettle?
Hopefully, when we've got all of that aligned, because we have some new exciting things to put into kettles if you're interested in that type of thing.
Yeah.
So there are tweaks as well.
Crystals
Make
and
this
stuff.
kettle more like this kettle, make this more like this if you can't afford this or that. So we can talk about those tweaks in the next video. So wherever you are, tea friend, I hope that you're happy and safe and full of tea. Until next time.
Wholesome. Thanks so much, Buddha. Wow. Wasn't that eye-opening, mind-expanding to see all the little details possible for just a kettle? This is one tool in your tea set. One small tool. Very, very high attention to detail possible there. It's lovely. We all love it. Right? Isn't that very nice? Well then, we're going to continue a little bit with more tea. Because this is the tea stream, of course. We have to remember. So we're going to do one more, a little bit of tea. This is going to be a little bit shorter. But we're just going to appreciate the expertise and grace and I don't know. You'll see it. We're going to enjoy the love of tea together. Let's see it. We start with calming our mind, seeing images of nature, ourselves. Wow. Nature's so beautiful, guys. Let's do a little bit of reading here, okay? Matsuo Basho was not only a renowned master of poetry, he was also a writer of Oku no Hosomichi. Oku no Hosomichi. Hosomichi. The narrow road to the deep north. What the heck does that mean? I don't know. It's poetry. A travel diary considered to be one of the major texts of Japanese literature. He stopped by Yamanako Onsen during his journey to the north, staying for 8 nights and 9 days. And the process composed a number of haiku, practicing his deep love for the onsen town. Wow. One of your favorite books. Oh, wow. The months and days are the travelers of eternity. The years that come and go are also voyagers. Those who float away, their lives grow old, leaping horses. It's hard for me to read. And their homes are wherever their travels take them. Oh wow. A great number of ancient who died are on the road. I myself have been tempted for a long time by the cloud moving wind. Poetry, guys, poetry. Wow. Okay. Tea. Dozo. Is this the lady that deleted her channel? Well, the channel is up, but it's a private channel for private individuals to privately watch. I guess. I've never played piano on stream before. I don't think I'm very good. I don't know if I could be entertaining enough for you guys, but maybe one day we'll try it. Look at that posture. So we were talking about the attention to detail earlier being such a very constricting thing, possibly. Maybe a lot of woo-woo, maybe not necessary, maybe not very helpful. Yeah, we were talking about some of the traditions in China and their ways of doing things, kind of criticizing a little bit. We haven't even touched onto the rich tradition of tea brewing in Japan, and their very, very strict methods for brewing the tea. It is much more strict, very, very different from the attention to detail that we were familiar with. This is a hyper. It's just like billions of levels beyond. Did you notice how she wiped her tray? Well, it's a very specific way of doing that, and we'll see more. Japan strict, oh no. Very unusual there. Look at that. I love how she pulls out her towel. Look at that wipe. Definitely the way Wuda brews it. Well, you know, being in a lineage, particularly for brewing tea, he's going to be a lot more strict than the normal person brewing tea. But I'm saying that he's got a Chinese tradition, right? Or I guess more specifically, it's a Malaysian tradition, so East Asian tradition. But the traditions that are in China, East Asia, China, like Malaysia, wherever else, Taiwan, you know, those traditions, even the strict traditions, are vastly different from the strict traditions in Japan. Oh boy, the Japanese strict traditions are very, very different. But of course, normal people in Japan and China and East Asia, they're just brewing tea like normal people, okay? Don't get caught up. You don't need to be an Olympian like these folks that we're watching here. But look at this. Look at this. Purity is very important. You gotta make sure to wipe down everything very neatly. There are lineages in tea ceremony. Oh yeah, definitely. There are very specific traditions, very specific rules and philosophies, and so on and so forth, for particular lineages, strands, and branches of tea ceremony. Hey! Coffee's out. You're out too. Thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. Get that energy from that coffee. Enjoy. Benevolent Elephant has been to Japan. Went to some Rikyu temples. Wow, had tea there. Mostly old women, which was epic. One of those temples you thought was the best was a young, kind of overweight guy, interesting, in a hoodie. Added fun of breaking your perception of this won't be good. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Were the ceremonies like consistent between different temples, or I don't know how like the lineages get weird, of course, but like how disparate are they? I wonder. Well, that's very cool. That's very cool. What a fat young kid brewing some tea. Only one ceremony. Interesting. I've never had a professional brewer brew for me before. Well, at one time I was in where was I at? Australia. There's a place in Australia and they brew tea. It's pretty nice, but it was like a tea cellar, so it was pretty good. I've never had like a traditional ceremony or anything, but I'm always curious. I watched this lady's videos. She's very nice. Tea of Grace is her name. Is that her name? Tea of Grace is her name. And she always uses so much tea. Good Lord. Look at how much tea she's putting into this. Look at that amount of tea. 3 to 5 per day, Jesus. For some teas, it's not too much. What kind of tea? I think it's Sencha. This is a Senchado thing. Yeah, green tea. Japanese green tea, man. She's doing Sencha. She's going crazy with it. Look at that wipe. Yeah, she used really hot water. The last one we saw, it was like steaming. She's definitely having a very fun experience after drinking that tea. I love this method of drying her cups. Just watch this third time, look at her. Pour it out. Look at that. How nice. How pleasant. That was also brewing for a very long time. That was not a short steep. That was a long steep. Nose up. Look at that. Beautiful tea. What is this poem here? Let's find out. Let's read together. In the mountains, only surrounded by the sound of the stream, the wind, and the rain, I feel invited to the deep spiritual world. I keep looking. I can't read what that says. I keep looking at the subtle swing of the leaves, each branch which contains moisture, the surface of the rock covered by the moss, the dragonflies. Valley. Oh, valley. I hear the keen, thin voice of the bird, sometimes the laughter of children. Why so quick? Oh my goodness. I can't read this quickly. Can she read this quickly? Sometimes the laughter of children are delivered through the air. Aw, how pleasant. My thoughts come and go. My thoughts are melted into the stream. I am isolated from the ordinary world. The time which will never stray is the same. Never stay the same. Travel forever. Well, there you go. Tea. Wow. We love tea here, right? It's a tea stream. Let's not forget. We got recommended. What do we get recommended? A poem. A poem. From Matsuo Basho. A poem. Guys, let's read a little poem, okay? Skip. What was the instruction? Skip the first half of the commentary. Start the phrase snow viewing. Snow viewing. Snow viewing. Is this where we're at? That phrase, snow viewing, might sound rather odd. Okay, that's where we're starting. That's where we're at. Read the poem first. Oh, okay, poem very important. Read the poem. Come, let's go, from Matsuo Basho. Come, let's go snow viewing till we're buried. Oh. So simple. We've got a little cute little Buddha chilling with a nice smile on his face. And a lot of snow around. Let's go snow viewing. Okay. Wow. That phrase, snow viewing, might seem rather odd, if poetic, but it's actually a playful twist on the Japanese practice of tsukimi, or moon viewing. In Japan, there's a tradition of moon viewing in autumn. Towns have moon viewing festivals. A family might invite friends over for a moon viewing. To me, as an outsider, that sounds like a beautiful way for all of society to slow down and appreciate the masterful artwork of nature, communing with the rhythms of the world. Basho's snow viewing is an expansion of that idea, inviting a friend to step outside of the ordinary appreciation of the beauty of a recent snowfall in a quiet companionship and shared ritual. Particularly the Zen poetry, snow often carries with it a suggestion of deeper meanings we might want to explore. Oh, snow means something in Zen poetry? Let's find out. When the difficulties and coldness are enforced, internalized of winter are emphasized, snow can represent the struggles of spiritual practice that precede the spiritual awakening of spring. The spring, the source. But right before that, we've got the snow. When the silence that settles of the world, bathed in snow, is emphasized. What? It can represent the perfect stillness of the mind that occurs in true meditation. True meditation. When the quality of blanketing all things in a uniform whiteness is highlighted, snow can be seen as an allusion to the unifying white or golden white light that shines through everything. The light one perceives when the mind awakens. This haiku by Basho carries variants of all the meanings, but especially the last one. Okay, so we've got difficulties, coldness, and some sort of enforced internalization. Okay, that's the struggles, difficulties, snow. We've got silence bathed in snow, and that's the perfect stillness. And we've got this beautiful blanket of whiteness that talks about that illuminated mind here. This haiku mentions all of it. Notice the joke in the lines, by viewing the snow, we become buried in it. That is what Basho is really inviting us to do, with a lot of snow and a dash of wit. Basho might be saying that by viewing something deeply, we become the beauty we perceive. Oh, wow. Seeing the universal radiance, we become the radiance. Hearing the silence, we become the silence. Witnessing the eternal, we become consumed by the eternal. The ego self becomes last in the blanket of white that covers everything, making all existence one. Have a beautiful day with or without snow. Be warm and safe. Oh, wholesome. Come, let's go. Snow viewing till we're buried. Beautiful haiku. Oh, thanks for sharing. Wow. Okay. I have to take a short break. BRB. Energy flowing in, energy must flow out. And we'll be continuing with not much tea, not much more tea going on. Oh, but we do have DMT. Oh no. Are you guys ready for DMT? Coming up next, okay? Coming up right after this. Also, I've got to refill my water. So I'm going to pour it out and refill my kettle. Not adding new fresh water to my old water. See if that makes any difference. We'll find out. I'm not sure. Something to try. DMT videos, Pisces energy. Wow. Pisces energy. Wow. The audience like to watch me play those Leo, Anna, and Frank videos. True. Pisces videos. And they like to watch me apply Virgo energy to them. Interesting. Spiritual craving. Oh, wow. Wow. I still don't know quite what those mean. Unfortunately. But, wow, it's very good. Before we jump into that, though, I do want to, so there's this, I was thinking a little bit. We just did that whole thing about, we did a nice little haiku, which was pretty cool. I liked it, about snow. And I'm reminded of a koan that I like. That's very confusing to me. Let me think about which one it is. It's in the Shoyoroku. Which one is it though? Hogan, no. This is it? This is it? No. Sweeping? No. Bowing? No. Facing? No. Rhinoceros fan? No, it's after this one. Points to the snow. Kyozan points to the snow. This is the one. This is the one. I was very confused when I read it many months ago, and I just thought about it now. So let's take a look and let's see if we can decipher with a little bit more knowledge now, a very, very slight primer into understanding what snow may mean in some contexts in the Zen or maybe in Japanese culture. You know, these guys are all connected here. Also, maybe Chinese culture? I don't know. I don't know if this book is Chinese or Japanese. I don't know. Okay. Kyozan points to the snow. Introduction. Ice and frost are one color. Snow and moon mingle their light. It freezes the Dharma body to death and ruins Gyoho through purity. Is there anyone who wants to extol such a thing or not? What does that mean? This is just the introduction, not even the case. Ice and frost are one color. Okay. Snow and moon mingle in their light, or mingle their light. Okay. Yes, snow and moon mingle the light. Yeah. A reflection of the moon, something like that, maybe. It freezes the Dharma body to death. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Never know about that with the Zen folks. It ruins Gyoho through purity. Ruining sounds bad, purity sounds good. Very confusing. Is there anyone who wants to extol such a thing or not? Dualities that we need to go beyond, I guess. Okay. The main case. Kyozan pointed to the snow lion and said, "Is there any that goes beyond this color?" Is there any that goes beyond this color? Anything goes beyond this color? Is there any that goes beyond this color? Kyozan asked, "Is there any that goes beyond this color?" Kyozan always wondering discursively. Unman said, "I would have pushed it over for him at once." I would have pushed it over for him at once. Okay. Setcho said, "He only knows how to push it over, but he doesn't know how to help it up." Okay. I'm just as confused as I was before. Kyozan pointed to a snow lion. Pointed to the snow lion. Is there anything that goes beyond this color? What the heck does that mean? A poem. A pushing over, a helping up, the snow lion in the garden, mindful about the trespasses, mindful about trespasses. What does that even mean? Mindful about trespasses, he embraces kindness. Brave in action, they see righteousness. The pure light shining into the eyes, one gets lost from home. Turning into clarity, one falls into the fixed state. Patch-robed monks never have anything to rely upon after all. Born together, dying together, how can one say, what is here, what is there? The warm tide opening up the plum blooms, plum buds. The warm tide opening up the plum buds. The spring comes to cold branches. The chilly wind felling the leaves. The autumn purifies the river water. Thoroughly confused just as much as I was before. Maybe Original Mind gets it. Koan master here. He trains in koans. He likes to study koans. I'm very confused. Kyozan points to the snow lion. Is there anything that goes beyond this color? I'm assuming anything. Is there any that goes beyond this color? I don't think he's referring to the snow lion, but maybe he is. What do I have to say about the koan? I'm thoroughly confused. That's all I have to say about it. I think that Kyozan may be pointing to the snow lion and wondering, is there anything beyond this color? Is there anything that is going beyond the color of his attention? His pointing? He looks at something. He points to something. Is there anything that is outside of my awareness? Or is there anything that is not the color of my attention? That flavor of attention, of focusing. Is there anything that goes beyond that? Unman, randomly at a different point in time, just says, I would have pushed it over for him. I would have destroyed his attention. I would have killed him, maybe. I would have gotten rid of his attention. I would have done it. Shown him what was beyond the color of his own attention. Shown him beyond the color of his awareness. And Secho says, he only knows how to push over. He doesn't know how to help it up. He only knows how to get rid of the attention. He only knows how to get rid of awareness, only get rid of perception, but he doesn't know how to help it up. I think that's how I think of this. That's the way that I'm reading it, but I have no idea. Discord DM'd me a passage of commentary about this koan. Oh, wow. Okay. Benevolent Elephant knows about it. Speak my heart about this koan so I can look into me. You want to look into me so I can talk about the koan so you can see me. That's all I got. It seems to kind of line up, but then I don't know, it gets weirder. But then now we're getting into these, into the commentary. I have no idea. Snow is a metaphor for existence. Interesting. But a snow lion? Ice and frost are one color. The moon mingle in their light. Wow. Color is reference to form. Yep. Same character. Ito. Or actually, I don't have my book. Color means form. Form means color. Yeah. Is there anything beyond form? I would have pushed it over for him at once. Interesting. All right. We're going to look at some commentary. Oh. Okay. Well, I can't show it because it's a Discord DM. All right, we got DM, secret DMs here. No link, just typed out. Wow, where is this coming from? From Apple Books. Okay, look at Equanimity, Apple Books. All right, we're going to read it out. I guess I can keep showing this. Some commentary. What is beyond white? What is beyond the source of white? If you call the source of white a color, it relates to the eye. But what is the colorless color that does not relate to the eye? This is what Kyozan is asking us. That's what he's asking us, okay? When I ask, what is the colorless color? This might conjure up some image in your mind, but that image is literally just your imagination. Every time we have this static, every image we have is static. It's stuck. This is congealed energy. As soon as we imagine something, it becomes fixed. Truly going beyond that color white is not an image. No stuckness here. Okay. If we reflect upon our life, we see that we have many images about our life, the way it should be, who we are, what we want, what our life often is controlled by these images. We're often controlled. Unless we deeply question these images, they become a part of the fiber of our lives. And we base all of our actions on these images rather than the things that they actually are. Stuck in this conceptual layer of life, we get stuck in our ideas of things and we're only interacting on this level. But then we get confused because we get little ticklings of the direct experience and they contradict our ideas. And we think that the ideas are more important than our direct experiences of these actual things as they are. So there's this internal conflict, and it causes lots of problems with us because we don't see the difference. We don't notice that our images are just images, and their concepts, fixed concepts, are just fixed concepts, and they aren't the things that they actually are. How do we go beyond this? How can we really go beyond these images? How can we go beyond our narrow ideas? Even if we see something clearly, how do we go beyond that? Whoa. We may think that this is a big tease. We may think that, it's not a big tease. Okay, it continues. We may think that we should be loving and compassionate. And then we create the image of loving and compassionate. Don't do that. Are you a loving and compassionate person? Yes, I'm loving and compassionate because of this and that and that. All these concepts. You think you're loving and compassionate because of that. No. Are you loving and compassionate? Yes. Yes. And then that image becomes rigid. Don't be rigid. It becomes something that binds us. It hinders our spontaneous action and actual compassion. How can we really be free according to each situation? How do we respond to each situation? In our Zazen, we need to cultivate non-judgmental awareness, noticing that kinds of deep-seated behavior that we have when and how we do things automatically, what attitudes we have that lead us to anxiety and unhappiness. Are you suffering? Why? What led you to it? Have you been paying attention? Pay attention. See what happens. Zazen is the perfect opportunity to practice this non-judgmental awareness, to notice when our mind is spinning off in one direction or another, and just to bring it back. Gently bring it back. Just notice, see what happens. Don't criticize, don't judge, just become aware. Eventually, you'll see certain patterns of behavior, certain routines, certain ways that you do things, certain habits that don't lead to peace, that don't lead to comfort, that don't lead to that love and compassion. When you see this pattern, just observe it. Don't change. Don't do anything. The process of observing will itself cause a certain shift. You don't cause a certain shift. The process of observing. And eventually you might see the root pattern, the source of your image. But don't rest there. Go beyond even that. There you go. Nice little commentary. Wait. When you're mentioning T and Virgo Pisces energy, you're trying to toss me over the fence. Interesting. Well, there you go. I don't think that clarified anything, but it was very good. It was nice to read. It doesn't make any more sense to me though. The color, the source of all color, the white, the colorless color, non-judgmental activity. What does that mean? So now what do I think? I think not much different, to be honest. The colorless color, what is the source of everything? Well, he has an idea, I guess. Maybe he gets an idea, push over the idea. He only knows how to push over, but not help it. I have no idea. Still don't have a rigid image of the coin. Still don't. I don't. But not in a good way. I'm still rigidly confused. There's a feeling of understanding or getting a koan, and there's a feeling of not getting the koan. And you do want to get comfortable sitting in that don't know mind, or It's not quite the don't know mind. This is just a confused mind. All right. I want to get familiar with the confused mind, which happens a lot with these new, some of these koans are over my pay grade. They're advanced. It's a nice feeling, though. It's a nice feeling to get bizarrely confused. What is the source beyond the color, the colorless color? I would have pushed it over for him at once. What does that mean? And he only knows how to push it over, but he doesn't know how to help it up. And I don't know if the characters mean anything. Kyozan, he's the guy who likes to talk a lot. Kyozan. No. Who is Kyozan? Actually, I don't know who Kyozan is. I'm mixing Kyozan up with somebody else. Kyogin. I don't know who Kyozan is, so I don't know if he represents somebody. I don't know what his character traits are. Unman. I can't quite remember Unman. Right? He's the one who beats up Tozan. Right? I don't know his qualities. He taught Joshu? I don't know his qualities. Secho. He's the one who wrote this book, right? Isn't Secho, he's the one who wrote the Shoyoroku? No, maybe something else. So I don't know what these guys' characters' traits are. I'm just thoroughly confused. I don't know. Uncertain with confusion or uncertain with clarity. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Uncertain with confusion, uncertain with clarity. We can be very clear about our confusion, or our uncertainty, rather. Confusion could be a state of mind. Uncertainty, they're usually tied together in common parlance, but not necessarily. We can be very clearly confused, or very clearly uncertain, rather. We bring that clarity here. Have that mind open and sharp. If someone was talking garbage about Buddhists being dumb in your earshot, you might roll up your sleeves and say you'll teach them about Buddhist ignorance. What? When I'm dumb, he will directly comprehend. Wow. The wisdom of egolessness. He will understand the wisdom of egolessness when you teach him a lesson. Some people are advanced enough for that. I am not advanced. Maybe Unman is advanced enough to push him over, give him a whack or two, give him 60 blows. I can't do that. It's deathly unethical for me. That's what pushover means. Interesting. Yeah, I can definitely see that. But what does he mean to help him up? Wow. Okay, well, I'm still thoroughly confused, but that was a fun, poetically now, I don't know. This is a fun, well, I like koans, they're fun. Points to the Vines is a good one, it's such a good one. This is such a good one too, in Khan. Bring me the rhinoceros fan, it's broken. The fan's already broken, bring me that. It's so good, okay. Well, all right, these are great koans, but not a koan stream at the moment. Maybe another time we'll get more into it. Right now we're doing DMT. Okay, let's jump into it. Let's learn a little bit about DMT. There's a documentary that has come out recently. DMT Quest. I didn't think about it. There may be music in this. Well, no, there is. There is. No. It's going to be music throughout. It's a documentary. Let me think about this.
Ones that are
There's so much music.
Relatively understudied.
Oh my gosh.
Induced by breathing exercises.
There's so much music.
Found was there was
It's a freaking professional documentary.
Total evidence. So now they know.
Of course there's music. Of course there's music, right? How silly. Crap. Okay, well, before that, I'm gonna think about this. Before we do that, we're gonna think about this for a second. Yeah, Joe Rogan's in the documentary. Before we get into that one, we're gonna learn about what floats my boat. Let's hear it.
I'm hanging out with my friend tomorrow,
Okay,
Tina,
Dina.
and we are speaking and saying, hey,
Hey.
shall I meet? I'm asking, shall I come to your house or shall we meet at a restaurant, a coffee shop,
Restaurant.
what? And she say on the phone, oh, whatever float your boat.
Okay.
Why do you say this? I do not. Number one, I have no boat. I have here. I have the car. Okay. So what float my boat? Nothing.
Nothing
as
floats
I
the
do
boat.
not own it. But even if it is a metaphor, your boat, my boat, what float my metaphor boat?
Water?
I can
Wait,
tell you what floated.
boats float themselves. Do you need something to float your boat? It's just in water. It just kind of floats by itself, right? Nothing floats boats. There's no thing that makes a boat float. How does that work?
No holes in the boat.
No
That
holes.
floats my boat.
No holes that
You
floats
know?
your boat. Yeah, definitely.
No tidal east wave. This float my boat.
Yeah.
Do not put a large monster in my boat.
That'll float your boat.
That would sink it. So
Don't sink the boat. Will
what
float your
float
boat.
my boat? What is it? The science. Science float my boat.
Science.
Buoyancy.
Yeah, buoyancy floats the boat.
Buoyan-
Yeah. Densities differences.
What float my boat?
Yeah.
What do you think is float my boat? Magic? What you think a Merlin man is under the water of my metaphor boat?
A Merlin man.
Hold with the hand and make a spell, a floaty spell. No, this is not Lord of Rings or Game of Thrones.
No merman.
This science float my boat.
Science.
So where shall we meet, Tina? Because my boat float shall not help to make the side of it. Just meet me here.
Well, I hope it worked out with him and Tina and their nice date. Wow, I really hope Benevolent Elephant like that. Well, yeah. Well, there you go. Floating the boat. Oh, what is being said in the koan? Okay, this fool can't see the higher dimensions that exist. This fool thinks that we're just higher intellect. Oh, he gets stuck in the mind here. This fool thinks the advantage he sees us operate in as intellectual, but it's really a spiritual advantage. Oh, is that so? It's actually a spiritual advantage. Interesting. Poetically, it's analogous to I roll out my magic sleeves and show this fool it rests in the Dharmakaya. Oh, the Dharma, the body. Oh, wow. The Dharmakaya. All right, we're gonna do DMT. All right, we're gonna be okay. We'll be fine, right? We'll be fine, right? We'll be fine, right? We'll be fine, right? We'll be fine. All right, we're gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. Why not? We're doing it. We're doing it. It's happening. DMCA laws and rules, and we're transcending. Okay, this is the whole point of the stream. Zen and T. We transcend the rules. We follow the rules. Usually, sometimes we transcend. We're doing it right now. DMT. From DMT Quest to the DMT Quest documentary.
The human being. On the quest to understand ourselves scientifically, we know so much
Why is he
the form
breakdancing?
to the organs, cells, molecules, atoms, waves, and more. Yet
True.
every new discovery teaches us one immutable and persistent lesson.
What's the persistent lesson? I guess I gotta pause every once in a while to make sure my YouTube doesn't go down. Also, if YouTube does go down, guys, my Twitch is twitch.com/fakery. I can't give you links on YouTube, so I'm just gonna do it like that. That should show up on my YouTube. Also, I'm pretty sure the link's in the description. So if the YouTube goes down, go to Twitch. We're ducking and dodging all the laws, all right? We're rebels.
We know very little of ourselves,
What do we know about
our
ourselves?
reality, our potential,
Who are you?
especially the mysterious psychedelic compound DMT. DMT, or dimethyltryptamine, is a
Dimethyltryptamine.
molecule produced within the human brain that is also known to be the most potent psychedelic substance in the world. Groundbreaking research
Wow.
has recently taken place. But before we take that dive, let's explore where it all started.
Why do we have to do research to understand or to, experience the most psychedelic substances ever known to man or whatever nonsense, right? What research do you need to do? Maybe we'll learn more about the research. Maybe there's a justified reason to do it. We don't want to hyper prop up and reinforce our scientific ideas, though. Sometimes we need to break beyond them. And if we have scientific research to reinforce and confirm or justify, this is more of a problem. Sometimes, maybe. Just keep that in mind, though. Maybe. Sometimes.
German pharmacologist Otto Louis was the first to discover neuronal communication based on chemical release. He also discovered the first neurotransmitter, acetylcholine. Since then, the classical neurotransmitters were established, such as serotonin, which regulates mood and perception, and dopamine, which plays a role in how we feel pleasure and is a big part of how we think and plan. In 1931, a Canadian chemist named Richard
Think and plan.
Mansky synthesized an unsuspecting chemical that had been used for visionary and spiritual purposes for thousands of years. In June of 1965, German researchers Franzen and Gross
That was like a really good match for my
Mansky
my room color.
synthesized an unsuspecting chemical that had been used for visionary and spiritual purposes for thousands of years.
You're like gray. It's a really good gray, right? Really matches pretty well, huh? Pretty good match for the grade. Yeah. Of course, my wall is a real wall, so you got a little bit more gradient here, but you can see how where it kind of blends pretty well. Pretty cool, huh? Not very important, but I just saw it, all right? Okay. I saw it.
In June of 1965, German researchers Franzen and Gross discovered and quantified DMT in human blood and urine. In 1972, Saavedra and Axelrod demonstrated biosynthesis of DMT in mammalian tissues. Throughout the 1960s, scientists attempted to find a link between endogenous DMT and psychotic disorders. However, the results of these studies proved inconclusive.
Interesting.
And then, due to the Controlled Substances Act of 1970, all research in all countries on all psychedelic compounds stopped.
Oh,
Decades
no.
went by, and these compounds, including the ones produced within, went unstudied. Only thanks to brave psychonauts like Dennis and Terence McKenna was the story of DMT kept alive.
This is awful, right? Like, as much as I kind of go anti-science a bit here, right? I talk about and try to get transcending science. It's very important to get beyond our scientific, whatever. Hey, what's up? DMT muncher. Whoa. Munching on some DMT. We're learning about DMT. Maybe you can give us some experiential understandings going on here. It sucks though. We like to break free of science and get away from our rationality. Yes, very, very good, but also extremely bad to force this, right? To say that it's illegal to do research. What? Research is totally acceptable. Research is great. Please keep doing your research. We need to learn more about these substances. They're very important. They're very helpful for us. They can be, at least sometimes. Maybe it'd be helpful to understand that by doing some science. Why controlled substances X? Why? What is wrong with everybody all the time?
Psychedelics, these were marginalized. These were ignored. DMT and 5-methoxy-DMT, they're not just about the visual experience. There's
Extracting
a huge
your own.
emotional
Oh, wow.
experience to it, and you know they induce ecstasy.
Ecstasy with your DMT. Ooh. Do you need substances to induce ecstasy?
Turn of the 1990s, Dr. Rick Strassman at the University of New Mexico broke through that strict prohibition with the first human DMT studies as he injected nearly 400 doses into roughly 6 volunteers.
400 doses into 60 folks?
The design of the study was fairly straightforward. Give people DMT and measure as many variables as possible.
I like the study.
In the case of this study, which was going to be the first new psychedelic research in the U.S. really for over 20 years, I had to sort of anticipate a lot of objections that would come my way from the regulatory agencies that oversee this kind of research.
In the year 2000, Dr. Strassman...
Do you guys like this type of study? Just give them DMT and see what happens. Let's just
I'm always
mark down all the studies.
Never test the substance.
Let's just figure it out, all right? I'm going to give you DMT. We're going to figure it out. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what I'm studying. We're just going to look at everything. Good luck. Have fun.
published his
Go with
findings in the book DMT, the Spirit Molecule. This book brought the topic of DMT to a mainstream audience outside of strict scientific circles. Dr. Strassman named DMT the Spirit Molecule based on the consistent reports of realer-than-real spiritual experiences from high-dose administration.
I started off...
This is so interesting to like notice. Sometimes I've never taken DMT, so I'm not a psychonaut here. But I like to pay attention to my dreams, and sometimes you have dreams, and they are hyper real. They're more realistic than reality, which sounds weird, but there's a quality of like feeling real. There's like a certain quality, and you can start to notice it if you pay more attention to your experiences. Sometimes it goes away, and it feels like it's not real, and sometimes it comes stronger, and it feels like it's extremely, extremely real. And this is very strange because when you do this, apparently with a lot of drugs, psychedelic drugs, sometimes reality seems more real, or maybe you go into some sort of spirit dimension and it feels much more real than normal because there's a quality of realness there. And that's something that's very interesting. And you can pay attention to that and you can watch it fade and come back. And wow, it's very cool.
Off seeing shapes, and then there were cats, and then I felt like I fell out of space and ended up at the Last Supper in heaven or something. I don't consider myself spiritual, and I'm going, why would my brain take me there? I was going through some emotional turmoil, and I didn't feel safe or welcome or like I had friends, and it just felt at the end like it was okay and I was loved.
Aww. Wholesome.
A decade later, in 2010, the book became a documentary hosted by comedian and podcaster Joe Rogan, catapulting the discussion of DMT and ayahuasca onto an even bigger global stage, reaching tens of millions of viewers.
I had no idea. I didn't know you had a documentary.
What is ayahuasca?
It's just like it's like a tree root. It's got DMT in it.
So for someone like me, the ayahuasca experience is essential. I need to be beaten down occasionally.
I had a really eye-opening experience of ayahuasca. It was really intense.
In his book, Dr. Strassman hypothesized that the pineal gland, a gland long associated with mysticism in Eastern traditions, is the source of DMT in the brain. But in 2013, Dr. Jimo Borjigan led a study at the University of Michigan, which finally proved that the pineal gland produces DMT and put all the speculation to rest.
That was Lindsay Lohan, yes. Popular from Lizzie McGuire? Popular from The Parent Trap? Lindsay Lohan is a psychonaut confirmed.
This study further increased the interest of DMT in pop culture.
You don't even need to seek DMT externally to you. No, your pineal gland produces it.
True.
I guess
dimethyltryptamine, even dimethyltryptamine from the pineal gland.
But there was still speculation that we might only produce this mysterious compound at select moments of life.
Why is that in the children's cartoon? I mean, I don't know. It's not that weird, but there's something weird about it. There's something about it. I don't know what it was. There's something about it. But he said adrenaline, there's nothing weird about that. I guess it's endogenous. Maybe I'll investigate that myself. Why did I think that was weird? That was weird though, right? Why is that in the kids' cartoon? Okay.
Some of which only occur in a fraction of the population.
They've proven that their pineal gland is producing dimethyltryptamine, which is what it's always been anecdotal evidence. So now they know that it's not just produced by the liver and the lungs, but it's also produced by this little gland. And this little gland, they think during near-death experiences and during heavy REM sleep, it's producing DMT.
DMT is ubiquitous in the natural world. It's found in hundreds, if not thousands, of plants. Ones that are used for their psychoactivity and ones that aren't. Been found in every mammal that's been studied. I don't think DMT would have gotten anywhere near as popular during the first wave of clinical research if it weren't for the fact that it was endogenous.
Endogenous, produced by the body. DMT every single night, man.
As the public continued to show their interest in DMT with increasing...
This is so important. I mean, I don't know what the whole process of sleeping, and he said heavy REM sleep, you get DMT. Why is it that we completely we feel, there's so many people feel comfortable just dropping a whole aspect of their entire life and just completely just forgetting about it? So conveniently, we dream every single night. We're having crazy DMT trips, apparently, something like that at least, and we just forget about it. And we're comfortable. We all know we dream every night. We all know that weird stuff happens in your dreams, and we all know that we forget them. And we're somehow comfortable with this. How? Why? How? Is it possible? We have to recognize that we filter out our world. There are so many things that happen and we just conveniently forget them. We know it happens with our dreams. If we pay more attention to our normal everyday life, we might notice that it happens throughout your normal life too. And maybe there are some weird things going on. If you pay closer attention, you'll see. You'll see. Get comfortable with that. And you probably won't even need to get into any fancy external DMT sources. You can just tap into your own and have fun with that. Wow.
Internet searches.
I'm always stoned.
DMT
Never touch the stuff.
Began to hit the mainstream music scene.
I'm always stoned. Jesus. Okay, we can't. All right. Music, too much. N-dimethyltryptamine, he says, this rapper from Travis Scott. Wow. He likes DMT. The vibes are up. Huh. Yikes. It's the type of high that won't come down. True.
DMT is like, hey, you know all of this reality and perception that you are super familiar with and very convinced is real? Well, sorry about this. Zip.
Everyone all of a sudden wanted to know, what in the world is DMT? And why?
And that's very important, right? Zip. This isn't real. But it doesn't mean it's fake. It doesn't mean that anything else is more real. It doesn't mean that anything else is more fake. It means that the feeling of realness is a feeling. The feeling of fakeness is a feeling. And we can investigate that. Investigate. Pay attention. Look.
Why do we produce this otherworldly compound in our brains?
Give people DMT and they all came back with the same story. I was blasted out of my consciousness.
What exactly does an LSD or DMT breakthrough feel like?
Even the lesser understood compound 5-MeO-DMT began hitting
There's a whole
popular
different
internet
thing.
shows, touting its mystical experience of oneness with creation.
My experience.
5-MeO-DMT and NMDMT, very, very different things, but very strong effects. 5-MeO, much stronger. Watch out for that.
The 5-MeO is a connection to all that is. I felt the direct connection to spirit, to soul, to my own soul.
Lesser known still is the fact that this compound too is found within humans. Just as the popularity of the DMT discussion seemed to be reaching its peak, it happened.
What?
Former heavyweight champion Mike Tyson decided to take the 5-MeO DMT plunge.
My whole life totally changed. It sounds like a movie script, but it's really the real deal.
I had no idea that Mike Tyson took DMT, 5-MeO DMT, but he said it happened like this was some giant event. What was this giant event? The animation was fantastic. What was this giant event? Was that from his TV show? He had a TV show, right? What was this crazy event that happened? What changed after Mike Tyson took DMT?
Following his 5-MeO DMT experience, Tyson would discuss his transformation from an ego-driven ex-fighter into a spiritually transformed individual.
How did this happen to me? I'm not leading my ship. I'm not driving this fucking car. Not me.
Who's been driving?
After Tyson made his 5-MeO DMT use public in 2019, the interest in DMT reached an all-time high. That same year, a groundbreaking discovery out of the University of Michigan regarding endogenous DMT was published. It should have garnered global media headlines across the world based on the fact that it radically altered everything we knew about endogenous DMT.
The paper that came out of Ann Arbor in 2019 is a landmark publication.
I think it's a game changer in terms of beginning to expand our understanding of the role of endogenous DMT. What's surprising to me is why has this been overlooked for so long?
The lead author for the paper is a young scientist straight out of Youngstown, Ohio, Dr. John Dean.
Why is there so much music in this? Why is there so much music? La 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 la. I don't know what the song is. La 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 la. Ooh.
When I started my undergrad, I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to get into. I'd always enjoyed science and started to just take the prereq classes that I would need to get a bachelor's degree. Around that time, I had a very good friend of mine die, sort of unexpectedly, and that kind of sent me into a little existential era.
Okay.
I was prescribed just like a anti-anxiety medication. So that really was kind of profound to see the impact that taking this little pill could have on my psychology.
It's so weird, right? When you take something, when you just change one thing and you pay attention. Change one thing, pay attention, and see the effect that it has. He's saying it's got something to do with a pill, psychology, antidepressants, whatever. Very important, very interesting. Pay attention to how your food makes you feel and changes your well-being and changes your complete mental processing. Eat some unhealthy food, see how it feels. Pay attention to your sleep. Sleep well, sleep poorly, interrupt your sleep, watch TV while you're sleeping. Don't do that. See what difference it makes. Pay attention, and you can see how strangely everything is really nicely connected and contributes to your well-being. Very, very important.
John reported that his prescription didn't help him process his emotions, leading to a hiatus from school so he could tour with his indie band, Asleep, who ended up performing on South by Southwest and recording with famed producer Steve Albini. He spent time teaching guitar to autistic children at Youngstown State until he rediscovered his love for science.
Then I took a chemistry course and was super into it. And it was around that time when I read Rick Strassman's book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule. That kind of got me interested in the idea of like mind over matter, matter over mind, and that sort of thing. Coming to realize that there's this compound that's floating around in humans that's relatively understudied, that is one of the most powerful psychedelics there is. The fact that something like that's floating around in our bodies, even if it's doing nothing, very intriguing.
Kind of strange.
What does that mean for reality? What does that mean for how the brain works? We don't know, right?
DMT was always believed to be produced in such trace amounts that its presence was inconsequential to human consciousness. However, The 2019 publication, spearheaded by John Dean and Jimo Borjigan, turned this whole scientific belief on its head. There are 3 groundbreaking discoveries to this 2019 paper that John published. The first was in regards to just how much DMT is actually produced in the mammalian brain.
We actually put a probe directly into the brain of a living rat. We would directly sample the brain fluid, the dialysate, if you will, from these animals. And then we would run these on an analytical chemistry technique called high-performance liquid chromatography. And then we compared DMT and serotonin. And in that regard, what we found was, in my opinion, the heart of the study, that DMT was actually in nanomolar concentrations in the range of serotonin.
The significance of DMT being found at levels comparable to serotonin is found in just how vital serotonin is for everyday life. From sleeping, eating, and digestion to bone health and wound health, it's a natural mood stabilizer. Low levels of serotonin are associated with depression, anxiety, and insomnia, while people with normal levels report feeling happier, calmer, and more focused. DMT is also found in comparable levels to dopamine, which is released when the brain expects a reward, and in normal amounts helps with alertness, motivation, focus, happiness, and feelings of euphoria. So why is DMT swimming around in mammalian brains at levels comparable to serotonin and dopamine?
I'm really more concerned with what is DMT doing in the normal waking brain. Is it responsible for visual perception? We know that it has antidepressant properties. This has been shown in microdosing too. Those studies are intriguing because it sets up the idea that you don't necessarily need this psychedelic amount of this compound in your brain for some sort of natural effect.
This points to or indicates the possibility.
Are there people who microdose DMT? I've never heard that one before. If you take DMT, you'll get superpowers. So wow, don't do it for that. Point directly at the Sambhogakaya. Oh. People intuit it and then take DMT in search of the Sambhogakaya. Is that why people are doing it? And taking DMT to get into that spirit body? You have not experienced any type of emotion for at least 1 year. That sounds like dissociation. You might want to get that checked out. I don't know. Emotions are pretty based. I like them. I'm a fan. Hey, have you ever felt joy before? Oh, joy. Oh, joy. Feel love? Something very like relaxing and calming about love and very just settling, you know? You ever feel fear? And you get paranoid and you think that somebody's watching or something's coming about? All these emotions are nice. Emotions are pretty based, I think. I think I like emotions. Keep me with the emotions, please. Don't dissociate from your emotions.
Of the existence of a DMT neurotransmitter system. What would the role be? What is, the hallmark of the DMT experience? People, come out of it and they say that was more real than real.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a profound sense of certainty and truth, which is associated with elevated brain levels of DMT. If you wanted to speculate wildly, one could argue, that the DMT neurotransmitter system mediates our sense of reality.
Interesting. DMT mediates our sense of reality. Interesting. Wonder if that's true. Interesting.
If it is correct,
just be aware that the sense of reality, that feeling of realness, is a feeling that maybe should be investigated.
That DMT mediates our sense of reality. Then is reality itself a partial hallucination? Or could DMT be even more functional to our everyday waking consciousness than just psychedelic experiences?
Well, maybe we're in a simulation right now.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah, seriously. The strongest argument for us being in a simulation, probably being in a simulation, I think is the following. That 40 years ago, we had Pong, like 2 rectangles and a dot.
Mm-hmm.
That was what games were.
Very fun game.
Now, 40 years later, we have photorealistic 3D simulations with millions of people playing simultaneously, and it's getting better every year. And soon we'll have virtual reality, augmented reality. If you assume any rate of improvement at all, then the games will become indistinguishable from reality. We should hope that that's true, because otherwise, if civilization stops advancing, then that may be due to some calamitous event that erases civilization.
Simulation theory is nothing new. As it is presently more of a hypothesis, some scientists have linked their understanding of it directly with DMT as being the key to unlock the matrix. Measuring DMT or even serotonin and dopamine directly is difficult. Therefore, basic neurochemistry relies heavily on measuring the capacity for biosynthesis of these chemicals via the enzymes that produce them.
Do you think DMT can unlock the matrix? Was that the phrase that was used here? No. That, I'm not sure about that one, guys. Watch Frank Yang videos of DMT. Yeah, if you watch Frank Yang videos, you're on a high dosage immediately of DMT. Immediately. Yeah, I wonder about this idea. Like, does DMT show you reality? A lot of people think this, of course. Psychedelics or DMT. I feel like it just shows that reality is more of a feeling.
Enzymes are built from folded proteins that allow the body to convert raw materials from the environment into chemicals that the body uses to function. In order for the team at the University of Michigan to understand DMT synthesis, they first began looking at the enzymes INMT and AADC that bring the amino acid tryptophan all the way to DMT.
Tryptophan.
And this is what sparked the second groundbreaking discovery in the 2019 paper. Just where inside the brain are the DMT enzymes found?
The two enzymes which are responsible for DMT synthesis occur in the same nerve cell, which is the final or the next to the final step in, definitively saying DMT is synthesized in the mammalian brain.
Definitively.
We were the first group, to my knowledge, to really emphasize or look for the two enzymes being present in the same cells at the same time. So we reasoned, though, that you need both of those enzymes to take tryptophan to DMT. If the same cells are expressing those enzymes, that the likelihood of DMT synthesis is much stronger in those areas. What we found was that the brain was one of the hotter sites of co-localization of the two DMT genes.
Dr. Dean found expression levels of both enzymes in the pineal gland, choroid plexus, and throughout the cerebral cortex.
We found very high expression of the DMT biosynthetic genes in that area where the cerebrospinal fluid is made.
Cerebrospinal fluid, or CSF, is a colorless liquid produced inside the ventricles of the choroid plexus in order to supply nervous system tissue with nutrients, protect the brain from trauma, and carry away metabolic waste. We talked to one of the world's leading cerebrospinal fluid researchers.
Do you think by colorless he meant formless? Is this a Zen guy here? Colorless liquid?
Dr. Mauro Zapatera, a medical doctor who also received his PhD from Harvard University, focusing on the significance of CSF in brain development.
I was looking at this section of a human brain at 8 weeks in development. And inside that space was this cauliflower-like structure. And it was huge. It was ginormous compared to the size of the developing cortex. And I turned to my colleague and I said, "What is that structure?" And he said, "That's the choroid plexus." I said, "Wait, if that produces CSF and it's so large, the CSF must have an important role in development." There was a teacher.
Hardcore Buddhist teachers who talk about no self. I have no idea. Who are some Buddhist teachers that talk about no self? Shinzen Young, he's a popular Buddhist teacher. He talks about no self. Michael Taft, he's a part of the Shinzen lineage, I guess. Daniel Ingram seems to talk about no self a bit sometimes, but he's a little bit more loose with it. Does Alan Wallace talk about no self? No, he doesn't. I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you mean by hardcore? I don't know.
Who was teaching us craniosacral therapy. We hold various areas of the body, mostly the cranium and the sacrum, and we assess for subtle pulsations that are occurring in the tissues, in the energy field, but also in the cerebrospinal fluid. And then he made a comment that, the cerebrospinal fluid is one molecule away from seawater. And I entered this, I'm sort of a skeptic with many things, and so I entered this with skepticism. And so I started that evening, I remember going home and looking up what the cerebrospinal fluid was. And I realized that there was not much current research going on in this fluid. It's dispersed throughout the ventricles. It even bathes the outside of the brain, and it goes down the middle of our spinal canal in the central canal, and it bathes our entire spinal cord. Essentially, if something gets dropped into this fluid, it can be dispersed through the entire brain. And so I wanted to see, has DMT ever been shown to be in the cerebrospinal fluid? And it actually has.
Another hypothesis is that breathing exercises can induce an increase in DMT in the brain, causing the visionary experiences that many have claimed are very similar to psychedelics.
Could breath work affect the cerebrospinal fluid pulsations that affect the way that cerebrospinal fluid is generated? It's a signal to the choroid plexus to produce more of a certain compound, possibly DMT.
While visionary experiences induced by breathing exercises have been reported for thousands of years, there's a man from Holland who
Wim
has
Hof?
recently taken this concept
Any
to a
Icemen
whole
in chat?
new level. Wim Hof is a Dutchman who holds 26 Guinness World Records for superhuman feats that defied the science of its day. And his breath practice has transformed millions of lives across the world.
We now know through research that respirations are actually being shown to affect cerebrospinal fluid movement.
Interesting.
Letting go of the mind. Follow the flow. Pull the air. Letting go. Pull the air. Letting go. Pull the air.
Pull it.
After
Let it
about
out.
100 or 200 of these deep breaths is when I say, okay, and now pull it in. Hold and bring the cerebrospinal fluid to the head. And then suddenly the brainstem, the hippocampus, amygdala, epiphysis, it gets so much blood flow, so much neural activity that it releases, that it opens up. It's amazing what happens.
What happens?
Human beings are capable of anything. That sounds mystical. And that is mystical because we have to learn to shut up and get into the depth of the brain where neurology meets the purpose of life.
What's the purpose of life?
What is DMT and what is the significance of DMT in our lives? Visible, tangible, and usable. Because DMT is very important, only nobody knows. In the end, we are the alchemists, and we are able to metabolize our hormones into DMT too.
Is Wim Hof teaching like Frank Yang? I mean, Wim Hof is wacky. Probably as wacky. No, he's wacky, but he's not that wacky. However, he gives actual methods. He teaches methods. He's a meditation teacher, breathwork teacher. I don't think he uses the word meditation. He's a teacher. He'll give you practical exercises and challenges, and you can do weird stuff like this. Go swimming in icy water, and then do a little breathing exercise with some movement. Weird guy.
It's not definitively proven that breathwork can produce an increase in endogenous DMT, but barely anyone believed humans could control their immune or autonomic nervous system until Wim proved it in a study published in the prestigious journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And Wim was making those claims decades before the science caught up.
I am deeply interested into the DMT exploration through scientific validation, because it's there to create neural pathways into those areas thought of inaccessible, only done by exogenous intake of ayahuasca, DMT, and all those things. And from there, I began to experiment. I had no money. I had to do it with where I was. And I found a way, absolute doorway into the depth.
That's one of the big challenges of psychedelic research, I think, is to try to bridge this profoundly subjective experience and link that to an objective, measurable thing.
Nick Glinos is one of the newest additions to Jimo Borjigin's lab in Michigan. Raised with an independent and slightly rebellious side, his time in Panama studying botany gave way to an interest in psychedelics, and their beneficial altered states drew him to endogenous DMT.
Mm-hmm. Psilocybin and LSD and MDMA and all these other psychoactive compounds that people are studying are extremely interesting and extremely powerful, but none of them are produced naturally by the body. So DMT gives us this opportunity to look at a naturally produced compound that may be affecting consciousness in a way that we don't know yet, and to use that to make a bridge or a link to the subjective experiences that are being elicited by some of these breathwork practices. Even from personal experience, I know that certain types of breathing can have a profound impact on physiological processes that are happening in the body. And whether or not that plays a role in anything related to DMT or 5-MeO-DMT, I can't really say at this time. But I would suspect that some sort of modulation of the monoamide neurotransmitter system is happening. I haven't done any specific intense breathing exercises, but more just basic mindful breathing.
Yeah, you don't really need to have intense breathing exercises, right? You can just do very, very basic mindful breathing, he's saying. You don't even need to do that. Just sit with a better posture and breathe slightly more deeply, and you can feel better. Or you can hunch over and sort of get in a slouched posture and then breathe really shallow. And you can sort of feel how that feels. Very, very different. Very subtle things. You don't need to go too far with it. Though there are Olympians out there who do go far with it, and that's great. We like to see that. And we like to push the research a little bit. For your well-being, you don't need any of that extra. You don't need to push it very much at all. Just breathe normally. Well, normally, whatever that means. Breathe a little bit more deeply. A little bit more oxygen in the system, maybe. Get better posture so you have a more room for your abdomen to move. A little bit more space for your chest to expand, and so on and so forth. Not much is necessary, and that will very greatly improve your experience. Definitely.
Effects has it had on you? Well, I'd say increased calmness, increased focus. Sometimes I can sort of initiate sort of a dissociative effect in my body when doing certain types of meditative practices.
We get high on our own supply.
The question that's on many people's minds is, does the intense breath work of the Wim Hof technique lead to an increase in endogenous DMT? And does that altered state allow Wim's visualization to affect his biology in profound ways?
In terms of linking DMT to extreme physiology, like breathwork, is that link possible? I think so. Extreme physiology is incredibly just as under-researched as endogenous DMT.
Similar to the studies of psychedelics showing significant improvements in anxiety, depression, and addiction, hundreds of thousands of people have reported similar benefits by using the Wim Hof method, begging the question of whether the Wim Hof method induces similar brain activity to that of psychedelics. One consistent observation from psychedelic EEG studies is they all seem to increase gamma activity in the brain. There are 4 common brainwave signatures: delta with dreamless sleep, theta with deep relaxation, alpha with a non-thinking calm, and beta with normal waking consciousness. However, the less common gamma waves are associated with peak concentration and high-level cognitive tasks. Gamma is also seen in deep meditation, and the zone one enters when engaging in a sophisticated mind-body activity. In 2015, a scientific paper published data indicating that DMT and 5-MeO-DMT reliably increased gamma activity in volunteers. And in 2020, researcher Enzo Tagliazucci published a study also showing that DMT increased gamma activity, and that gamma power increases correlated with subjective reports of mystical type experiences. In our quest to verify whether there could be EEG overlap between exogenous DMT and the Wim Hof method, we decided to do a small test run at an EEG clinic in San Jose, California.
We use the opportunity to do a baseline mapping, which is kind of the ground level, eyes closed, brains at rest, nothing's going on, or it's kind of just in a stable mode.
Body's relaxed?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna record with your eyes closed first. So just, you're gonna keep your eyes closed. We're gonna record for 5 minutes straight.
Through that, we can see sometimes whether there's symptomology of depression or symptomology of anxiety or other things going on for them. This is eyes closed, so some activity, but it's minimal. It's not really, the brain's not active, it's not really doing a whole lot.
Then you can do your breathing exercise. Okay.
Masks. Love to see that movement from the abdomen to the chest. Wow, very nice.
I'm a big believer on the more natural we can make something,
I'm a believer.
The more it actually is internalized into the person because it's who they are and what they can do, and the stronger the effect.
Interesting.
I absolutely feel euphoric when I'm in there. You caught me, I don't know, a couple of times laughing for no reason. I mean, it's stunning. It's a little bit out of this world.
When Dr. Rick Strassman experimented with administering sub-psychedelic levels of DMT to volunteers, they too reported a sense of euphoria.
So I just did 20 minutes of the Wim Hof method, and I feel amazing. It worked. It works every time. After about 5 minutes, you start to really get in the sensations. In 10 minutes, you start to see wonderful things. 15 minutes, your body starts to vibrate. And at the very end, your nervous system's on fire. I've been wanting to know forever what exactly is going on with the data, with the brainwaves. Something really interesting is happening.
If the Wim Hof method increases gamma wave activity, this may be a telltale sign that the breath technique upregulates endogenous DMT production.
The baseline aspect of what was going on prior to doing the Wim Hof for his eyes closed.
Tingling sensations are nice.
The beta range, you can see that the activity is okay. It's minimal, but it's kind of at rest. The brain's doing what it needs to, all the way into the gamma range, where the brain's just functioning at a lower state. We jump over to what happens after the Wim Hof breathing technique, and you can tell that in the theta range, his front left side of the brain is actually active. Then we also jump over, and you can see that in the gamma range, it's really jumped, where it's quite a bit more active comparative to before. When we compare them side by side, you can see that in the gamma range, this is after the Wim Hof, and this is before the Wim Hof. You can tell that there's quite a bit difference happening in the gamma range.
Wim Hof. None of those beta waves.
Gamma waves move back and forth from the brainstem to the prefrontal cortex roughly 40 times a second, allowing for otherwise unconscious processing to be brought to conscious awareness. This may be the reason why psychedelic states, Wim Hof breathing experiences, as well as meditation, all correlate with high-level processing and flow states of consciousness, all of which are accompanied by increased gamma wave activity. As the hunt for a biological counterpart to the altered states brought on by breathwork continues, it must be noted that in near-death circumstances, where respiration stops, psychedelic states are still reported. This leads us to the third and final groundbreaking discovery of John Dean's 2019 publication. In the lab, cardiac arrest was induced on rodent models, and the brain measurement results were astounding.
Don't do
A
that.
600% increase in DMT in the visual cortex was observed. Could this be an explanation for the incredibly visual and psychedelic-like experiences people report after a near-death experience?
Why are we being mean to rats? Guys, don't kill rats. I mean, cardiac arrest, maybe don't kill them actually, but why are we doing this to rats and things and people? It's not that important to figure out, is it? We don't need to be unethical to our rat friends. They're just chilling. They're trying to live their life. We don't need to go around killing rats to confirm some sort of scientific curiosity. Who cares what's going on scientifically? It's not a very important thing to know. Just feel it yourself. Hey. Someone may use money as a substitute for masculinity, true, and seek to fulfill his soul's desire to unify yin and yang and resolve duality. Is that true? Someone's immortality project caused them to start a YouTube channel. Oh, what does it even mean? Joe Biden's immortality project brought him to the White House. Some cops' immortality projects caused them to kill wrongfully. What does this mean? Someone like Homeless Joe would just walk in magic. I don't think I understand. Immortality project?
I was in a place that was thinking, wow, how did I get in here? Isn't this interesting? And then my very next thought was, oh, I wonder if I can get out. And all of a sudden I was back in my body.
Oh, you in a coma for 8 to 10 days, you basically knocking on the door. I was talking to my dad. He had this green thing on. I just remember him saying, I'm not ready for you, son.
DMX told me it was like an out-of-body experience last February when he collapsed without a pulse in a Yonkers hotel parking lot.
You know, unbelievable to some people, but I remember seeing the police officers working on me. That vision is like is burned in my mind. I never
get real emotional.
Envisioned a reason that I would be like hugging a police officer.
What could explain such powerful experiences with such graphic visual representations that carried so much personal meaning?
I think it was a moment that I was somehow being given a choice.
DMT is also neuroprotective, and that's probably the real function of it. When an animal has cardiac arrest, the levels of DMT go up 600%. Not to provide a light show necessarily, it's to protect the neurons from dying from lack of oxygen.
As these experiences often make profound lessons quite simple, understanding the science of endogenous DMT is anything but.
Something upwards of 20% of people that have cardiac arrest report a near-death experience, an altered state of consciousness. So there has to be a biological correlate of that. There just has to be. Does DMT factor into that? I think it's reasonable. I don't think it's a silver bullet necessarily. The brain is very complicated. The fact that we found it in the visual cortex and it's a highly visual experience, exogenously administered when people take DMT, it would
There
point
has to be a
maybe-
biological correlate. Oh my gosh, to everything. There has to be a biological correlate. Is that so? There has to be. Look at the world through biology and physics. And all you'll see is biology and physics. Doesn't have to be, but only when you see. You look, you see. You look, you see.
That there's some involvement in perception of vision, visual percepts.
I do think it's interesting that it was in the visual cortex, for instance, because there are so many reports of people who undergo near-death experiences, who see extreme bright lights, or who even have very visual representations of a life review, for instance. Where is that visual interpretation coming from?
In 2015, GMO's lab and a few others in the lab did a study inducing cardiac arrest in rats, and they measured the level of various neurochemicals in the brain and measured the level of EEG activity, or measured the brain waves in the animals as they were dying. And what they found was there was not only a massive surge in a number of different neurochemicals just following the onset of cardiac arrest, but there was also this increase in global coherence and brain activity that happened after cardiac arrest had been induced.
Global coherence.
And that just suggests that the brain is not dead. It's not hypoactive immediately after cardiac arrest, but it's actually hyperactive. There's actually a lot of activity that's happening immediately following cardiac arrest.
The rodents that were studied.
Guys, let's not kill rats. They're cool people too. Please, stop it. Why so unethical? Why? They're nice. They're just trying to enjoy life. Let them live. Let them be.
Studied under cardiac arrest in 2013 showed a spike in gamma wave oscillations that were highly coherent, exceeding levels found even during the conscious waking state.
I've been in contact with pretty much every DMT scientist in the world that's been involved in that space the past, 30 years, maybe even longer. I've even emailed scientists that published stuff in the 60s. And they're like, whoa, I even forgot I published that paper. These guys are like in their 80s, I think.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because I've seen a trend where there's a lack of support for that specific field of research. And just like you, I'm interested in what are the implications, right, for mankind, implications for human perception, the human experience, all of that.
John Chavez, the founder of the DMT Quest project, met with John Dean in Michigan and dug deep on how to firmly establish whether or not gamma wave activity and endogenous DMT are in any way correlated.
So this is a documentary called DMT Quest documentary. So I guess it's all about John and his whole project. It's very interesting. He's being introduced pretty late into the documentary. We're learning about his quest, or the quest, called his quest. We did this experiment where we injected a mouse with half its body weight of LSD. And when the rat went to the TAC machine, guess what we saw? The mouse was high. True. I mean, it's not that difficult, right? We don't need to... of course he's going to be high. Of course. Why? Why do we do this? Let the rat live. The rat just wants to be chill. Just wants to enjoy its life. We don't need to give it so many drugs. Stop it.
Multiple studies have demonstrated that psychedelics will increase gamma frequencies in the brain.
You can get at that question in roundabout ways. The easiest and most scientific way would be to create an animal, a rat or a rodent, that no longer contains the compound that you're interested in studying. And then you can see how that changes the brainwave profile.
Why we gotta do this?
What happens when you do that? If you have these knockout animal models, how does that change their behavior? Does it change their behavior in any obvious way?
A lot of times in biomedical research, you'll use what's called a knockout animal. And a knockout animal is basically a genetic mutant where you've deleted a certain gene of interest, and you can go in and study that animal with a hypothesis that it's lacking that gene, and you can understand the function of that gene. So what we've done is deleted the gene that's necessary for DMT synthesis in a rat strain. And we're using that rat strain to hope to uncover the functions of endogenous DMT.
On the quest to uncover the role of endogenous DMT, an unfinished study out of Louisiana State University may paint a completely different picture on how psychedelic compounds operate in the brain.
Something that Stephen Barker did several years ago. He's a researcher at LSU. He's been a big name in DMT research for the last several decades. They did a sort of a pilot study that never got published, and they showed that the levels of DMT and 5-MeO-DMT
I don't think so.
were
Depends on what you mean by
massively
bot.
increased in animal brains after the administration of LSD.
When we administered LSD to rats, we saw a 10-fold increase in the level of endogenous 5-methoxydimethyltryptamine.
Wow.
And a 4-fold increase in dimethyltryptamine.
Wow.
This suggests that there is a endogenous hallucinogen neuronal system, and that many hallucinogens may not actually be true hallucinogens, but endogenous hallucinogen neuronal system agonists, that they stimulate the release of these endogenous hallucinogens, which then carry out
Catalyzing
their
it.
function and on perception.
Those results never got published, yet nobody's really funding the work for it. We're basically trying to understand the mechanism of action of how psychedelics can bring about these increases in mental health, these treatments for a variety of different ailments. If we're able to show, for example, that DMT is massively increased, endogenous DMT is massively increased after an administration of LSD or psilocybin, then I think that has massive implications for the future of all psychedelic research moving forward. We're in a really good position in GMO's lab to be able to repeat a study very similar to that.
I was hoping to work on that project full-time for my PhD. Unfortunately, we ran into some funding issues, so I wasn't able to do that. That's sort of the way science works. Hopefully one of my colleagues, Nick Linos in GMO, will have some of those answers soon.
Funding, science
John
driven
wasn't
by
able to continue
funding.
work in GMO's lab because funding
Awful.
wasn't available. And when I came in, I knew that was a risk. When I came to Michigan, I knew that was a risk that I may not be able to join GMO's lab. I may not be able to do this DMT research because funding may not be available. And I consider myself extremely lucky that we found a way to find funding for me to be able to do this work. And we're still pressured with that every day. We're still pressured with trying to apply for additional grants, looking for funding from private sources. Some of the bigger labs in the medical school at Michigan, there's usually a PI.
Is this an advertisement? Is this just a call for grant money? Private funding?
Multiple collaborators.
Any Oilers out there?
There can be a handful of postdocs, maybe 6, 8, 10 postdocs, multiple graduate students, 2 to 3 to 4 graduate students, and then you have research assistants and you have staff people that are working in the lab full time. But with GMO's lab, where I'm working now, there's just 3 of us right now, and I'm the only one who's really focused on the DMT project.
It's important because these are the most important questions in neuroscience, right? With respect to the foundations of consciousness. And it's something that is kind of being overlooked by mainstream neuroscience. So again, it's a question of it will take some funding and some support to do this work. And it's among the most important questions being explored in neuroscience.
A long-term career goal of mine is to be able to develop a way to non-invasively image DMT in the human brain or in the human body. We're a pretty long way off on that, but hopefully within the next decade, it's an achievable goal.
Wow.
Non-invasive
Science.
research refers to the ability to measure brain levels of DMT without using needles, probes, or otherwise harming the subject. It might also be able to show us whether or not breathwork, meditation, and even dreaming is involved with endogenous DMT, giving us a much better understanding of the neurochemistry of altered states. As John gears up to leave the University of Michigan, the goals of everyone involved in endogenous DMT research is the same. The field needs more funding if we are to understand why the spirit molecule and the God molecule are floating around naturally inside us all.
Science takes a very long time. You need multiple groups.
I don't think they defined the God molecule in this video, but spirit molecule, NMDMT, God molecule, 5-MeO. Don't know if they've mentioned that.
Producing the same finding over and over, which still needs to happen with endogenous DMT to establish this as actually being something from a hypothesis more into the realm of theory. I think DMT kind of became that band that opens for Led Zeppelin, like in the 60s and 70s.
Big vision for DMT research is to open up the opportunities and get more people involved. I think that's what we really need. I think we've seen with other psychedelic research at Hopkins and at Imperial College London, they've developed these big psychedelic research centers.
NMDMT, normal DMT, is called the spirit molecule generally, and 5-MeO DMT is generally called the God molecule. It's the names that are referenced.
And it shows. They're putting out a lot of research, a lot of studies, and they're extremely successful. And it's really bringing psychedelics back into the mainstream. And DMT, and more specifically endogenous DMT, is still just kind of in the shadows. I think even a small amount of startup funds can really make a big difference.
The importance of...
guys, this tea that I had earlier, so lovely. I've been drinking it. Well, I mean, I've been drinking it for a while. I've had a lot of it. I still got a whole cake. Well, half a cake. A lot of it. I consider it to not be very good tea, but man, it's been getting better and better. I've been drinking it. Well, I drank it, last time. Can I describe the taste? I could describe the taste. Well, I can't describe it now because I've been also eating some chocolate, which, oh my God, this chocolate is so good. Chocolate, much more accessible than tea. This is from Seahorse chocolate. Dang, it's so good. It's from Oregon, for any Americans out there. It's so good. Can I describe the taste of the tea? I don't remember. It's kind of plummy, sort of. It's kind of a common flavor in pu'er, young pu'er. I'll think more about it next time. Next time we brew Friday, I'll brew the same tea on Friday. I'll actually describe the taste. I'll describe the feeling, all that stuff. It was very nice though. It's very smooth, had a nice splash to it. It's sort of a buttery, kind of like savory, kind of like soy sauce kind of thing going on there. Nice lasting aftertaste. It was pretty good. And this chocolate is fantastic. It's so good. I don't know why I wanted to share that today, but just wanted to share that with you guys. Good chocolate, good tea, good vibes, and
funding endogenous DMT studies is that it may provide a basis for all psychedelic research, into which millions of dollars are funneled. But it could also give us a better understanding of what modulates everyday waking reality, of the neurochemistry of altered and mystical states. What if DMT was the missing link between all religions? What if the foundation of all spiritual experiences might have a basis in biology? Could this help bring humanity together?
Wow, guys, this is kind of silly. I mean, it's not that. This is pretty silly, okay, guys? This is silly. If you want to know the nature of your experience, pay attention to your experience. You don't need to pay attention to science, all right? We don't always. No, we want to pay attention directly to the thing that we're observing. We want to describe our experience. So observe your experience. Don't observe the brain. Don't observe molecules. It's not necessary. Okay, the thing that brings us all together, all religions and humanity, well, I don't know what it is, and I don't know if there is anything. But if you want to learn about experiences, pay attention to your experiences. Don't pay attention to the brain. Do that. That's a secondary thing. Who the heck is Jeremy Fragrance? Jeremy Fragrance of tea. Let's find out. Jeremy Fragrance. Leading fragrance influencer. What? What the heck is a fragrance influencer? Fragrances that once were good. Okay, we're going to watch this video directly after we watch this video. This video is almost over. All right, we're going to learn about fragrances. Okay. I've never heard this guy.
Understand just how Wim Hof is capable of achieving the unbelievable. Perhaps the protocols of human optimization are just around the corner.
Perhaps.
What if this really is a simulation, and endogenous DMT was the key? Would the task before us be any different than what the yogis, sages, and mystics called the process of awakening? What if the rapid expansion of the human neocortex had more to do with endogenous DMT than we once believed? What if adaptation of our species to existential and environmental threats wasn't a job for global politics, but an internal responsibility of the collective? What if mental health and the voluntary changing of brain structures was just a few short years of research away? On the quest to scientifically understand being human, we know so little about why the waves collect into atoms and beget molecules and build cells to become organs that make up the form of a species on the brink of an ocean of questions. The answer.
Guys, we learned one more. We got to find out one more. We're on the brink. We're just on the brink. We just need to figure out this one thing, and then everything will be well. Everything will be okay. Everything will be perfect. We'll figure it all out. We just need one more thing. We've gotten to the habit of feeling this way, or thinking this way, and if we're always in the habit of wanting more, or trying to figure out more, and always needing something else to be, well, happy, collectively as a species together, whatever nonsense utopia we want to look for in the future, this is all the killer of the joy that's already here. We don't need something else to get something else. No. We're already here. Right? Because it just builds up this habitual pattern of always looking for something else to never get what you want. So maybe it's good to practice being content. Good luck. Good luck.
To this DMT quest is closer than you think.
Wow, what a great document. Guys, whoa, DMT quest. Arrgh. That was it. I wonder if there's going to be credits. So maybe we can get credits so we can show. Thanks for watching. Please support. If you want to support, Jay Chavez at dmtquest.org. You can email me. Oh, was he the voice? He wasn't the voice of it, was he? Was he the voice of it? He's saying me as if he was the voice. Anyway, he showed up in the documentary too. He didn't sound like... Anyway, whatever. Email him if you want to support DMT stuff. But if you guys are supporting people, support me. Why are you supporting them? John Chavez. He is the producer. Maybe support them is probably better. Ben Stewart. All right. Wow. How about that? John Chavez. Wow. What a guy. Why don't I take DMT just now and show us a live representation of what happens when I take DMT? Well, I'm not a psychonaut. I'm not searching for anything more. I don't want to do that. Why am I ignoring all of your suggestions? Well, let's find out together if we are all... Jesus. Okay, it's a very popular channel with some cool music. All right, well, we're going to skip the music part. Bo-do-do-do-do-do. Wow. Okay. Hey!
And welcome to Top Things.
What's up?
Today we're going to learn about 10 signs you are a Sigma male.
Guys, do you want to categorize yourself properly? Because apparently that's very important. Well, let's find out. Are you an alpha? Are you a beta? Are you an omega? Or are you a sigma? Who knows? And why is it very important? I don't know, but we got to categorize it somehow, so let's do it. Let's find out if we're all sigma males.
Now, let's begin.
Let's begin.
Number one, rejecting expectations.
Expectations.
Everyone's heard of alpha
Swerve.
males and beta males.
Yep.
Alphas stand at the top of our social hierarchy.
Okay.
They lead with decisive voices,
Wow.
confident attitudes,
So
and
decisive.
strong personas.
So strong.
Betas, on the other hand, are followers.
Beta.
They sink to the bottom of our social hierarchy. They're submissive, insecure, and weak-willed.
Any insecure people out there? Oh my gosh. Sad boy hours. Any weak-willed folks out there? Any subs? Well, yeah.
They settle for less and run away from conflict.
Don't do that.
But alphas and betas aren't the only kinds of male personalities out there.
Oh, wow.
The Sigma male is
That's
the
so.
rarest of the three male archetypes. Unlike an alpha or a beta, a Sigma male doesn't care about social standings or hierarchies.
Oh, hierarchies.
They ignore social
Oh.
norms, trends, and expectations. To a Sigma male, there's no correct way to dress, speak, or act.
There is no correct way to dress, to speak, or to act. Wow, you're breaking all the social norms. Let's confine you into a box. so that you fit into this rare social norm and validate your own ego to make you feel like, oh, I am understood by somebody who categorizes people, because I don't care about hierarchies or being understood, but I feel so understood by being recognized for not being understood and being categorized.
Society has a rigid list of male expectations created by alphas and idealized by betas. But Sigma males discover their own path. They create their own definition of what's attractive, cool, and confident.
What's cool?
Just take clothing, for example. Alpha males are trendsetters. They confidently push the boundaries of what's attractive and what's not. Beta males copy the styles created by the alphas. They wear expensive clothes and famous brands.
Wow.
They want to gain respect or bolster their reputation, but their
Beta.
lack of confidence shows right through. But Sigma males don't create fads or follow them. You'll never see them wearing something popular or trendy, because Sigma males don't care what society likes
And I want you to know it too.
or dislikes. So if you march to the beat of your own drum, if you reject social trends and expectations, then you may be the rarest male archetype,
You might be a Sigma male.
the Sigma male. Number 2, material insignificance.
Okay.
Sigma males are minimalistic. They don't prioritize the same luxuries as other men because they don't need material things to complete them. They don't rely on luxuries to create or enhance their personality. Just think about fancy cars for a second.
Nice cars.
The beta male may spend tens, even hundreds of thousands of dollars on a sports car. They think an expensive
Those beta males with hundreds of thousands of dollars to spend on sports cars.
car will make them more desirable, more attractive, more confident. But it won't. That's why a Sigma male drives whatever they want. They're just as confident driving a rundown wagon as they are a bright red Ferrari.
Okay.
They know material goods are not a substitute for self-worth. So instead of chasing luxuries, a Sigma male focuses on immaterial accomplishments. If you're a Sigma male,
Spiritual materialism. Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't get caught up in the experiences are the good thing. No. Well, what's your more Sigma male? Okay, let's see.
you dedicate your life to the pursuit of your passions. You seek knowledge, skill, and wisdom day after day. Your life is not driven by what you have. It's driven by what you can do. Number 3.
Driven by what you can do. Okay. I mean, you know, some people like to do this and they care about skills and knowledge and passions. I can't remember the third thing, but wow. I mean, imagine wanting to learn more. Imagine wanting to do anything. Imagine.
Self-management.
Self-management.
Are you self-employed? Do you resist people in power? Sigma males, like alpha males, struggle with authority. They make terrible followers and worker bees. Unlike betas who do as they're told, Sigma males break the rules on a regular basis. In the workplace, Sigma males feel stuck, like they're sitting in stopped traffic. They don't want anything or anyone slowing them down. They want to solve problems their own way.
Is it just me, but I like stop traffic? Okay, when I get into traffic, it's really nice. Well, I don't drive these days. I'm not going to work every day anymore. Back when I would drive to work, and that was a lot of fun. Driving, I mean, the driving part was a lot of fun because I'd listen to music, and it's always nice to just like stop. You know, it's not like you can control the flow of the traffic. So you're stopped, and you're just stopped. And if you don't have this sort of urge to want to get to work faster, who wants to go to work faster? You can just enjoy the restful moment, enjoy the peace and the quiet. Hopefully not too many people honking horns. That happens a lot in Atlanta. You get to enjoy the music or a podcast or whatever it is that you're listening to, or maybe just enjoy the noise, the car sounds, which is generally pretty pleasant if you are focusing on it, and just sit for a time being. I quite like stopped traffic, but of course, you'd have to not want to go where you're going, I guess. Or not be too bothered by it, I guess. I don't know.
They want space and flexibility to rethink, reinvent, and reshape. That's why Sigma males work best on their own. They're dedicated self-starters. They flourish when they have complete control. Many Sigma males are business owners, risk takers, and creative thinkers. They confidently tackle high-stakes positions and difficult challenges. But if someone tries to control them, a Sigma male will not go down easy.
Okay.
Number 4, mysterious privacy. Sigma males keep their passions close to their chest. They're called private, selfish, and secretive by others. But here's the real truth. Sigma males do shield their passions and interests. It's not because they have something to hide, it's because they don't feel the need to share. A Sigma male does not advertise their accomplishments.
Don't feel the need to share and being private. These seems like very, very, very different things, right? If somebody's private and secretive, that's vastly different from not feeling the need to share, right? If you don't feel the need to share, you do share if people ask, right? There seems to be a vast difference there, but maybe not.
Many people talk about their passions to earn the approval of others.
True.
They tell people about their successes because telling someone gives them a little ego boost.
True.
But Sigma males don't want or need outside approval. They keep their passions to themselves because telling themselves is more than enough.
So if you're watching this video, you're probably not a Sigma
This
male.
can make Sigmas very difficult to understand.
Huh.
It takes a long time to get to know them. Friends may feel like they're always unwrapping new layers of this complex archetype. Even though it takes a long time, Sigma males are the most rewarding people to connect with and befriend. Underneath that quiet exterior is a confident passion unlike any other.
Wow.
Number 5, humble leadership. In their careers and their lives, Sigma males are lone wolves, but in the right circumstances, they can be inspiring leaders too. Alpha males use power and aggression to lead, but Sigma males lead by example. They pour their hearts into their work, and their dedication inspires others to follow in their footsteps.
Oh, cool.
They rarely intimidate or dominate others, and they rarely want to. Sigma males generate as much power and respect as an alpha without lording over anyone. Sigma males don't care about titles and standings. They don't use their position or paycheck to get their way. Instead, they create the best product that they can. They learn, improve, and streamline because they want to make themselves proud. They have a humble yet disciplined mindset, but that mindset is why Sigma males become such respected leaders.
Oh.
Number 6, independent pursuits. Have you ever turned down a leadership position? Sigmas make great leaders, but they don't always enjoy leadership positions. Many Sigma males have been pursued. They're chased and revered for their innovative ambitions and relentless drive. But they prefer to make it on their own. They're rarely tempted by the perks of any leadership position. They don't find meaning in titles, paychecks, and authority. Now, many Sigmas think they'll get more done on their own, and they're usually right, so they turn down leadership positions and pursue success independently. Yeah, they may make less money, they may have less job stability, they may not know what their future holds, but they have a chance to pursue their passions to the fullest, and for a Sigma, nothing is more important. Number 7, the Sigma lifestyle. No one lives their lives quite like a Sigma male. They're picky about their lifestyles, their routines, and their habits, and there's no one who can change the way they live. For a Sigma male, nothing is worse than a controlling person. They can't stand it when someone tries to change their lifestyle. Sigma males do what they want, when they want. Anyone who tries to impose expectations onto a Sigma male may get kicked to the curb. Now, this may sound stubborn or selfish, and in some ways it is, but deep down, Sigmas value themselves for who they are. They're willing to change, they're open to new perspectives, but they only make changes if they genuinely want to make changes. Sigma males don't cater to the people around them. They don't transform their lifestyles to make others feel better. They're unflinchingly true to themselves, and that's one of their best qualities. Number 8, confident introversion. Most alpha males are commanding extroverts. They use their social aptitude to gain control over the world around them, but Sigma males are rarely extrovert. Instead, they're independent and solitary introverts. They don't like to be the center of attention. They rarely talk to strangers, and they spend most of their time alone. On the outside, a Sigma male looks like any other shy introvert. That's why Sigmas go unnoticed. Sigmas have the confidence and self-security of an alpha, but they keep to themselves. They don't leave lasting impressions on everyone in the room. They listen far more than they talk, and they approach social interactions with modesty and control. But that muted exterior hides a rich interior world. Their intrinsic confidence can surpass even the most powerful alphas. They live and lead from the inside out, so don't be fooled by their quiet exterior. A Sigma male may seem shy, but they're far from it. Number 9, room to breathe. Sigma males require a lot of personal space. They need plenty of flexibility to do their own thing, to chase new ventures, to travel and explore. They need to satisfy their internal drive to learn and achieve, and they don't want anyone to hold them back. So if you're a Sigma male, you may make radical changes in your life. You may disappear for days on end. You may become so absorbed in your passions you forget about the rest of the world. Your friends and family may worry about you. They may question your decisions, but your pursuit of innovation is one of the strongest parts of your personality. So take as much space as you need and don't let anyone stand in your way.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting bored by the video. All right, I'll slow it down. I don't know, like half of these things sort of kind of make sense, vaguely describe me. A lot of them really don't. I would not categorize myself based on this video alone as anything like a Sigma male. But you can make your own decisions, I guess. I don't know.
Outlier. There's plenty of information circling about alpha males and beta males, but many people struggle to place themselves in either category. You hear their personality traits and lifestyle habits, but nothing sounds familiar. Nothing seems to fit your personality. So if you don't fall into either category, you may be a Sigma male. Sigma males are far and away the most diverse of the three. Sigma males by nature defy labels and archetypes. They exist outside the usual categories and expectations. They don't fit into any of the most common groups because they themselves are uncommon. They walk a path that only they could walk.
Wow.
So if this sounds like you, if you aren't an alpha or a beta, you may fit into this diverse category. You may be a Sigma male. Hey, thank you for watching Top Think, and be sure to subscribe.
Wow, thank you very much. I don't need to be categorized, but apparently I want to be categorized as a Sigma male. Wow. Breaking all expectations. How beautiful. Okay. 10 times you're a Sigma male. Are you guys Sigma? Any Sigmas in chat? Any betas? Any alphas? Any subs? How to spot a Sigma male. Oh my goodness. Sigma versus Alpha. How to tell if you're truly a Sigma male. Wow. People really want to know, don't they? Being a lone wolf, the Sigma male. How to become a Sigma. Wow, my goodness. Okay. What we're actually going to be doing right now is looking at fragrance. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Who is this guy? Jeremy Fragrance. I've never heard of you before. But I'm very interested. Let's go deep dive into the world of fragrance. Wow. Also, look at this guy. Hello.
Sexy boys, sexy girls. Jeremy Fragrance here. Fragrances that used to be good, but are not good anymore.
Look at this guy. Hello.
So I will show you in this
Why is he wearing white at the beach?
video 3 fragrances that I heard are reformulated, that I heard suck by now in terms of performance. I will also show you 3 that I can guarantee you that are much worse than what they used to be. But we start off with 2 fragrances that have been reformulated but are still good.
Okay.
So first is Nautica Voyage and Dior Homme Intense.
Is he going? So he's just going over colognes or perfumes or I don't know what the other what fragrance is. Oh, it's hashtag fragrance cologne perfume. Okay, he spells perfume wrong. Whatever. Interesting. Okay. He just does he? Is he? Is he? Is he going to be describing them? This is a short video. I guess we can watch it. Let's find out. What do you
And
do?
this one, ladies, excuse me, ladies. All right, we keep going. This one is a fresh and clean one, and you can easily understand the difference of the new formulation and the old formulation. The new formulation, which is this one right here, it takes the whole cap out. The old formulation just takes this top off. You will notice that. Dior Homme Intense, you can easily detect the old formulation. It has a silver inside, and now it is black. Both still good in performance. This one used to be much more iris-based, which is that typical makeup note, and this one used to be a little bit stronger, but it's still strong. So let's go to 3 fragrances where I think I heard they are reformulated. I heard Versace Eros is not so strong how it used to be anymore. Well, I can tell you it's still strong from my experience. Another thing that I noticed...
Okay, I think I get the essence of the video. I don't really understand what's going on. We're just talking about old fragrances. This is the most recent video. That's why I clicked it. Wow. Jeremy Fragrance is just telling us about fragrances. Okay. Wow. I don't know if I'm going to be... yeah. Well... Yeah, we'll try one more. Jesus Christ, how many videos is he putting out a day? Holy cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 videos in the last 2 days. Jesus. Oh my goodness. He's pumping out the content. Gosh. See this? Hour ago, 3 hours, 3 hours, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. destroying it with the content. Good God. Well, that's one way to do it. A lot of content out there. Maybe I should be posting more videos. Lower quality, more quantity, maybe. Oh, I wanted to watch one more, didn't I? I did.
Hey guys, Jeremy Fragrance here. Hey guys, Jeremy Fragrance here.
Wow.
This is how success smells. So I got 3 fragrances right here. I got the guy that is successful in business, the guy that is successful with women, and the guy that is successful in life. All are super sexy, all are mega, mega, mega addictive. And ladies, excuse me, do you have 1 second for my video right here? I just need the opinion which smells the best. For my YouTube channel, I have 1 million followers.
It's gotta mention
just one
it.
question, which is the best fragrance? You have time for a second. Just which smells the best for a man? I have 3 perfumes. Okay. So this is the first one. Would you like this on a man?
Yes, I like it.
Or is this better? Number 2?
Yes.
Or, they're all good, I know. Or the number 3. It's difficult, right?
Right.
What an attractive woman.
Thank you. I think this is better.
The fresh one.
Yeah.
So you like fresh fragrances?
Yeah, I like fresh one. That's right. This is the allure. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day. So, Chanel 1. But generally, these all are very sexy and all are great. But, you know,
What a video. All right. I think we, wow. Okay. Well, if I start doing tea outside, I can randomly call people over to take a sip. And, wow, what a way to do it. Okay. How to spot a Sigma male. Let's see that.
The Sigma male. You know, I spoke.
Is that guy interested in meditation? Probably not. I'm not sure. Kevin has been killing it. Kevin Samuels. My goodness. Who are these folks? Kevin Samuels. Consultant men's lifestyle. My goodness. How are pretty professional women destined to be unmarried? Wow. Wow.
Briefly in a few other videos about the Sigma male and what that is, you know, in comparison to the alpha and the beta. But I still have people who are a bit confused.
No
on
volume
what exactly
here.
The Sigma
No
male
volume
is.
here.
And basically, the Sigma male is what I guess I would identify myself as. You know, you have the beta males and the omega males who are like the worker bees. You know, they're the ones who keep order. They're the ones who follow tasks and, you know, make sure everything's on the up and up, you know, on a day-to-day level. You have the alpha males who are above them who, you know, put their foot on their neck and, you know, say, you better do this. And, you know, they're like the enforcers. They keep them in line.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they basically, you know, monitor the beta males and the omega males and, you know, act as like the public figure. You know, think of like,
There's no video
let's say
here,
someone like
but
Donald Trump, right?
no
The
video.
alpha male, right? He's I'm the head of the country. I'm the head of Trump Tower. I'm the head of, you know, whatever. And I have all my beta males and my omega males, but below me, and they do everything I tell them to. They carry out all the tasks I have for them, right? But what no one ever talks about is what you would call the Sigma male. Now, the Sigma male, here's how it works, right? The alpha male is the Sigma male's beta male. You see what I'm saying? The Sigma male is the behind-the-scenes leader who really runs everything. He is the secretive.
The Sigma male is the alpha male's beta male. What did he just? What?
Sigma male is the behind-the-scenes leader who really runs everything. You see what I'm saying? The Sigma male is the behind-the-scenes leader who really runs everything. He is the secretive. Think of it this way: if Donald Trump is the alpha male,
There's no video.
the Rockefellers are the Sigma males. You know, the Rothschilds, the J.P. Morgans, the people like behind the scenes that actually own America.
The
These are
alpha
Sigma
male,
males.
alpha male.
So the alpha male is the Sigma male's beta male. Basically, the alpha male is the one that takes all the public attention. The alpha.
Wow. Wow.
Male is the one that's the poster child, the public figure. He's the distraction so that the Sigma male can actually do what he needs to do behind the scenes without anyone coming after him. The Sigma male is a secretive, reclusive leader. The Sigma male is is like I said, like if Darth Vader is the alpha male, you know, the Emperor is the Sigma male. You see what I'm saying? And the alpha male, in most cases, not in all cases, you know, but in most cases, alpha males report to Sigma males. These are the secret leaders. They're very reclusive. They have the long-term plan. They understand the need to be secret because here's the thing. You know, people are...
Wow. Okay, we figured out how to spot a Sigma male. You can't because they're always behind the scenes. How about that? Amazing. Wow, what great videos. Wow, don't we love to learn about male leadership? Fantastic. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get some more, wow. Let's learn from some more wholesome people. Who are you? From Louise K. Hey, Louise, what's up? How you doing?
It's all about letting go of that constructed idea of self. This idea of who I am.
Get rid of the
If
constricted
we have
idea.
this question, who am I? I love this question. And we just really have a look, who am I? In my experience, what I find is that there's awareness, which is unchanging. And within this space of awareness, experience moves, thoughts move, sensations move, emotions move. And that's the world of the changing. And none of that can be who I am, because if it comes and then goes, when it's gone, I wouldn't exist. So what is it that remains? And
What
when
remains?
we can
What is stable between all these
turn our
things?
attention to that which remains and which is always unchanging, then we discover our true self. And it's a space that's very relaxing actually, because it takes so much of our energy and effort to do all the time. It's exhausting. I have to be a good person. I have to get this right. I have to fix this. I have to heal this. And all our energy is going. And if we just stop everything, just for one moment, really totally stop. Just feel how it feels just to be here with no agenda, nothing to do, nothing to fix, nothing to heal, nothing to become, nowhere to get to. And just allow everything to be as it is right now. How long does it take before the first thought appears in the experience saying, yeah, but when that first thought comes, just notice it and let it pass on by. Stay here.
Wow. Oh, wow. 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 Cool story. I have to take a short break. It's my lunchtime. I gotta get some food. But I'll be right back. We'll be continuing with some more stuff and things and stuff. And things. And also possibly stuff. All right? I'm excited for it. You should be too. I'll be back. Too much Ananta. Too much Ananta. He's getting into me. Taco Bell. Yo quiero. We do not encourage such foods here, but hopefully you're enjoying it. For most of us, we have to be much more healthy to enjoy our lives here. Be mindful. I'll be back. Wow. Wow, guys. Wow. You guys are so silly. Let's learn a little bit about compassion and love and maybe expose some people. Oh, mute it. Saved.
I'm David Rams,
Hey!
welcome back to another video.
What's
I've
up,
made a few
David?
videos about Sadhguru calling out his bullshit opinions on animals that he likes to spread to millions of people, enabling them to, you know, continue abusing animals, but I've never actually shown an example of what I believe to be a truly enlightened guru and what they would say about the animals.
Whoa. Okay, you coming in hot, saying some nasty language about Sadhguru. Don't do that. Don't say nasty things about nasty people, whether they're nasty or not. Don't do that. Don't be mean. He said something about animals. What was this, an animal cruelty channel? Made a few videos on Sadhguru calling out his opinions, but never shown an example of truly enlightened guru. Truly enlightened guru. Vegan. Oh, it's a vegan channel. Oh no. Okay, we're getting some vegan encouragement, vegan inspiration. Vegan inspiration here going on here, or propaganda? Let's find out. I don't know.
Well, that day is now here.
Okay.
Thich Nhat Hanh is a 94-year-old Vietnamese Buddhist
Thich Nhat
Zen
Hanh.
master, a global spiritual
He's 94? What? Say that one more
enabling them
time.
to, you know, continue abusing animals, but I've never actually shown an example of what I believe to be a truly enlightened guru and what they would say about the animals. Well, that day is now here. Thich Nhat Hanh is a 94-year-old Vietnamese Buddhist Zen master, a global spiritual leader, and an activist. He's known around the world for his powerful teachings on mindfulness and peacefulness. Martin Luther King called him an apostle of peace and non-violence.
Wow.
Thich believes that through mindfulness, we can learn to live happily in the present moment, and that's the only way to truly develop peace in oneself and in the world. This is all good and well, but Thich talks a lot about peace. Is he consistent with his peace?
Thich talks about peace. Is he consistent?
Is he also promoting peace for the other animals or just for the humans like Sadhguru? Well, let's find out.
Is it only about humans? Do we go farther than humans? All right, well, this is a consciousness battle. Apparently, we're comparing guru to other guru. Thich Nhat Hanh is the true enlightened being, apparently, because he conforms to what this guy's idea of enlightenment seems to be. Let's see. Let's see. How consistent is Thich? Let's hear what Thich talks about.
There are films made about the suffering of animals. If you have watched these films, you see the suffering of the chicken,
Yes.
the suffering of the cows.
Yes.
You would not like to eat chicken, eat eggs, drink milk, eat cheese anymore. Because raising cows and raising chicken create a lot of suffering.
Now people say, I love my food, so you love animals, so you put them in the food. Even I've seen people talking to the chicken and all very nicely, and next week they'll eat them up. I'm sure the next thing is the bulls are drawing the cart. If it's a male, we make him work that way. If it's a female, we milk her. It's good. Anything that's not useful to human societies, have we allowed them to live? Are we in that kind of condition?
Okay, it's pretty tough to see a difference between these two here.
Wait a second. Okay, this is a vegan channel. And I guess he has problems with Sadhguru because Sadhguru is a vegetarian. But apparently he uses animals like the bull to pull his carts, and that is not acceptable, apparently. All right, we got to get to the ideals of the vegans here, of course, the ideal treatment of all animals. We got to be very, very, very non-violent or cruel or something. I don't know. Well,
Right? One of these two spiritual leaders laughs and jokes about this suffering and abuse of chickens, heartily chuckling at the idea of people who love their chickens and then the next day slit their throats and eat them, and says cows need
But wait, he was making fun of them, right? because he's a vegetarian too, and he thinks that that's not okay, right?
To be worked by using them in the fields or manipulating their bodies for their milk. And the other spiritual leader sincerely and calmly explains that chickens and cows suffer for milk, eggs, and all the other products that come from them, and that we shouldn't eat those things because of that. I'm finding it hard to decide, but maybe you could help me. Which of these two sounds like the more peaceful option?
Well, certainly of the three, I can determine which one is the least peaceful, right? This is why jokes are bad, right? Like, but I'm sure this guy knows that Sadhguru is a vegetarian, right? This is a well-known thing, right? He wasn't promoting killing your chickens in that joke. Maybe not, I don't know. Eating meat is a worldly cause and effect, and it's not karma. Oh, wow. I watch a lot of videos in which a person roasts a spiritual leader. I'm very fond of roasty stuff. I do like roasted tea. I like roasted chocolate. I like roasted spiritual leaders, apparently. He's not vegetarian for moral reasons, though. Okay. Vegetarian because it's what's best for the body. Oh, I see. So he's not a moral vegetarian, so that he's not an acceptable vegetarian. I don't know, but like, I feel, we're talking about peace and harmony and like stopping the suffering of all sentient beings, and then we're yelling at people over the internet and driving hate between each other. Who really cares about the suffering of sentient beings? I get the feeling, I don't know, maybe when getting into those states of excitedness and anger and being mad at other people, we kind of forget our own well-being and our own suffering. Apparently, it seems like a very common point to forget sometimes. Veganism is lowering testosterone among the gurus. Oh no. What is the sound of one hand? Listen. What is the sound of one hand?
We should eat and drink in such a way that can preserve compassion in our heart.
Yes.
We should consume in such a way that
Yes.
help reduce the suffering
Yes.
of living beings.
Yes.
Plants are as sensitive as any other creature.
Yes.
Only thing is they don't scream.
True.
They do scream, you don't hear, that's all. If you must eat non-vegetarian food, the fish is the best thing to eat because it is the first form of life on this planet.
So we have a choice between living with compassion in our hearts, consuming in a way that helps to reduce the suffering of living beings, or we can try to justify the suffering of animals by making pseudoscientific claims that plants feel pain and...
Whoa. Was that... I don't know if that was acceptable to look at. All right. I'm concerned. Can we watch... We can't do that, right? Can we do that? I mean, it's just a heifer. Fisting a heifer. Heifers here. Can we watch fisting of heifers? I don't know if that's acceptable or not. Don't Twitch. It was an accident, Twitch. It was an accident. I don't understand this guy's point. Can somebody help me out? Like, Sadhguru is like a... Oh, okay.
Screams.
Our car. You mean skin for me eyes? They burn. Never got that for me.
Right, so Sadhguru was saying plants have feelings too, but he wasn't saying it to justify eating animals because he doesn't like to eat animals, maybe, right? Like, but that's not a... Plants do have feelings too, right? And it's not only the plants, it's also the hypothetical creatures, right? Also, all of these folks in this video here. How do you save this tomato and this orange from... How do you save a hungry ghost? How do you save these things? How do you save all the beings in all the three worlds of existence? Well, it's a difficult thing to do, I guess, but don't do it by recreating, making more worlds of suffering beings in your imagination. Don't do that. It's the worst way.
And telling people to eat fish if they're going to eat any animals because they are the first life on the planet. That's a real tough decision.
Giving people an alternative, like, I mean, baby steps is not a helpful thing, you don't think, my friend?
The vegan is not perfect, but it helps reduce suffering of animals.
So whether you eat a plant or an animal or whatever, it is still violence.
True.
Tik makes an effort to avoid animal suffering by being vegan. Sadhguru makes an effort to justify using the products of animal abuse by claiming eating plants is also violent.
Whenever you're feeling stupid, just remember there are people who think cutting a potato and cutting a sentient living animal are the same thing. Well, let's not forget potatoes are usually alive. If your potatoes are not alive, you're going to smell it. Not going to be very good. They're certainly alive, and they're also sentient. But don't justify that. There are a type of people that informs others the trees are around when elephants start eating its leaves, and other plants start developing some toxin that makes the leaves taste really bad for the elephants, so they stop. And he says this is some kind of evidence that trees have feelings too. Well, trees have feelings too, but we don't need to do any silly tests like that, okay? Your mom and your dad have feelings. Have you ever had any scientific evidence to prove that your mom and dad have feelings? Have you ever had some scientific proof that you are sentient and alive? You don't need to do that, okay? That's not the test that you ever have used. We don't need science to tell you it. Just interact with the thing nicely and see how they interact back. That's all you need to do. Very, very simple. And you'll find out what is sentient and what isn't sentient. A little hint. It's all alive. Be nice.
Once again, really tough to decide which of these is the more peaceful option. Sadhguru just says what will appeal to the widest audience. He takes the middle road on animal suffering because he...
What? Sadhguru appeals to the widest audience? What?
He views everything through his own eyes. He views everything through human eyes. Tik sees things from the animal's perspective, which leads him to the logical conclusion that animal abuse is not justified and that we should be vegan. I don't hate Sadhguru. I hate bullshit. And I especially hate bullshit when it's irresponsibly spread to millions of people.
Please do not hate anything.
When it's selfish, human-centric bullshit about the animals, designed to make people feel good about their animal abusive habits. If Sadhguru truly believes in people...
Sadhguru doesn't even want us to sleep facing the east. I don't think he's trying to make us feel good. I don't think he's doing... tailoring his message to fit into the normal paradigms of whatever people think or want. That is definitely not what he's doing.
Peace, compassion, and all the shit he claims to believe in, and he has to be consistent. He has to stop funding and stop encouraging others to fund violent, abusive industries like the dairy industry. Don't be a hypocrite like Sadhguru. Be consistent like Thich Nhat Hanh. Respect for animals means not paying for the abuse and
Can we just appreciate for a moment him saying that we need to be consistent like Thich Nhat Hanh? And of course, just wondering, just curious, what do you guys think? Do you think Thich Nhat Hanh would appreciate or approve of the approach that our friend is giving us right now? I think an old 90, however many year old Zen Buddhist who really thinks about the suffering of the world and obviously is not limiting the suffering to the mundane suffering that we think of. Do you think he might encourage the anger and hatred in this guy's delivery? Of course not, obviously. Of course not. We know a little bit about Buddhism here. This is not acceptable. This is not Thich Nhat Hanh approved at all. So it's kind of heartbreaking to see, right? People get into their ideas and they look for anything to justify their ideas, and this is essentially exactly what he's criticizing, and then he doesn't see it in himself. So that kind of sucks. But notice it, I guess, and don't do it yourself.
Manipulation of animals. I would happily discuss this with Sadhguru personally. If you want to see that happen, comment on his videos, inbox him, do whatever you can to get this video in front of him. Email his organization, email his team, comment on his YouTube videos, private message his Instagram, tweet at him, and send him this video. The chances of him having a conversation with me or even seeing this video are extremely slim. But who knows? Maybe it could happen. If you want to see it happen, you've got to get this video in front of him.
Wow. Sadhguru is pretty accessible, right? Jesus. All right, well. Raid Sadhguru to have him talk to you, apparently. And, well, maybe we can have dunk wars. You know, Sadhguru likes to dunk on people. This guy seems to like to dunk on people. I don't approve of either, but, you know, whatever. I don't think Thich Nhat Hanh would approve of either. So very interesting. If you thought,
I call it unconditional love, but really that's not even it.
Oh, true. We would have thought about the suffering of the world, then he would have made some differences till now through his actions and not posting such videos. Exactly. If he thought about the suffering of the world, I mean, he would see that the suffering is here. You know, this is the main problem that I have with sort of modern. You've never gotten it around. Now you got it around. The modern sort of, what do we call these things? Modern atheist movement. You know, these guys who talk about secular humanism. And they kind of forget about the suffering that they are creating by being angry all the time. Same here. Unfortunate, yet it is happening. Okay, my food's ready. I'm grabbing it. I'm grabbing my food right now. This is me grabbing my food. And we're going to continue. What is secular humanism? It is the, we'll talk about it in a minute. It's the atheist thing. You know, an atheist are being atheists and they want to have some sort of worldview or philosophy. It's like the new atheist movement. They kind of branched off and started doing a thing called secular humanism. And it's just like an atheistic philosophy, religion. It's not really a religion, but it's like a philosophy and a community. So it's religious in that it has a community. It's a communal thing. But that's what it is. A replacement for religion. Secular. Talk about being stuck in the sixth chakra. Don't know what the sixth one is? Oh, is that the throat chakra? Crown chakra is the top. Six would be throat. 7? Yeah, 7, 6. Are you saying me or are you saying someone else? Is it a criticism? Is it something that we can use to grow? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure. Okay, well, let's get a little bit beyond the sixth chakra because we don't want to be stuck in that sixth chakra, apparently. Let's see what we can learn about non-discursive thoughts and things and learn about Shaktipat. Energy transmission. Have you ever heard of that before? Shaktipat. Let's learn about Shaktipat.
Take or steal Shaktipat.
Take it.
I don't know if you meant that literally or metaphorically, but however you meant it, can you expound on it, please?
Well, it was spoken back then because the moment required that. And I'm getting so many questions that I'm thinking maybe we should hide that video. Because it's kind of like from immersion to immersion. What did I mean by that?
Maybe the
Well,
Igor.
if you watch the video, listen to it, there was also analogy and a story given, right? The story of Kabir. Did I speak there? Yeah. So it was to show that it works in mysterious ways. It works against odds. It works not as what we think of it. So that's why I said it's not given, it's stolen, and it was a funny story accompanied because I think I mentioned that in a video. You know, we were on the road, busy, we were in California, and we had this apartment, house actually, nice house. And I had my office at the kind of a mezzanine, and Amrita was downstairs there doing some work on a computer. I'm there, and she just shouted at me like, you know, Igor, someone's just asking here on the email if you give Shaktipat at the immersions. Well, to me, I was so busy that I couldn't really like drop it and just, you know, so I just shouted back, just tell them Shaktipat is never given, it's always stolen. You know, so, and it kind of entered from there, you know, and now has moment of its own and kind of has a story of its own. But we have to, you know, like this is, of course, it's like watch out what you say, you know. It comes back to you. But yes, I meant that as an example of incomprehensible other ways of grace. Let's put it this way. And it was, in addition, given the emphasis to the so-called receiver, because it is at the strength of the one who attracts it. Nothing is more powerful if we are to go by it. If we are to look at the pantheon of tantric goddesses, they all exhibit and exercise certain powers, and they have their domains. But some are literally the movers and shakers of this and all other worlds. And Kali is such. Kali represents electromagnetism. Literally, the electromagnetism, as we speak of, is an expressive potentiality of the Kali force, of the force of Kali. Anything that falls either under the attraction or, what's the opposite of that?
Repelling?
Yes, repulsion.
Repulsion.
Is the domain of that Shakti, is the domain of Kali. And we know that these two forces are always at work. Always at work. Magnetic force and a propelling force. Magnetic and propelling. The power of attraction, it's the magnetic force. And the power of repulsion, it's the propelling force. Everything, down to the smallest, charged with that force represented by these two forces. It's the force of Kali, because the Kali is space-time.
Kali is space-time.
So it is spoken from that perspective of what we attract. You see? What we attract. And on that account of attraction, we can attract anything. And of course, that is that spiritual force can be also attracted, just as the story with Kabir exemplifies. The story with Kabir exemplifies that force of attraction on the part of the one who was all too eager and would not take no for answer. Whatever the internal dynamics there were, we don't know, because Kabir is a classical, canonical figure. Kabir, many bhajans, many ragas that today exist within the scope of classical Indian music were composed by beings like Kabir.
Kabir.
You see? He's a great poet of his time. But as some of you have heard, if you watched that video, if you have heard that name, Kabir was born in a Muslim household, but he was attracted to a Hindu guru. And despite the fact that Hindu guru rejected him repeatedly, he would not take no for answer and keep persisting. And in the end, through that kind of accident versus synchronicity, the act of initiation took place. You see? It's just to exemplify something, you see, to convey something. So that we don't think about it, in purely linear terms.
He does not understand the story of...
That's what I really meant in that.
Vikshatana.
In the exchanges that we put out.
What does he understand?
In that video. Anything else you want to add to that? Is that something that, is that clear enough? Is that...
Yeah, I think so. What I'm getting at it is just be receptive to whatever comes your way. And like the story in Kabir, he, what the guru cursed, I think, and he used that. So just sort of receive and whatever I can use to expand myself, just do that.
The answer is yes, if you can do it. The answer is yes, if you can do it. The answer would not be no, but if that is within your capacity, if you can do it. Because this is also related to what we just spoke now. It related directly and squarely to experience, any experience. Any experience can teach us, right? If we are open to that. Or the experience become an obstacle to learn. And there are plenty of examples when we blame any experience for being something that prevents us from learning. So yes, the answer is yes. It's receptiveness. It's the very, very, very feminine quality, receptiveness. If not for receptiveness, there'll be no life as such. There'll be no life.
Wow. I don't get it. How cool. Without receptiveness, there's no life. Sounds profound to me. Wow. Okay, one more. It's not very short, but short-ish.
At no other time in world history has humanity had access to the amount of information that it has.
Without understanding Bhikshatana, one will not discern Shivji. And without discernment of Shiva, one should not speak of Kali. Oh, you got to understand Shiva to understand Kali. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know enough about any of that stuff. Shiv, Kali, Parvati. I don't know these folks. Bhakshatana. Who knows these people? All right, we're going to learn about Carl Sagan and pseudoscience. Let's learn a little bit.
At no other time in world history has humanity had access to the amount of information that it has today.
True.
As access to information has increased, a great many people, myself included, have excitedly anticipated surges of scientific literacy and critical thinking skills to sweep across the globe. After all, if people have access to nearly limitless high-quality educational content online, they are bound to learn from it, right?
No, not this time. It's totally made up.
Well, that view, as plenty of my peers have pointed out, is probably overly optimistic. We do have access to more information than ever before, yes, but not just the good stuff. Misinformation has become more accessible than ever as well, and much of the time, misinformation spreads faster than truth. In my optimism, I've imagined a world which is increasingly united not by cultural customs, government, or even religious preferences, but by a shared knowledge of the well-attested facts of our universe, where we came from and how we became human as explained by evolution by natural selection, how our minds work as explained by experimental psychology, what we've done in our past and why as explained by historical scholarship, how humans and other animals operate physically as explained by the field of biology. You get the idea.
I get the idea. It's all science here. It's all science that he wants us to unite under. Understanding of science, rationality, that sort of thing. But he's missing so much. We think, sometimes, some people think that the only form of knowledge, the only form of understanding, is this sort of intellectual, scientific type of knowledge and understanding. This is a major error. However, not a very big criticism to the probably critique that he's about to give about misinformation. There probably is a lot of there still definitely is a lot of misinformation, but he may be missing a little bit of the information which is not scientific information, different types of information, which don't need to be confirmed or validated scientifically. They're adjacent to scientific information. Use different methods for verifying them, use different methods for interacting with them, and they may be wholly valid, but completely contradict science. Maybe. We don't want to throw that stuff out either. But you still have to discern which ones are good and which ones are bad, so criticism stands generally more abstractly. We have a problem with misinformation. Let's hear more.
In many crucial ways, we already are united by that shared knowledge. Advances in medicine, agriculture, communication, transportation, and countless other enterprises are made by the efforts of a diverse global scientific community. Still, though, it's evident that humanity, not just when divided by oceans and borders, but also when separated by little more than preferences in TV news programming, lacks a common factual reality. The impact of our lack of a shared reality has, most recently, led to widespread disagreement over whether a virus, which has been well evidenced to have caused the deaths of millions worldwide, is any threat at all. This, as could be expected, has exacerbated the problem. Without a shared understanding of the reality in which we live, we're unable to collectively make decisions for the public good.
This is probably somewhat true, right? You want shared reality? The questionable part is, the interesting part is, where we have a shared reality, must it be his reality? We want to have a shared reality, but it must be this particular way. We need to have a shared reality, but it must be scientific reality. Why? Can't it be anything else? Can we be more loose? Can we include other different forms? Can we be more fluid with our vision of reality? Why must we be so rigid into the scientific paradigm? Well, in some cases, of course, he's giving us here about COVID. In some cases, the scientific paradigm may be most helpful for understanding viruses and all that stuff. However, we can branch slightly farther, maybe be a little bit more loose with it, be a little bit more expansive. And that probably he probably wouldn't be very comfortable with us expanding beyond our scientific boundaries. But, you know, if we want to have a shared reality, we don't want to be non-compromising, I suppose, with our strict, rigid definitions of whatever it is that we like to define. We can see more clearly the ways that other people see the world, possibly.
We need to be able to make those decisions effectively, so we need a shared reality. The problem is, no one, myself included, knows enough to flatly say these are the facts on every important issue we face. No one source is capable of teaching us all what to think. That's why I propose we look to those who have managed to come to a fruitful shared understanding of reality across dividing lines, the global scientific community, to learn for ourselves how to think in a way which reliably leads to truth. In his final book, The Demon-Haunted World, Carl Sagan described a kind of toolkit which scientists, as a part of their training in any field, acquire for use in evaluating new claims or ideas. If, as Sagan said, a new idea survives examination by these tools, it's granted warm but tentative acceptance. This is Sagan's famous baloney detection kit. In it are 9 rules for skeptical thinking, which I'll now present one by one.
Skepticism.
Wherever possible, there must be independent confirmation of the facts.
Okay.
Every source is vulnerable to bias, conflicts of interest, and honest mistakes, so fully trusting a single source can sometimes lead us to false beliefs. To avoid this, we examine whether a claim has been backed up by multiple independent sources. In the case of homeopathy, for example, there's a committed group of proponents which claim homeopathy can alleviate disease in their experience. However, when homeopathic substances have been tested through rigorously controlled scientific experimentation by multiple independent research groups, this has consistently failed to be confirmed.
Ooh, did we notice a little bit of a misleading somethingness here? A lot of people who do homeopathy, they are independent and they verify it themselves, right? So this meets the requirement that he gave us, but then he's saying we need to have independent research which is controlled, and scientifically, he said some other words I can't remember. But this is not independent research, not wholesale independent. It is still subject to its own bias, obviously, scientific, some sort of bias. I'm not saying it's a bad bias, but it is a different bias. So it doesn't actually contradict this first level of thing. If you have independent research, which is just random people doing homeopathy, and a lot of them say that it works, that meets the requirement here laid out just by the text. It seems like there's lots of hidden assumptions that he's throwing in there, trying to say that science is the only way, or the best way, or something like that, to meet this requirement. But it's not, right? It's not.
If homeopathy really has medical benefits, anyone should be able to perform a well-controlled experiment and see that result. Until such a time as a claim like the medical efficacy of homeopathy can be independently confirmed, we did not accept it.
It's independently confirmed by all the people who test it, right? All the people who test it and like it.
Substantive debate on the evidence by knowledgeable proponents of all points of view.
Knowledgeable.
If something is true, it can withstand scrutiny, even from multiple perspectives. Conversely, if a proposition is not true, having knowledgeable people of various perspectives examine it together is an effective way to uncover shortcomings which may have been missed by an individual.
Interesting. It's interesting that he doesn't see how this is immediately an issue. Right? We have the weirdo religious folks who investigate reality, and they come to different opinions than the scientists do. So this is a different perspective, and this is science falling short. It is not holding up on all different perspectives. And Yeah. Well,
Key to this tool, in my opinion, is knowing what substantive debate looks like and who is knowledgeable on whatever the topic may be. Debate which includes name-calling, rhetorical trickery, misleading statements, distracting from the topic, or anything else which serves to steal focus from the topic and place it instead on the individuals in the debate, or anything else besides the topic at hand, isn't substantive.
True.
As for how to know who is knowledgeable on a given issue, that can take some work.
Okay.
Those who have credible
Fair.
degrees
Tough,
related
tough,
to a topic
tough,
or
tough, tough.
publish work on a topic in peer-reviewed journals usually qualify, I'd say, but that's not the only measure of knowledgeability. Those who are consistent in citing credible sources, avoiding fallacious arguments, and utilizing the toolkit we're discussing right now can qualify as well. Do not accept arguments from authority. As Sagan said in The Demon-Haunted World, arguments from authority carry little weight. Authorities have made mistakes in the past. They will do so again in the future. Perhaps a better way to say it is that in science, there are no authorities. At most, there are experts.
Okay.
Even if an authority figure puts forth a claim, we must still examine that claim with the utmost scrutiny before accepting it because even authorities are fallible. Sagan took special care to stress this point in his writing as well as his interviews.
Science is more than a body of knowledge. It's a way of thinking, a way of skeptically interrogating the universe with a fine understanding of human fallibility. If we are not able to ask skeptical questions, to interrogate those who tell us that something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority, then we're up for grabs for the next charlatan, political or religious, who comes ambling along.
Spin more than one.
We got to have next tool. We have to make sure that we understand that. I wish we had a better definition for science, or at least a more fleshed out definition. A lot of people don't usually go into it. He said specifically that it's more than a body of knowledge. There's also a method. Right? We've got random assumptions that we have before science. We've got scientific methods for actually reviewing reality, and we've got the data that comes from the methods, and then we have interpretation of that data. And this is the divisions I like to give to it. Of course, there's a little bit more to it, but there's one way to divide science up. And it's important to recognize that we don't need to hyper-focus on any one part of it. One part is not better than any other part. They all work together in a nice, beautiful harmony to make up science. And you don't want to forget the method and just listen to the data that other people have given you. You also don't want to just hyper-focus on the method and forget the data that you've gotten yourself or other people have gotten. And you don't want to ignore all of the interpretations and just stick with your assumptions. All of these things have to work together. You can't neglect any one part of it. And if you start to neglect or if you start to hyper-focus on anything, then you do come to lots of issues. And that's a problem. The argument from authority, obviously, that's the hyper-focusing on data that other people have collected, or bodies of data that have been maybe in your own past. Maybe you've created the data yourself. Sometimes we have to re-up the data. Sometimes we have to go back to the method. Refresh it all.
Hypothesis. If there's something to be explained, think of all the different ways in which it could be explained. Then think of tests by which you might systematically disprove each of the alternatives. What survives, the hypothesis that resists disproof in this Darwinian selection among multiple working hypotheses, has a much better chance of being the right answer than if you had simply run with the first idea that caught your fancy. As tempting as it can be to look at the available data.
That was pretty cool. This is like a somewhat way of describing kind of the whole point of Occam's razor in science, right? You get the most simple solution and you falsify it as quickly as possible. If it's the simplest one, it should be the easiest to falsify. And you keep doing that until one of them can't be falsified. Falsifiable, not falsified, and it'll be the simple solution that is not falsified, and that's the one you hold on to. Until you can falsify that one, then you go to the next solution, and so on and so forth. The idea is to get rid of all of the interpretations and all of these hypotheses that are erroneous, whatever. Put them all against each other. Pit them all against each other. But you want to have multiple. You can't just have one. One would be bad. Multiple is good.
The hypothesis that resists disproof in this Darwinian selection among multiple working hypotheses has a much better chance of being the right answer than if you had simply run with the first idea that caught your fancy. As tempting as it can be to look at the available data, connect the dots however seems most plausible or affirming of our existing biases, and consider the matter solved, that's not an effective way to figure out the best explanation of the data. The practice of positing multiple hypotheses, testing them all, and then only upholding any hypotheses that survive a process of elimination allows us to come to much more useful and accurate explanations of the data. It cuts through our own assumptions and biases much better than the alternative of going with our first guess. Try not to get overly attached to a hypothesis just because it's yours.
True. Never believe your beliefs. Never believe your beliefs. So you're saying the same thing I was saying earlier. Just you have these different parts of science. One of them would be hypotheses, or whatever. You've got your conclusions. You've got the data. You've got your interpretation of the data. But if you're stuck, if you think the interpretation of the data is the answer, and you never test it again, or you never reevaluate it with new data, you got a problem here. This is the problem. This is an issue. Don't hyper focus on whichever one you've given, whichever interpretation you like, just because it's kind of sticky. Maybe sticky because you like it. Maybe sticky because you made it. Maybe sticky because an authority gave it to you. Don't let them be sticky. Science is a little bit more fluid than that.
It's only a way station in the pursuit of knowledge. Ask yourself why you like the idea. Compare it fairly with the alternatives. See if you can find reasons for rejecting it. If you don't, others will. While I think this concept is one of the easiest on this list to understand, it's almost definitely the hardest to put into practice. Humans are not rational. We cling to our ideas and positions forcefully, even conflating our entire identity or personal character with some of them, to the point where if they're challenged, we feel personally attacked.
Yeah, man, this is the interesting level of development of the ego. People develop their egos and they identify with certain things. They identify with certain groups of people, family, themselves, the world, back to themselves again, then their ideas. And at some point it gets to this weird position where some people have lots of ideas and they define themselves by these ideas, or they may have hobbies and they define themselves by these hobbies. And if you attack the idea, you're literally attacking the person because they identify with those ideas. Or you're literally attacking the person if you attack their religion, for example, or any of that stuff. Something to be aware of. And if you are finding yourself identifying with certain ideas, maybe don't do that. I don't know. Practice identifying with other things and see how that works for you. Try on different clothes. It might be better. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not.
What we have to remember, though, is that this process of skeptical inquiry is not aimed at hurting us by stripping away cherished beliefs. It's a process we designed to help us reach an accurate, useful understanding of our world, and it works.
Yeah, this is a tough one, though, because, I mean, I was just saying, just change your identity, bro. Like, just change your identity. And he's saying something very similar here. He's trying to help nudge us more gently, I guess, into not identifying particularly with our concepts and our ideas, but you can identify however you want. So I don't know how to deal with that, if it should be dealt with. Not sure what that process would be. It is an option to not identify with your own ideas or concepts. It is an option to not feel attacked when your ideas are challenged. And as he's pointing out here, it is very, very helpful for getting to better ideas. You don't need to be so stuck.
As much as we may try not to get irrationally attached to certain ideas of ours, it's still going to happen because that's how humans usually operate.
This is how some people operate, okay? Not how everybody does. Don't let him tell you who you are.
However, you might have noticed that the other tools in this toolkit are designed to cancel out human bias in some way. We may never be able to psychologically overcome our innate tendency to think in a biased way, but we can, in utilizing the other tools mentioned here, subject our ideas to experimentation and the scrutiny of others in order to overcome our biases practically. While not always a pleasant or popular undertaking, humbling ourselves enough to discard ideas which don't withstand scrutiny is, in my view, a social responsibility. We act on our beliefs. If our beliefs are wrong, we may act in a way which causes unnecessary harm to others.
True.
So if we care to avoid causing unnecessary harm to others, we've got to get into the practice of discarding beliefs, however cherished, if they do not stand in the face of the evidence. I'll have Sagan say a final word on this.
Okay.
Now, I don't propose to tell anybody what to believe, but for me, believing when there's no compelling evidence is a mistake. The idea is to withhold belief until there is compelling evidence.
Of course, he's missing the idea here. I mean, he's saying compelling evidence. Who determines what is compelling evidence? Presumably the person evaluating the evidence. And if they believe it, they probably thought it was compelling. So.
And if the universe does not comply with our predispositions, okay, then we have the wrenching obligation to accommodate to the way the universe really is. We demand the most rigorous standards of evidence, especially on what's important to us. So if some guy comes up to me, and a channeler or a medium, and says, I can put you in touch with your parents. Well, because I want so terribly to believe that, I know I have to reach in for added reserves of skepticism, because I'm likely to be fooled and much more minor to have my money taken.
Quantify. If whatever you're explaining has some measure, some numerical quantity attached to it, you'll be much better able to discriminate among competing hypotheses. What is vague and qualitative is open to many explanations. Of course, there are truths to be sought in the many qualitative issues we are obliged to confront, but finding them is more challenging. Language isn't as precise.
Yeah, maybe he's going to say this. Language isn't precise, true. I am not sure about this claim or whatever. Maybe, I mean, sort of, possibly. We'd have to get to the nuances of what it means to have some sort of qualitative or quantitative? You say quantity, right? To have some sort of number attached to these sort of things, to have some sort of hard, precise definition or precise label or precise somethingness. I don't know what the quality is. Attribute, precise, I don't know. Who knows? We don't want to get into the idea that only physics or only math or only numbers are precise ways of quantitatively evaluating or labeling the world. I feel like I'm saying this weirdly, but the reason why I'm saying it weirdly is because we don't have a lot of language that is more broad or abstractable, right? We don't have an idea of that process of being very precise, lending itself towards, for example, music or art, or lending itself towards emotion or interactions between people. Yet this stuff can be very, very precise. Even in the face of the precision of these things, a lot of people would still say that it's soft or it's fuzzy, just because they are not familiar with it, and they have this sort of unfortunate hierarchy thinking that any sort of mathematical precision is the only type of precision, essentially. Mathematical or physical, logical precision is the only type of precision. This is not the case. You can have precision in other fields. So you can do that. I think you can have a little bit of a lot of precision in these other domains, and it may not look exactly like what we think of generally as quantitative numbers or analyses and such. So there's just a little bit of a looseness with the language that we have to get here to understand the point, and then maybe we can get more specific and more precise with other fields.
Hypotheses. What is vague and qualitative is open to many explanations. Of course, there are truths to be sought in the many qualitative issues we are obliged to confront, but finding them is more challenging. Language isn't as precise as mathematics. Numbers have immutable definitions and relationships to each other, but words don't. This is why explanations which rely on numerical quantities and relationships can be much more precise than those which rely on language alone.
So again, this is just a failure of people who don't understand certain things, certain languages are used. Now, if you're just saying language like I guess spoken language, I don't know, language I mean, mathematics is a language too, right? So he means some type of language. He's trying to restrict us into some different type of language, but the problem is that there are people who understand emotions really well, and they're very precise with their understanding of emotions, and some of them are so good at it that they can literally read your mind. They're called psychics, right? They can read your body language and all this stuff. And they're very precise with their understanding of emotions and human behavior in certain contexts, obviously, not in all contexts. And they can do these sort of things, but maybe if you put them in front of a math equation, they wouldn't understand it. Because they themselves, being very skilled at reading behavior and emotion and vibes or whatever other airy-fairy nonsense we want to talk about, when they get in front of a math equation, they may think it is a foreign language. They're speaking Greek to me, right? So at that point, this person thinks that emotions and behavior is the precise thing. This is the hard science. This is the very precise quantitative analyses, right? The way they view the world. And mathematics is a sort of like fluffy, I don't know what the heck's going on here. I'm confused. I don't understand what x equals y or whatever. They won't understand these things. So this is just a function of people's understanding in the fields, right? If you talk to a musician, music is very, very precise. Music is very, very... it can be broken down to qualitative things, right? But if you talk to a physicist or a mathematician, well, then math is the qualitative thing. Physics is the qualitative thing. You talk to mind readers, human behavior and vibes or whatever else, those are the qualitative things. Those are the precise things. So there's a little bit of a hidden value judgment or a hidden, I don't know. We're getting too vibes. We're getting too stuck with language, with this grasp of language, holding on to all value being some sort of logical value. Does that make any sense? I'm not saying it very precisely, but hopefully it makes a bit of sense.
Let me explain this one by way of example.
Okay.
When attempting to discern how someone's metabolism is functioning, researchers may subject them to light physiological stress, such as walking on a treadmill. Then, instead of asking the person, how do you feel, or what's your energy level, they measure the person's rate of oxygen intake, which gives them the information necessary to calculate how quickly their metabolism, using oxygen, converts the chemical energy stored in their food into energy usable to the body. Information about the person's metabolism can then be communicated numerically and with great precision, rather than by subjective self-reports of tiredness.
Right. So, I mean, the example is obviously very flawed. He's talking about a normal random person and a trained scientist doing scientific things. But then we obviously just do this same thing with having a normal person and then, again, some sort of mystic or some sort of meditator or some sort of mind reader, tarot reader or something like that, cold reader, essentially. We can do these sort of things, and then the cold reader will know more than the random person does, right? Because they're more precise, they're more advanced and skilled in that arena. So yeah, it should be obvious. Maybe it's not obvious. Maybe if it's not obvious, I can explain a little bit more. Maybe not. I'm not sure, but it seems fairly obvious. Sadhguru would say, my fire levels are low. Yeah, so you might get people like Sadhguru or meditators, and they might have a precise language for their subjective experience. That's pretty good. That most people would not understand because normal people aren't hyper advanced in these different fields. Yeah. Math is a language that attempts to have validation built in. Tries it best. No, Elisha, no.
If there's a chain of argument, every link in the chain must work, including the premise, not just most of them.
Mm-hmm.
This is very straightforward. If there's just one logical inconsistency or unsubstantiated claim within an argument, the whole thing breaks down. I most often see this tool ignored when larger theories rather than individual arguments are involved. Mm-hmm. Someone will hold to a particular view which is based on a great number of premises. Then, when one of those premises is shown to be false, the person claims they can keep believing in their view because the majority of their premises are still intact, even though the argument for their view breaks down without all their premises remaining intact. Within an argument, premises are the building blocks. Together, they create something larger than themselves, but when just one of them is undermined, the structure falls apart. Occam's razor. This convenient rule of thumb urges us, when faced with two hypotheses that explain the data equally well, to choose the simpler. Is an explanation which makes three...
I feel like this is a little bit of a misunderstanding. Maybe it needs to be slightly more fleshed out. We talked about Occam Razor a second ago. You gotta have, if you have multiple solutions, you just want to choose the simpler one because it's the easiest to falsify. This is the idea, at least. You just want to use easier solutions because you can quickly discard them. That's why they're simpler solutions, so you can quickly discard them. And if you find a simple solution that you can no longer discard, you just hold on to that one until you can discard it. You don't want to jump to the most complicated solution because it might be more difficult to discard, and you have all these other simpler solutions which are there, and they may not be discardable either. So you just go to the simpler one. It should be the easiest one to falsify. That's the idea. That's why you use Occam's Razor. But it's not necessarily... In a religious context, Occam's Razor is just saying the simpler solution, the more elegant solution is the correct solution. That's in a religious context, though. In this sort of scientific context, it is not saying that the simplest solution is the most correct solution. It's not the most elegant one. It's not the best one. It's just that it's the easiest to falsify. So don't get stuck with the simplest solution, but you do want to be able to discard a lot of solutions first.
Assumptions more likely to be true than one which makes only two? Of course not. If something can be explained with two assumptions, a third is unnecessary. If it's truth we're after, making assumptions is to be avoided whenever possible. In practice, this means tossing out hypotheses which explain the data in a way which is more complicated than necessary.
So what he just said was a little bit of a, oh boy, let's not do that. All right, he said toss out assumptions where necessary, or where he seems to be trying to say that we can build a world, we can build a view of the world, we can build some sort of framework that describes the world that doesn't have assumptions. This is a trap. And the problem with it is that he starts to think that his ideas don't have assumptions. They do. Science is built off of assumptions. Hey, good seeing you, Saiho. Friday, we'll be back. Come back. This idea it sort of perpetuates the idea that science is somehow better because it has no assumptions, but it's obviously forgetting that science has a lot of assumptions to start it up. Same thing with mathematics. Wow, mathematics is just no assumptions, except for all the axioms that start up mathematics. And the same with logic, right? They all have assumptions. And we don't want to forget that. So we don't want to try to go around saying that whatever system the scientists use don't have assumptions. This is plainly wrong. They do have assumptions, lots of assumptions, and they should be noticed and pointed out. Not to say that we discard anything that has assumptions. Assumptions are fine. Just make sure that we know them. Make sure that we don't demonize all assumptions, because that's a problem. Don't do that. Any view of the world is going to have some assumptions. Maybe that's too strong, okay? Maybe not all views of the world, but a lot of the views of the world that we have assumptions attached to them. We don't want to assume. We don't want to misguide ourselves into thinking that our view of the world is not the one that has the least assumptions. It's always wrong. Not always, okay, but it's wrong. In this case, at least. We perceive if things are valid or not, but math and its proofs cannot always be perceived. Oh, hypothesis must be validated by experiment. Oh, yeah, very good. Watch out for this idea. Science is not free from assumptions. Yeah, watch out.
Here's a clip of Sagan utilizing Occam's Razor while discussing the data involved in reports of alien encounters.
Okay.
But one thing... What is that? Before you leave UFOs, tell me about you and Professor Mack.
John Mack is a professor of psychiatry at Harvard who I've known for many years. And many years ago, he asked me, what is there in this UFO business? Is there anything to it? And I said, absolutely nothing, except, of course, for a psychiatrist. He is a psychiatrist. Well, he looked into it and decided that there was so much emotional energy in the reports of people who claimed to be abducted that it couldn't possibly be some psychological aberration, that it had to be true. He believed his patients. I do not believe his patients. Okay. Many of these stories are about waking up from a deep sleep and finding your bed surrounded by 3 or 4 short doer, gray, and sexually obsessed beings.
Anybody else ever have sleep paralysis? A very common phenomenon.
But many people awaken from a nightmare with profound emotional force. That doesn't mean that the nightmare is true. It means something went on inside our head.
Always ask whether the hypothesis can be, at least in principle, falsified.
Wait, that was not. What did it have to do with Occam's razor? That was just a random clip that had nothing to do with Occam's razor. What was that? That was nothing. That was just a big spook. What was that clip for? All right, we just need more clips of Sagan. We'd like to see him, but that had nothing to do with Occam's razor. That was silly. Okay. All right, it has to be falsified. So we want to have a principle that's falsifiable. Everything must be falsifiable. This is not the only way of validating truth, right? We want to get more into, well, if you want to get more into philosophy and different theories of truth, it doesn't have to be falsified. Though I like falsifiability, and it's a very good one for science. Yeah, let's go with it for a bit, but it's not the only way of getting to valid conclusions to things.
Propositions that are untestable, unfalsifiable, are not worth much. Consider the grand idea that our universe and everything in it is just an elementary particle, an electron, say, in a much bigger cosmos. But if we can never acquire information from outside our universe, is not the idea incapable of disproof?
Yep.
You must be able to check assertions out. Inveterate skeptics must be given the chance to follow your reasoning, to duplicate your experiments, and see if they get the same result. If there's no conceivable way to put an idea to the test, it isn't one from which we can build any meaningful explanations.
We can build meaningful explanations, but it definitely wouldn't be scientific, right? Science is one of the assumptions. Generally speaking, a lot of people hold on to falsifiability being a scientific thing. If you're trying to make scientific valid points, then yeah, you got to be falsifiable. Very, very important. But not the only way to view the world, not necessary every single time.
An unfalsifiable proposition is one which can only have explanatory power if flatly assumed true, and of course, we're not in the business of making unnecessary assumptions in search of truth.
If it's not falsifiable, it's not able to be played in reductionism. Interesting. You got to be reductionism, falsifiable. Yeah, I mean, it's just a big part of science. I mean, I think it's important for science, but science is not the only way to view the world. Scientific things need to be falsifiable. If you're making scientific claims about the external world, gotta be falsifiable. Can't beat that. But this is one of those assumptions that we have.
For those still unsure of this tool, let's consider a world where, instead of accepting ideas when they're evidenced to be true, we accept ideas when they can't be proven false.
Okay.
Well, I assert that there's someone standing behind you right now. You say you've turned around and you can't see them?
Got a camera.
Well, that's just because the person is fast and they can stay out of your field of vision no matter how you move. Your back is against a wall? Oh, well, they can just move through solid objects, no problem.
Okay.
No one else says they can see them? Well, that's just because they're being paid off by big standing behind you guy. No matter how you object to my claim, in a world where we accept claims because they can't be falsified, you've got to accept it no matter how absurd it gets.
What's wrong with accepting
that? I could claim that the universe rests on the back of a turtle, or that you popped into existence 10 seconds ago with all of your memories, and you'd have to accept it. Any and every idea that couldn't be proven wrong would have to be accepted in such a world, and that would lead to complete absurdity. Ensuring that our hypotheses are falsifiable keeps us grounded in the world where evidence is required for an idea to be considered true.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat, like, mostly agreeing with this, but then it's also coming to this wrong idea, I think, that the science is the only way to view the world, or this particular resolution is the only way to view the world. You can view the world in certain ways that have some claims that are unfalsifiable. But they wouldn't be scientific claims, obviously. There'll be different types of claims and different types of validation for it. You don't want to be stuck seeing the world in one resolution. You can see the world in different resolutions, and sometimes you do. And it may cause a little bit of conflict, unfortunately, if you have this concept of the world being only scientific, and then you actually experience the world in a way that's not scientific and it doesn't comport. You can't really compromise those things, or I don't know what the word is I'm thinking of, but you can't put them together and it doesn't work and it sucks. So don't do that. Science is not the only way. If you can't falsify the soul, for instance, that means you can't reduce it down to matter. Where's the ghost in the machine? This is ignorance. 18th century logic. Yep. There is no consciousness, right? So, I mean, we talk about this sometimes here. There is no consciousness, there is no soul, there is no person being, there's no volition. If you can't reduce it to matter or whatever, it's not there. And this is just a very basic one. You have no soul. I'm comfortable saying it because, you know, if we want to view the world scientifically, well, sure. Well, let's go scientifically. There's no soul. There's no difference between me being whatever and this pot being whatever. We're both just matter, just some sort of deterministic system doing things. There's no being here. There's no consciousness. You don't hear anything. I don't say anything. We can go that route, and it's true. But it's not the only way to view the world. You don't want to be stuck here. Because obviously a lot of people view the world and they experience a ghost in the machine. So it's just a different way of verifying that. You don't verify it. It's not a scientific process, at least not in this sort of narrow definition of science that we're referring to here, which is reductionism and falsifiability and materialistic generally. That science does not fit with your experience, with a lot of people's experience at least. So don't limit your way of evaluating the world to that, because your way of interacting with the world is not limited to that. The reductionist calls quantum truth mysticism. Yep. Quantum mechanics and relativistic mechanics, they don't work together. If you're stuck seeing the world relativistically, you're not going to understand quantum. You're going to think it's magic. And you might try to go disprove it like Einstein did, and you might discover more strange things about reality. Yep.
Sagan's complete baloney detection kit, as detailed in The Demon Haunted World, goes on to cover multiple logical fallacies as well as some notes on experimental design. Okay. But for the sake of keeping this video more concise and accessible, I've chosen to stop here. If you'd like to read through the entire thing for yourself, and I do encourage you to do so, you'll find the full version linked in the description. As you utilize these tools for yourself, remember Sagan's concluding words on the subject. Like all tools, the baloney detection kit can be misused, applied out of context, or even employed as a rote alternative to thinking. But applied judiciously, it can make all the difference in the world, not least in evaluating our own arguments before we present them to others.
Wow, can we get another rule to not be like super weaselly and not be super loose, right? Like there's so many parts where he's saying like judiciously valid and all these other, but not really explaining precisely what that stuff means. And then he attacks other fields for not being very precise. But I mean, I agree. It's hard to disagree if you're being so loose with the language, of course. If applied judiciously, it could make a difference. If misused, it can be a problem. Of course. Of course.
This kit is not some perfect solution to the world's problems, but as it's been utilized over just the last few centuries, it has enabled us to create technological innovations and useful explanatory models of our world more quickly and effectively than ever before. My hope is that more of us will learn to utilize this toolkit ourselves, and in doing so, inch humanity a bit closer to a common understanding of the reality in which we all live.
Again, I'm not entirely sure about this. When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? If you look at the world scientifically, all you're going to see is science. So I don't think that what he wants to make a shared reality. I don't know about that. But definitely, if you want to strengthen science alone. Don't mix it. Don't try to have science contradict anything else. Don't try to have science override other things. Do it independently. Let it develop independently, and then strengthen it and make it really good. And have people come over to the scientific worldview, and that's great because it's going to be a very good, helpful way of doing it. But then other worldviews are very nicely developed, and other worldviews are very nicely fleshed out by other people and other fields. Let them do that, so that those can be hyper advanced and people can opt towards those things. And we have not necessarily a single shared reality, but we'll have possibly, maybe a better way of thinking about it is a useful, I don't know what the better way of thinking about it is, but ready-made tools for seeing reality, maybe ready-made vision, different goggles for seeing the world that are very fleshly, very well fleshed out and agreed upon, I guess. I don't know. Science is not the only way. It's, I guess, the only message that I'm trying to put out there. But it's a good way, and definitely develop it. But don't be stuck.
If you haven't already, I highly recommend that you read The Demon Haunted World in its entirety. It's my favorite book for a reason, as it manages to be touching and inspiring while simultaneously delivering massive blows to pseudoscience and conspiratorial thinking.
Wow.
Read the book either way, but if you'd like to listen to it as an audiobook, as I've done more than a few times, and if you want to support my channel in the process, you can get a 30-day free trial from Audible by going to audibletrial.com/gmskeptic. The link is in the description as well as the pinned comment. Thanks for watching. I've been Drew of Genetically Modified Skeptic. A special thanks to my patrons for their constant...
Genetically Modified Skeptic, we like this guy. He's very chill. He's one of the most calm atheists out there that we like. He's got some good energy, right? Loving kind of guy. We like it.
Love and support. If you want to hear more from me, subscribe and follow me on social media at the handles below.
Okay.
As always, if you're an apostate in need, there are resources linked in the description to help you find community and mental health support. Remember to be kind to others in the comments, and until next time, stay skeptical.
Wow, how cute. Be kind to each other in the comments. Love to see it. All right, guys, I gotta go. My time has come. This is the end. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. I had fun today. I'm on for the rest of my day, though. And I will be back on Friday. Whoa, Friday. Many more things to come. Hopefully more tea. Hopefully much more tea. I'll be back. Take care of yourselves until then. Please be nice to yourself. You are yourself. You deserve it. You're a cool person. I'll be back. Bye-bye.